Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In the previous part, we mentioned that Mo Chujiu led his teammates to Haicheng Military Academy by helicopter due to the guidance of the system task. When the team was looking for a rescue target, they unexpectedly encountered a group of alien zombies. In order to improve their skills, Mo Chujiu and his teammates decided to give up using their superpowers and engage in a fierce battle with the zombies. So, can Mo Chujiu successfully rescue the target and complete the task assigned by the system? What challenges and dangers will their team encounter next? Next up, we'll continue exploring the second part of the thrilling story, The End of the World. I emptied Eagle Nation's arsenal using my infinite space ring. Chapter 66. The Special Forces soldiers obviously wanted to test their skills, waving samurai swords and rushing forward. But soon, their movements seemed a little clumsy, and they were slightly inferior to those flexible and ferocious zombies of the opposite sex. A Special Forces soldier was nearly bitten off the head by a zombie. At the critical moment, Mo Chujiu threw out an ice cone and pierced the zombie's head accurately. The opposite sex zombie let out a shrill roar and then fell to the ground. "Thank you." The Special Forces soldier, with lingering fear, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Mo Chujiu said calmly, "Use your superpowers to attack from a distance. These zombies are too fast. We have no chance of winning in close combat." After hearing this, the Special Forces quickly retreated and launched an attack together with ordinary psychics. The light of psychics flickered among the zombies. Among them, Fenyu's mutated wood ability is the most conspicuous. His carnivorous plant has grown to the size of a human head and is madly chasing a zombie of the opposite sex. Corrosive green mucus spurted out of the mouth of the carnivorous plant, and the zombie's skin and flesh were instantly burned away. The zombie of the opposite sex howled in pain, stared at Fengyu fiercely, and suddenly leaped towards him. Just as Mo Chujiu was about to offer support, the piranha plant opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed the zombie's head in one gulp. With a click, the zombie's head and body separated instantly. The psychics who were watching were stunned, and their legs went limp with fear. Fenyu patted the piranha plant with a smile and said, "My little flower is so cute." When the piranha plant heard what its owner said, it immediately put away its ferocious look and shook its flower disc to act cute and flattering. Everyone looked at each other helplessly. The sudden change in style made them unable to react. When Mo Chujiu saw this scene, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Fenyu and Fenyun's abilities were very strong, and it seemed that they had unlimited potential in the future. In less than a quarter of an hour, 40 or 50 zombies were eliminated by them. However, the battlefield that had just calmed down suddenly heard hurried footsteps, and a beautiful female officer ran over in a hurry, looking anxious. "You made too much noise. It woke it up. Follow me." Mo Chujiu recognized her at a glance. "Instructor Su?" That was her former instructor, Su Ruming. A trace of surprise flashed across Su Ruming's face. "Mo Chujiu, why are you here? Go. There are things here that you can't afford to offend." Before they could say anything more, a huge zombie of a different shape fell from the sky and blocked their way. It was twice as big as the previous zombie and exuded a terrifying aura. Su Ruming exclaimed, "Run! This is a level 4 zombie. We are no match for it." The zombie suddenly jumped up and stood in front of everyone. Mo Chujiu's expression darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "Crimson Squad, prepare for battle. Everyone else retreat back into the building." The members of the Crimson Squad responded without hesitation and stepped forward, while the other psychics quickly retreated. "This zombie is not only fast, but also has lightning attributes. You can't stop it," Su Ruming dissuaded anxiously. However, Mo Chujiu's eyes were sharp as torches as she smiled coldly. "Lightning system? Interesting. Next, let it try out the power of our 3rd and 4th level abilities." Her voice was low, but full of fighting spirit, and excitement ignited in the eyes of other team members. "Are you crazy? This is courting death." Su Ruming hurriedly grabbed Mo Chujiu and tried to pull her back into the building. At this moment, the alien zombies suddenly attacked at an extremely fast speed. Mo Chujiu pushed Su Ruming away with a sudden push, dodged sideways, and shouted, "Coach Su, go in quickly. We can handle it." Su Ruming was stunned for a moment and looked at Mo Chujiu anxiously. "Can you really deal with level 4 zombies?" Chapter 67. Instructor Su. Mo Chujiu shouted helplessly. She wanted to continue persuading, but the zombie of the opposite sex pounced on her again. Mo Chujiu could only pull Su Ruming to dodge quickly, and took the opportunity to swing an ice cone the size of a football, hitting the forehead of the opposite sex zombie directly. However, this zombie was obviously stronger than the previous one. The ice cone hit its forehead hard, but it didn't even leave a mark. As expected, the physical strength of a level 4 zombie was far superior to that of an ordinary person. If Mo Chujiu was hit by this ice cone, he would probably die on the spot. At this time, the other members of the Bloody Squad also began to take turns. Lin Jin enlarged his body and punched the zombie hard. Su Su used vines to tie it up and tried to restrict its movement. Mi Xiaoqi waved his hand, and a wave of water arrows shot out, accurately stabbing the zombies. Shin Qingyang waved the condensed golden sword and slashed fiercely at the opposite-sex zombies. However, the zombies were extremely fast and most of their attacks missed. Even the few hits they made failed to shake their defenses. Mo Chujiu frowned when she saw this. The zombie was much stronger than she had imagined. Mo Chujiu urged again. "Coach Su, come in quickly." Su Rumrung did not hesitate this time and quickly ran into Building 12. Only then did she completely believe what Mo Chujiu said was true. These young-looking children had actually upgraded to the 3rd or even 4th level of supernatural power, which surprised and relieved her. Inside the building, in addition to the members of the Bloody Base, there were more than 40 military academy students in camouflage uniforms, anxiously confronting the members of the base. They obviously wanted to rush out to save people, but were blocked by the members of the Bloody Base. Seeing instructor Su come in safely, the students finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped clamoring to rush out. "Instructor Su, are you okay? We just saw that monster jump down, and we were so scared that our hearts almost jumped out. We were about to go out to rescue you, but we were blocked by this group of people," a student said indignantly. Another person also echoed, "Yes, their teammates are fighting outside, but they are hiding." Feng Yu was immediately displeased after hearing what they said. He sneered and said, "Hey, we stopped you because we were afraid that you would cause trouble for Sister Mo. What can you do when you go out? Deliver food to zombies of the opposite sex. Even if we are going to deliver food, we will not let our teammates fight alone." A dark-skinned, rugged-looking man retorted with his neck stiff. Feng Yu was about to retort, but was stopped by Feng Yun. "No need to argue about these useless things. Let's go up there and take a look." Feng Yun pulled Feng Yu upstairs, and the other members of the base followed without saying a word. They knew that it was meaningless to argue with a group of students, and it was better to watch the battle of the strong, and their hearts were full of admiration for Mo Chujiu and the Bloody Squad. The student named Li Yin was unwilling to give in and wanted to continue arguing, but instructor Su stopped him. "Li Yin, shut up." Li Yin was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Why? You are good in everything except that you are too righteous and arbitrary. Righteousness without strength will only cause trouble. Those people outside have at least level 3 superpowers, and 3 of them have even reached the early stage of level 4. Even when they join forces to deal with the opposite-sex zombies in their peak level 4 state, it is very difficult. What can you do if you go out?" Su Ruming said angrily. After Su Ruming finished speaking, she turned around and went upstairs, ready to watch the game on the 4th floor. She just wanted to see how strong her favorite student could be. Li Yin was stunned by what instructor Su said. He was shocked that the people outside had the lowest level of supernatural powers at level 3. Li Yin originally thought that 23 of them had reached the 2nd level of supernatural power, which was already very impressive, but he did not expect the gap to be so huge. He and other students hurriedly followed, wanting to see this thrilling battle. Outside the building, the battle was still going on. The members of the Bloody Squad had tried various means of attack, but the zombies of the opposite sex were extremely fast and could often avoid the attacks. Even if it occasionally hits, it can't penetrate its defense. The zombie not only evades the attack, but also constantly uses lightning to counterattack. Boom! Crack! With a loud noise, the lightning hits the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Although the zombie's lightning ability is only level 3, its power should not be underestimated, and each member of the team became in a miserable state. "Girl, we can't go on like this. Is there any way to kill this monster?" Su Su panted, took off her wig that was turned into an afro by lightning, and threw it aside. Su Su was originally a beautiful girl with delicate makeup, but now her face is covered with black and gray, as if she had crawled out of a coal mine, like a funny clown. In comparison, Mo Chujiu seemed much calmer. Her spatial ability allowed her to remain unharmed. Mo Chujiu pondered for a moment and said decisively, "I originally wanted to exhaust the power of this alien zombie before killing it, but now it seems that we can't hold on any longer. So, the 3 of you hold it back, and I'll go to the system to buy a rocket launcher to blast it." Okay, hurry up. I'm afraid we can't hold on without you. Su nodded in response, waving the vines to continue harassing the zombies. Mo Chujiu no longer hesitated and quickly communicated with the system, deciding to sell a fighter jet in exchange for enough points to buy a rocket launcher. Chapter 68. Su, tie her up with your vines, Mo Chujiu ordered. Su waved her hand quickly, and several green vines swung out like poisonous snakes, wrapping around the limbs of the alien zombie. Mo Chujiu then shouted, Mi Xiaoqi, use your water power to trap it. When Mi Xiaoqi raised his hand, water-based supernatural powers instantly condensed, and a huge water cage enveloped the alien zombies. However, the alien zombie was not so easy to restrain. White lightning flashed all over its body, and it tried to use the power of lightning to break free from the vines and water cage. As expected, these vines and water cages were no match for it. Su's vines had only lasted less than 5 seconds before being broken free, and this time the water cage was obviously not going to be able to restrain it for a long time. Mo Chujiu did not give the alien zombie any chance to breathe. At the moment when the water cage was formed, she waved her hand, and the water cage quickly froze, turning the alien zombie into an ice sculpture. Although even the lightning was temporarily frozen, Mo Chujiu knew that this freeze would not last long. She knew that the gap between a level 4 primary psychic and a level 4 peak psychic was not just a difference in rank, but a qualitative leap. Taking advantage of this brief freezing time, Mo Chujiu took out a rocket launcher from the space, carried it on her shoulder, and aimed it at the head of the alien zombie. Get out of the way, she yelled. Upon hearing this, Su and others quickly retreated to a safe distance. Sure enough, the freezing lasted only 30 seconds before lightning in the alien zombie's body began to erupt violently, and lightning flowed through its body, becoming more and more dense. Crack! Crack! As the electricity sizzled, cracks gradually appeared on the ice. Then, with a bang, the ice broke into pieces and exploded in all directions. Mo Chujiu decisively pressed the launch button of the rocket launcher. At the same time, her body flashed, disappeared from the spot, and hid in her space. Boom! With a loud noise, the rocket launcher's warhead accurately hit the head of the alien zombie. Then, boom! Boom! Explosions continued. The huge shock wave shattered the glass windows of the surrounding dormitory buildings. The alien zombie was blown to pieces by the explosion, its head and limbs flying in the air, filling the sky with fragments. As the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, a level 4 white crystal core and a level 3 crystal core with lightning fell to the ground. The people upstairs were stunned when they saw this scene. How did Mo Chujiu do it? Where did that rocket launcher come from? It must be the space ability. Mo Chujiu is not only an ice ability user, but also has the space ability. Didn't you notice that Mo Chujiu and the others disappeared at the moment of the explosion? Could it be that she was able to hide in her own space? The students began to discuss. One of the students looked at Zhou Tiantian, who was also a space user. Zhou Tiantian, aren't you also a space user? You space users can carry supplies, but can you also carry yourself? Zhou Tiantian, who was named, was a sweet-looking girl. She stood by the window, looking at Mo Chujiu below, and jealousy surged in her heart. Zhou Tiantian has been a favored girl since she was a child. She has a good family background, strong abilities, and is a 7th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. She originally thought that with her beauty and talent, she would definitely be a celebrity in the nationally renowned military academy. However, after Zhou Tiantian arrived at the military academy, she discovered that the most eye-catching girl was Mo Chujiu. Zhou Tiantian was originally dissatisfied, but today, when she saw Mo Chujiu carrying a rocket launcher, she admitted defeat. Zhou Tiantian was completely crushed in terms of appearance and strength. This jealousy made her dislike Mo Chujiu. So when someone called her out, Zhou Tiantian said unhappily, "How should I know? My spatial ability is only level 2, so I can't compare to that woman below." After hearing what Zhou Tiantian said, the student tactfully touched his nose and said no more. After Zhou Tiantian awakened her space ability, she became very conceited. Everyone knew that she was arrogant and was no longer surprised by her temper. On the battlefield, Su walked up to Mo Chujiu and asked curiously, "Girl, how come this zombie has 2 crystal cores? The giant zombie we encountered before also had dual abilities, so why did it only have 1 crystal core?" Mo Chujiu picked up 2 crystal cores and explained, "Zombies before level 4 are all beginner zombies with only 1 crystal core. but they advance very quickly. After level 4, their advancement will become slower, and their crystal cores will split. Zombies with several abilities will split into a corresponding number of crystal cores, which can speed up their energy absorption and advancement. Oh, so that's how it is? Su nodded in sudden realization. Mo Chujiu put away the crystal core and waved to the people upstairs, signaling them to come down. Upon seeing this, the students of the military academy all went downstairs. The people at the bloody base were already used to the bloody team's strength, so they weren't particularly surprised. However, the students at the military academy were different. They were all excited and talking about it. They really have at least level 3 abilities. Too strong. Didn't you notice? They all seem to be students from our military academy, especially the girl carrying the bazooka just now. Isn't that our school's most beautiful girl and the recipient of the highest scholarship ever? Mo Chujiu. It's her. She's really beautiful and cool. I like her so much. I wonder if she has a boyfriend? Don't dream. Even if she doesn't have a boyfriend, can you catch up with her? What are you talking about? I actually think that Brother Yi and Mo Chujiu are a perfect match. One is the school beauty and the other is the school hunk. Of course, they are a perfect match. The group of students began to discuss. At this time, someone asked, "By the way, where did Yi Mufeng go?" A student answered, "He is absorbing the crystal cores of the alien zombies in the basement. He said yesterday that he would be able to reach level 3 today, and asked me not to disturb him unless it was something important." The students nodded when they heard this. Although they would have been amazed at Yi Mufeng's upgrade to level 3 in the past, looking at the strength of Mo Chujiu and others at this moment, they felt that the upgrade speed could not be any faster than this. Su Rumeng was the first to walk out of the dormitory building. She came to Mo Chujiu, patted her on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, "Mo Chujiu, you are worthy of being the best student in the military academy. The teacher is proud of you." "Thank you, teacher." Mo Chujiu responded politely, his eyes full of determination and calmness. Chapter 69. Su Ruming's voice rang out in the dead silence of the playground, with a hint of confusion and uneasiness. "Mo Chujiu, why did you suddenly appear here? Although the military academy is outside Haicheng, there are many zombies outside. How did you get in?" Mo Chujiu approached from the window of the abandoned school building with a faint smile on her face, her eyes calm and firm. Then Mo Chujiu explained, "Instructor, we went into the city this time to get some equipment and medicines from the Medical Research Institute, and we also wanted to see if there were any survivors in the military academy. I didn't expect to meet you. In that case, please leave with us later." Su Ruming shook her head, looking a little tired. "You want to take us away?" "Impossible. There are zombies everywhere outside. We tried several times, but couldn't escape. Even if you're level 4 psychics, you can't break through the blockade of zombies." Mo Chujiu smiled slightly, with a hint of confidence in his eyes. "Instructor, didn't you just ask us how we got in? Didn't you hear the sound of the helicopter?" Su Rumring was stunned. Apparently, she hadn't thought much about it. "I heard it, but the rescue efforts have long been stopped. How could anyone come to save us?" Mo Chujiu's mouth corners slightly raised. "That helicopter is ours." Mo Chujiu looked around and continued, "Take the students and pack your luggage. I'll have someone send you to our bloody base or leave this city." Bloody base? The name sounds quite imposing. Su Rumeng seemed to be thinking about something. Su Rumeng suddenly remembered that she had just seen those superpowers who followed Mo Chujiu, and everyone was praising her base commander for being so powerful. Now that she thought about it, that base commander Mo was the Mo Chujiu in front of her. "Yes, the bloody base is mine." Mo Chujiu nodded, looking at Su Rumeng with burning eyes. "Coach Su, are you willing to join our bloody base? If you are willing, I will let Xin Qingyang send you back to the bloody base first. If you are not willing, I will also help you leave the city." Su Rumeng laughed. "I'm willing. Anyway, I have nowhere else to go. Just don't think that my rubbish level of ability is a burden to you guys." Mo Chujiu shook his head and said with a smile, "How could that be? Instructor Su, I'm worried that there's no one to help train my superpower army. It would be great if you could join us." Su Ruming's eyes softened a little. She nodded, but she was still a little worried. "You want to go to the Medical Research Institute? That's a zombie-hit area. There are tens of thousands of employees there. If you go in with so few people, aren't you courting death?" Mo Chujiu looked serious and said firmly, "I know it's dangerous there, but I have to go. This concerns the future of mankind." Su Ruming looked at Mo Chujiu, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. She knew her student well, and this child would do his best to do something once he decided on it. Su Rumring took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, since you want to go, I will accompany you. Although I am a second-level psychic, I can also kill some low-level zombies. Mo Chujiu smiled and looked at Su Ruming gratefully. Then let's fight together. But before that, we have to sort out the situation here. This place is relatively safe and can be used as a temporary rescue base. Instructor Su, can you help me arrange who is willing to stay and who wants to leave? Su Ruming nodded in agreement and immediately began to make arrangements. Mo Chujiu walked towards a group of students and said loudly, "Who is willing to join the bloody base and fight with me for survival?" Unexpectedly, all the students raised their hands. Mo Chujiu's eyes flashed with relief, but she still said seriously, "Joining the bloody base means that you have to kill zombies by yourself to get points in exchange for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Are you ready?" Chapter 70. As soon as Mo Chujiu finished speaking, the students who were originally full of hope were instantly stunned. The smiles on the faces of those who were just excited to finally escape and live a stable life froze. Do they have to earn supplies by killing zombies? The zombies in the school had been cleared out long ago, which meant they had to leave this relatively safe place and face the zombie hordes outside. After the apocalypse broke out, they did try to escape. That time, as soon as they stepped out of the school gate, they ran into a group of zombies head-on, and they were so scared that they fled in panic. In that tragic escape, more than 60 students never returned. Now, Mo Chujiu actually let them face those terrible monsters again, which was simply sending them to death. Mo Chujiu, isn't the base yours? A girl named Zhou Tiantian finally couldn't help but explode. Zhou Tiantian's eyes widened, full of dissatisfaction and anger. Why do you still let us kill zombies in exchange for supplies? We are all students of the same school. Can't you open a back door for us and find us some easier jobs? Do you know how dangerous it is out there? The last time we went out, we were almost wiped out. Are you going to save us or force us to die? Mo Chujiu glanced at her indifferently and sneered. I said, everything is voluntary. If you want to go to my base, you have to abide by my rules. If you don't want to go, I can also send you away from Haicheng. If you don't even want to do this, then you can continue to stay here. Are you threatening me? If I stay here, what will I eat? What will I drink? Will the food stored in the school be enough to last me a lifetime? Zhou Tiantian became more and more excited, and his voice became louder and louder. Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows and said in a cold tone, "Oh, am I your mother? Do I have to control what you eat and drink?" Zhou Tiantian's face turned red with anger. Zhou Tiantian, shut up! Su Ruming's voice suddenly interrupted. Su Ruming stared at Zhou Tiantian sternly and said bluntly, "It's the end of the world now. Can you control your temper? Still thinking of using a backdoor? Who do you think you are? I have a good relationship with Mo Chujiu, but I have never thought of using a backdoor for her. Who do you think you are?" Su Ruming had always disliked this spoiled student, and she had long been fed up with Zhou Tiantian's attitude. Today, she finally had the chance to reprimand her, and she was not polite. Mo Chujiu looked at Su Ruming standing up for him, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Teacher, with our relationship, you can actually ask for help through the back door. Your student, can support you for the rest of your life. The teacher has hands, feet, and special powers, so he doesn't need you to support him. But he is not as shameless as some people who want to eat and drink for free even though they are not related to him." Su Ruming curled her lips and spoke with sarcasm, looking at Zhou Tiantian, whose face turned pale with anger. "Who said I'm going to eat and drink for free? I'm just a level 1 psychic, a space psychic at that. If I go out to kill zombies, isn't that just seeking death?" Zhou Tiantian was so angry that her voice was shaking. Then, Zhou Tiantian shouted angrily, "I just want to find a safer job. Is that wrong?" Su stood up and said mercilessly, "Your tone doesn't sound like you're begging for help, but rather like you're looking for trouble. I think you just can't accept it, and you think Mo Chujiu is suppressing you, right?" Shin Qingyang next to him also interrupted and laughed. "Oh, I remember you. In the past, someone on the school forum always compared you with Mo Chujiu, comparing beauty, fighting skills, popularity, and everything else, but you lost in every case. Then you won once, but it was revealed that you bought the tickets yourself. TSK, you are really jealous." The students around nodded in agreement, and the discussion became louder and louder. Zhou Tiantian's face turned red, and her eyes turned red with anger. She glared at Mo Chujiu fiercely and said, "Okay, you are strong. They all side with you and bully me. I give in, okay." After that, she turned around and rushed back to the dormitory building. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu shrugged helplessly. She felt that she had done nothing, but somehow became a thorn in Zhou Tiantian's side. What about you? Do you also think that Mo Chujiu should support you for nothing and treat you like masters? Su Rumeng glanced at the other students with a gaze as sharp as a knife. No, instructor, we don't think so. Yes, we are students of the military academy. How can we be so spineless? Student Mo Chujiu, don't worry. Although we are not as powerful as you, we are not cowards who are afraid of death. I want to follow you, kill zombies together, and improve myself. I want one too. At one point, most of the students expressed their opinions, vowing to survive in this doomsday on their own and never become a burden. But there were also a few students without special powers who lowered their heads and dared not speak. They were afraid and thought they were not capable of fighting the zombies. They had originally thought of relying on school connections to get an easy job, but after seeing Zhou Tiantian's fate, they also kept their mouths shut. Mo Chujiu watched the students' expressions change. Seeing that most of them were still full of fighting spirit, she nodded with satisfaction. Very good. In that case, you can stay. Within this week, I will help you improve your ability level. The improvement from level 1 to level 3 is easy. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee that most of you can reach level 3 within a week. Chapter 71. What did you say? A student's eyes widened, his voice full of astonishment and disbelief. Within a few days, we can all be promoted to level 3? Mo Chujiu just smiled faintly, her eyes as sharp as a knife, and answered calmly. That's right. Her words were simple and straightforward, but seemed to carry some kind of unquestionable power. How is this possible? Another person exclaimed in disbelief. Mo Chujiu tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowed, as if she was examining this person. Yi Mufeng is a speedster. By absorbing the crystal cores of alien zombies, he was able to reach level 3 in just a few days. If he can do it, you can do it too. Her voice was firm, with a cold confidence in her words. But he hunts by himself. Where can we find so many crystal cores of alien zombies? Someone in the crowd murmured. Yeah, let's go outside. With our level, we'll probably be torn to pieces by zombies as soon as we go out. Another student said tremblingly. Mo Chujiu frowned slightly, his expression calm, and looked around at those faces full of fear, and finally smiled coldly. Don't worry, I won't let you go to die. Mo Chujiu glanced at the watch on his wrist and said in a steady voice, It's noon now. Let's go eat first and gather at the playground at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The students hesitated for a moment, but eventually dispersed, walking towards the cafeteria in 2s and 3s, discussing Mo Chujiu's words in low voices. Su Rumeng came forward at this time, her eyes full of concern. You all don't have any luggage. Why don't you come with me to the cafeteria to eat something? Mo Chujiu smiled, his eyebrows curved with a hint of cunning. No need, Instructor Su. Let's go to your room, and I'll make you a special meal. Su Rumeng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh, I almost forgot that you were a space ability user. Okay, then I wouldn't be polite. Afterwards, Su Rumeng patted Mo Chujiu on the shoulder and led her towards the teacher's apartment. The teacher's apartment was larger than the student dormitory, but very simple, with only a single bed and an old wooden table. After entering the room, Su Rumeng let out a long breath and leaned against the table, looking a little tired. There was some relaxation in her eyes, but more of it was fatigue and worry that could not be hidden. I haven't been back for a few days. I can finally take a break. Su Rumeng sighed. Mo Chujiu looked at her, smiled slightly, and said in a light tone, The end of the world is not over yet, and the days of anxiety are still long. There was a hint of sarcasm in her voice, but also a certain fearlessness. Su Rumeng smiled bitterly and sighed. You don't know how we managed to get through these days. Her voice was a little hoarse, and painful memories emerged in her eyes. After the apocalypse broke out, they tried to escape the city several times, but were besieged by swarms of zombies and suffered heavy losses. In the end, they had to retreat inside the school, using the high walls as a barrier. But soon, the alien zombies appeared. They climbed as if they were walking on flat ground, moved as fast as lightning, moved like ghosts in the dark, and hid themselves in the shadows of the walls during the day. Every time they appeared, they would take away several lives. We thought we just had to wait for rescue at school, but those monsters kept coming in, and there was nowhere to escape. Su Rumeng's voice was very low, and a hint of gloom flashed in her eyes. Mo Chujiu didn't say anything, but just waved his hand lightly, and an exquisite dining table instantly appeared in the center of the empty room, filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. Su Rumeng was stunned, her eyes revealing an unconcealable surprise. Mo Chujiu, I didn't expect you could bring out so many good things. She picked up the chopsticks impatiently, her eyes full of desire, as if she hadn't seen delicious food for years. Teacher, just eat as much as you can today, Mo Chujiu said with a smile, and served Su Ruming a bowl of steaming rice. Seeing this, Su Ruming didn't bother to say anything else and just buried her head in eating, as if only at this moment could she forget this damn end of the world. After lunch, students and members of the Bloody Base gathered on the playground. The sun was dazzling, but it could not dispel the haze in everyone's hearts. Mo Chujiu stood in front of the team, her eyes sharp. All those with speed abilities, stand up. Her voice was filled with majesty and the power of command. 7 people came out in response. One of them was particularly eye-catching. He was tall and slender, wearing a military green camouflage uniform, black boots, with an evil look in his eyes, and exuding an unruly aura from head to toe. Seeing Mo Chujiu's eyes on him, he raised a cynical smile and teased, "Hey, little beauty, are you fascinated by me?" Chapter 72. Mo Chujiu frowned slightly, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. She asked directly, "What's your name? Are you a level 3 speed-type mutant?" "Wow, Mo Chujiu, you don't even know me?" Yi Mufeng opened his eyes exaggeratedly, as if he had heard something incredible. "Aren't you the campus belle of this school?" "I'm Yi Mufeng. I'm the campus hunk here. How can a campus belle not know the campus hunk?" Yi Mufeng pretended to be hurt and looked at Mo Chujiu, with a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Yi Mufeng?" Mo Chujiu frowned slightly, and after a moment she suddenly realized. She recalled her past life. Yi Mufeng, the captain of the 22-man team. She didn't expect that the real Yi Mufeng was so slutty. Mo Chujiu looked Yi Mufeng up and down, and had to admit that this guy was indeed very handsome. Unlike Song Jusi, who was the cool and domineering type of handsome, Yi Mufeng was the typical ruffian type. "It's me. What, you remembered it?" Yi Mufeng smiled proudly when he saw Mo Chujiu's expression of sudden enlightenment. He had always been confident that with his good looks, there would be no female students who didn't recognize him. Even the school belle was no exception. Mo Chujiu responded perfunctorily, then turned his gaze to other speed users. Mo Chujiu suddenly shouted, "The school gate will be open later. The 7 of you will be the bait." Led those zombies into the dormitory building. "Remember, 1 person enters each dormitory building. Don't gather in a group." "What? Mo Chujiu, you are not serious?" Yi Mufeng swallowed, his face full of disbelief. "What? Are you scared?" Mo Chujiu glanced at Yi Mufeng, his eyes full of challenge. Yi Mufeng's expression froze for a moment. Then he shrugged and said, "This is not a question of whether or not to be afraid. You can lead the zombies into the building, but what about after they get in? I remind you, once the door is pushed open by a large number of zombies, it will be difficult to close it again. A few days ago, we wanted to escape from the military academy, but there were too many zombies and we failed. When we returned, a large number of zombies chased us and the door was almost knocked open. If it weren't for Instructor Lee, who sacrificed himself and used his wit ability to swing out vines to attract those zombies, we would have been wiped out." Speaking of this, Yi Mufeng's eyes were slightly red, obviously touching his emotions. Instructor Lee was his mentor and like a relative to him. Mo Chujiu looked at Yi Mufeng's expression and said calmly, "Don't worry about this. I have a way to prevent a large number of zombies from rushing in." Yi Mufeng's expression became serious when he heard this, no longer smiling as before. "This is not a question of whether you tell us or not. You have to explain the plan clearly, otherwise we can't cooperate with you casually." Seeing the other party's distrust, Mo Chujiu nodded slightly and decided to do something to prove himself. "Very good. Since you want to know, then I will let you see it." Mo Chujiu turned to look at Mi Xiaoqi beside him. Mi Xiaoqi, a 10-meter water wall. Mi Xiaoqi is a level 4 supernatural being who can condense a 10-meter-high water wall. With a wave of her hand, a tall water wall suddenly appeared on the playground. Mo Chujiu raised her hand, and the water wall instantly condensed into solid ice and a chill. Although she could not condense such a huge ice wall alone, the cooperation between her and Mi Xiaoqi multiplied the protective effect. Can this ice wall stop the zombies? Yi Mufeng was still skeptical. He was worried that once the zombies rushed in, the ice wall would not be able to hold up and all of them would die. "You'll know after you try it," Mo Chujiu said calmly, and then ordered another psychic. "Lin Jin, enlarge your form, and then hit it with all your strength." Without saying anything, Lin Jin's body instantly expanded to 2.5 meters tall. The muscles of a power-type mutant glowed in the light. He roared and rushed towards the ice wall with all his strength. With a loud bang, the ice wall did not move at all, but Lin Jin was bounced back hard and fell heavily. Mo Chujiu looked at everyone and explained calmly, Lin Jin is a level 3 peak power mutant. The impact he just made is equivalent to a large truck moving at full speed. Evaluate for yourselves whether this ice wall can stop the zombies. There was an uproar all around, and the students whispered, damn, a power-type mutant. Even the big iron gate of our school couldn't withstand his attack just now. Yes, if he can break through the iron door, but cannot break through the ice wall, then the zombies will not be able to break through it either. The protective effect of this ice wall is really unexpected, the students said with emotion. Hearing everyone's discussion, Mo Chujiu's mouth curled up slightly. This is only the first level of protection. I also have a second level of protection. A gleam of light flashed in Mo Chujiu's eyes, and with a thought, 18 fighter jets, 15 drones, and a transport helicopter suddenly appeared on the playground. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my god, Mo Chujiu, where did you get these weapons? These are all military equipment from Country M. Are you the legendary person who emptied the M country's arsenal before the end of the world? That's so cool, said a student. Mo Chujiu waved his hand and said calmly, it's not an arsenal, but something from the aircraft carrier of Country M. These planes are enough to destroy the zombies nearby. The problem is that we in the Blood Base can fly helicopters, but we can't operate fighter jets and drones. I took these things out to ask if any one of you can use them. If so, we'll do something big. However, the students' original excitement and anticipation quickly dissipated, and everyone became dejected. They were students at the Army Academy, and the equipment of the Air Force was like a mystery to them. They were familiar with small drones, which were completely different from large equipment such as fighter jets. Chapter 73. Mo Chujiu. These things are not taught in our school's curriculum, but I have flown a helicopter before, Instructor Su said after pondering for a moment. Mo Chujiu frowned when she heard this, feeling a little regretful, but not depressed. In her plan, fighter jets and drones were just icing on the cake, and the plan could still go on smoothly without them. Instructor Su, since you can fly a helicopter, you will be responsible for leading me and Mi Xiaoqi to build an ice wall at the gate. After the ice wall is built, you will lead us to attract the attention of the zombies and lead them away. Mo Chujiu made the arrangements straightforwardly. No problem. Instructor Su agreed readily. Mo Chujiu turned to the speedsters, his eyes cold and sharp. Later, you guys go open the door to lure out the zombies. When the zombies see you, they'll run away like crazy. You don't have to worry about closing the door. I'll decide when to close it based on the number of zombies. The 7 speedsters looked at each other and nodded in understanding. The rest of you can use these knives or your own superpowers to ambush in the dormitory building and hunt zombies. After the zombies are killed, the crystal cores must be handed over to me. I will distribute the crystal cores according to the type and level of your superpowers. Mo Chujiu's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his tone revealed a majesty that could not be refused. Remember, no matter whether you have superpowers or how low your superpower levels are, you must take this opportunity to train yourself well. Only if you have strong abilities can you live better in the end times. Do you understand? Mo Chujiu added. Understood. Don't worry, we will do our best, everyone answered in unison. Hearing everyone's response, Mo Chujiu nodded slightly. Okay, now you are divided into 7 teams. Enter the men's dormitory from Building 1 to Building 7 respectively, and hide. When the speedsters lead the zombies in, you will start to act. Pay attention to your own safety. Okay. The crowd quickly divided into 7 teams, and each moved towards the designated dormitory building. Just then, Zhou Tiantian and 5 ordinary people walked up to Mo Chujiu with an unfriendly look on their faces. Mo Chujiu, didn't you say that if we don't want to join the Crimson Base, you would help us leave the city? Several of us don't want to join your base, so send us out now, Zhou Tiantian urged in a bad tone. Although the other people didn't say anything, their expressions showed the same meaning. They were all ordinary people, without any special abilities. If the zombies came in later, they felt that they would have no choice but to die. I'll send someone to take you away in the evening. Mo Chujiu was too lazy to say more. He left after saying this. However, Zhou Tan blocked her way again, his face gloomy. No, you have to send us away now. We are just ordinary people. You're going to bring zombies in later. Isn't this the same as sending us to die? Now. Immediately. Right now. Otherwise you will regret it. Mo Chujiu's eyes turned cold, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Oh, Zhongan, right? You also said that you wanted my help. Since it is help, then helping is a favor, and not helping is my duty. If you keep making noise like this, I will take back what I said this morning and let you stay here forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chujiu turned and left, leaving Zhou Tiantian and the other 5 people with gloomy expressions. Zhou Tiantian stared at Mo Chujiu's back with hatred, gritting her teeth, wishing she could rush up and tear her apart. However, she knew that Mo Chujiu was their only hope to leave here, so she couldn't act rashly. In desperation, Zhou Tiantian stamped her feet hard, turned around, and walked towards the girls' dormitory, and the others followed. After all, Mo Chujiu said that they would lead the zombies to the boys' dormitory area, so the girls' dormitory should be relatively safe. Half an hour later, the gate of the military academy was opened, and 7 speedsters stood at the gate. Yi Mufeng held a loudspeaker from the vegetable market given by Mo Chujiu and began to sing loudly. Although the lyrics were passionate, Yi Mufeng's singing was simply like the howling of ghosts and wolves. The other 6 speedsters covered their ears with disgust. However, this ghostly and wolf-howling song attracted the attention of the zombies. After hearing the song, the zombies in the distance turned around and rushed towards the gate of the military academy. A huge black tide of zombies rushed towards them, with no end in sight. Seeing the zombies rushing towards them, the speedsters ran away. Yi Mufeng also dropped his megaphone and ran for his life. At the same time, Instructor Su took off in a helicopter with the members of the Bloody Squad. For safety, Xiao Pingyue was also taken on the helicopter. The helicopter hovered at the school gate, waiting for the opportunity. Mo Chujiu stood in the cabin and saw that most of the zombies had already entered the school. She nodded to Miss Xiaoqi and said, Xiaoqi, place the water wall close to the gate. Understood, Miss Xiaoqi responded, then waved his hand and manipulated the water element to quickly condense a water wall at the gate. The water wall quickly blocked the gate. The first and second level zombies crashed into the water wall and were repelled by the huge rebound force, but several third level zombies easily penetrated the water wall. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu waved his hand, and the water wall instantly condensed into a thick ice wall. Then several level 3 zombies that tried to pass through suddenly crashed into the ice wall, but were blocked back. Roar! Roar! Several level 3 zombies roared angrily and rammed the ice wall frantically. One of the level 3 fire zombies condensed a fireball and prepared to attack the ice wall. Mo Chujiu smiled coldly and casually swung out a few ice cones, accurately shooting through the heads of the third-level zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The third-level zombie fell to the ground with its brain bursting. At this time, the zombies were divided into 3 groups. One group was frantically attacking the ice wall, one group was instinctively climbing the high wall next to the gate, and the last group was howling under the helicopter trying to catch the people on the plane. Mo Chujiu calmly tied a piece of pork belly to the rope. In order to make it more attractive, she also poured a bag of blood from the hospital on the human flesh. The smell of human blood immediately filled the air, instantly attracting the attention of all the zombies. The zombies that were crashing into the ice wall and climbing the wall turned around and rushed towards Mo Chujiu and others in midair. Chapter 74, Instructor Su, take us to the city center. Mo Chujiu instructed. The helicopter slowly took off and headed for the city center. The zombies below were like hungry beasts, attracted by the bloody smell of pork belly and frantically chased the helicopter. The zombies along the way joined in this strange pursuit. Soon, the zombie swarm was like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, dense and overwhelming. Their footsteps echoed on the land, and their roars were like tearing notes, which made people feel terrified. The survivors in the city center, standing at the windows of high-rise buildings, saw this scene and started cursing. Damn it! Who the hell are these people? They brought in all the zombies from outside the city. Don't they want to kill us? A survivor shouted angrily. We can't get out now. Even if we save the food, it's only enough for 1 month. By then we'll either starve to death or be eaten by zombies. Another person said in despair. A little girl cried and asked her father, Dad, I'm so scared. Will the zombies rush in? Will we die? The little girl's father hugged her tightly and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Zombies are not smart. As long as we don't open the corridor door, they can't get in. But he knew that the food in the house could only last for a week at most. After a week, even if the zombies couldn't get in, they would have no way to go. When the helicopter led the zombies to the city center, Missouri Chujiu threw the meat on the rope down and signaled Instructor Su to raise the helicopter. After the zombies could no longer sense the human presence on the helicopter, they gave up the chase and began to scramble for the pork belly on the ground. The helicopter landed on the roof of a large residential complex, where there was a helipad where it could be parked. Mo Chujiu arranged. Mi Xiaoqi used the radio to contact Lin Jin and Shun Qingyang to see what the situation is like over there and whether they can handle it. Mi Xiaoqi acted quickly, and after receiving their affirmative response, Mo Chujiu turned to look at little Pengyu. Pengyu, feel around to see if there are any survivors? Little Pengyu closed her eyes, opened them after a moment, and said, Sister, this building has the most survivors, about 30 or 40 people. The other buildings are too far away, and I can't sense how many people there are. Okay, Xiao Pingwa, just stay on the helicopter and play. This will help you pass the time. Mo Chujiu smiled and handed her a bag of snacks and a comic book. Okay. Little Pengyu took it obediently and smiled brightly. Mo Chujiu rubbed her hair and then got off the helicopter. Su followed closely behind him and asked with a smile, Girl, do you want to save these people? Well, since we have led most of the zombies to the city center, it will be more difficult for people here to survive. Today we will rescue the survivors in this community first, and then rescue people in other places after our people are upgraded to level 3. This is safer. Mo Chujiu replied. How to save them? Su frowned and looked at the community, reminding, There are many zombies here, and the rooftop can't be shut down. The rooftops of other floors can't be shut down either. If the survivors can't get through, we can't get through either. Let's find out the situation first. Mo Chujiu walked towards the security door on the top floor and tried to turn the door handle, but found that the door was locked. Locked? Su asked when seeing this. Well, it looks like I have to jump out of the window into the 28th floor and then open the door from the inside. Mo Chujiu took out a rope from the space and prepared to jump down. Su waved her to stop. She used her wood power to summon vines, wrapped them around the iron railings on the roof, pulled them, and after confirming that they were firm, she slid down the vines to the balcony on the 28th floor. Then, Su kicked the balcony glass to pieces and jumped in swiftly. The residents on the 28th floor were a family of 5, and they all turned into zombies. Su quickly dealt with them, picked up the crystal core, opened the door, and walked out. The door opposite was open, but there was no one inside. Su climbed up from the 28th floor and opened the security door leading to the roof. After Mo Chujiu came in, he quickly entered each room and emptied out the food and mineral water inside. Everyone walked down along the safe passage, pried open the doors on each floor one by one, cleared out the zombies, and collected supplies. Almost every floor had an empty room with an open door. Mo Chujiu speculated that some residents might have managed to escape and brought the zombies with them. In the safe passage, they occasionally encountered a few low-level zombies, which were quickly cleared out. Although there were many zombies in the community, there were not many zombies on each floor because most of them were locked in their homes, which was not difficult for Mo Chujiu. When Mo Chujiu arrived at the 16th floor, he finally met a living person. But when Mo Chujiu pried open the door and tried to enter, he found that the door was blocked from the inside. Mo Chujiu let go of the door handle and said as gently as possible, Don't be afraid, people inside. We are from the Bloody Base, and we are here to rescue you. Open the door quickly. Bloody Base? Never heard of it. You must want to steal food. I tell you, we have no food left. Get out of here. Otherwise, we will both die together. The person inside spoke in a tough tone, but there was obvious fear in his voice. They recently heard wailing sounds coming from other buildings. Apparently, the survivors whose food had been stolen were crying in despair. Mo Chujiu sighed, shook his head, and said, We are here to rescue people. If you don't believe me, forget it. But I remind you that the downstairs is full of zombies. You won't be able to hide here for long. If you don't come with us today, you won't have a chance in the future. After saying that, Mo Chujiu continued to walk down. Saving people was an option for her, but she would not force others. Chapter 75. Wait a minute. A hurried shout came from behind, and then the security door was opened. A young man stood at the door, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. He looked to be in his 30s, wearing a brand-name casual outfit, tall but thin. Behind the man was a little girl wearing a Lolita skirt, who looked about 3 or 4 years old, like an exquisite doll. Are you really from the Bloody Base? The man looked at the 3 people at the door and relaxed his vigilance a little. Mo Chujiu, Mi Xiaoqi, and Su did not look like bad people. Guaranteed genuine. Mo Chujiu responded indifferently. Come in. The man opened the door and motioned for them to go in. Mo Chujiu waved his hand and rejected his invitation. We don't have much time. You pack your things, and we will come up to pick you up later. We still have to go downstairs to save people. Before he finished speaking, a zombie howl suddenly came from the room. The sound was full of ferocity and hunger. Mo Chujiu and others stopped and looked alert. Are there zombies in your house? Su asked. The man nodded, with a complex emotion in his eyes. Yes, she is my wife. We locked her in the bedroom. As long as we don't make any noise, she won't scream. He looked at the door that was banging loudly, his eyes tender and painful. Mo Chujiu's eyes moved between him and the door, and he asked, She's not safe here. Do you want us to help you eliminate her? No, you can't. The man suddenly became excited and shook his head quickly with a look of panic. You don't understand. She can still move and scream now, which is better than turning into a cold corpse. Please, let her stay here. We will lock her up and won't let her hurt anyone else. The man's eyes were full of pleading. The little girl immediately stood in front of the door with her arms outstretched like an old hen protecting her cubs and shouted in a baby voice, You can't hurt my mother. You can't. The little girl's eyes were full of fear and stubbornness, as if she was desperately trying to protect her last family member. Mo Chujiu looked at the father and daughter and sighed helplessly. Forget it, if you want to keep her, then keep her. After that, Mo Chujiu led everyone to continue walking down. She knew that in this apocalypse, one more zombie was nothing. Mo Chujiu searched floor by floor and rescued 47 survivors, most of whom were ordinary people without awakened superpowers. Mo Chujiu asked them to pack their luggage and prepare to move to the rooftop. When Mo Chujiu reached the 14th floor, he suddenly heard a child crying from upstairs. Mo Chujiu rushed upstairs in 2 steps and found that it was indeed the little girl in the Lolita skirt. Dad, Mama, don't you want Tong Tong anymore? Tong Tong doesn't want to go with the big sisters. Tong Tong wants Daddy, Mommy. The little girl stood in front of her house, knocking hard on the door, crying out of breath. At her feet was a large package containing several large buckets of milk powder, some children's clothes, shoes, socks, food, and purified water. There were roars of zombies coming from inside the door. Enraged by the crying of the little girl, they banged on the door frantically. Mo Chujiu squatted down, frowned, and asked, Tong Tong, what's going on? The little girl sobbed and replied, Sister, Dad asked me to get something out and wait outside the door. But he closed the door and said sorry to Tong Tong and asked Tong Tong to go with the big sisters. Tong Tong didn't want to go with the big sisters. Tong Tong only wants Daddy and Mommy. The little guy was crying so hard that he was out of breath. Mo Chujiu was overwhelmed. She cursed the young man in her heart, but decided to take care of the matter. After all, children are the future of mankind. In the past, the big bases and bunkers protected children for the hope of mankind. Mi Xiaoqi, take Tong Tong and these people to the roof first. Contact Lin Jin and the others and ask them how the zombies are being cleared out. If it's done, take these people over in 2 batches. Mo Chujiu said. Okay. Mi Xiaoqi picked up Tong Tong from the ground and turned to go upstairs. But Tong Tong struggled wildly in her arms, not only crying for his mother, but also bit Mi Xiaoqi hard. Ah! How dare you bite me, kid? Mi Xiaoqi screamed in pain and almost threw her out, but she didn't dare to do so. She quickly put the little girl on the ground. After the little girl broke free, she ran back to her door and cried even more miserably. Mi Xiaoqi looked at Mo Chujiu helplessly and asked for help. How about throwing them in? Let their family be reunited. Mo Chujiu frowned, thinking about the feasibility of this approach. She hated this kind of crying child, although she felt that this was not humane. But if she cried in her ears every day looking for her parents, she couldn't stand it. Isn't this bad? Mi Xiaoqi quickly shook his head. Mo Chujiu also shook her head. Although she was just thinking about it, she couldn't actually do it. You two get out of the way and watch me. Su walked forward. Can you coax children? Mo Chujiu asked in surprise. Su rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, Children can't be coaxed. If you want to stop her from crying, you have to use this. She took out a small box from her pocket, took out a long silver needle, and quickly stabbed it into the back of the girl's neck while the little girl wasn't paying attention. The little girl was crying loudly just now, but now she immediately closed her eyes and fell asleep. Su quickly caught her and handed her to Mi Xiaoqi's arms. Su, what are you doing? You didn't kill her, did you? Mi Xiaoqi was startled and quickly checked the little girl's breathing. He was relieved to find that she was still alive. What are you thinking? Am I that cruel? Su explained with a smile. This is called acupuncture with silver needles. I just pierced her sleepiness point. She needs to sleep for a while. The others were relieved when they heard this. After all, they didn't want anything to happen to the little girl in this situation. Chapter 76 Healing Zombies. Mi Xiaoqi carried Tong Tong and led everyone to the roof, and asked Instructor Su to fly these ordinary people to the military academy in a helicopter. After everyone went up to the rooftop, Mo Chujiu opened the door directly. Suddenly, a male zombie and a female zombie jumped out. The male zombie was the young man who had just spoken to her. A piece of flesh had been bitten off his neck, exposing his throat. Blood was flowing down his throat, making him look particularly hideous. The other female zombie is a beautiful zombie. Except for her abnormal bluish-white skin, she looked no different from an ordinary person. Mo Chujiu saw two zombies rushing towards him and dodged while kicking the female zombie away. At the same time, she raised her blaster and aimed it at the male zombie's head. With a bang, the gun went off. The male zombie's head exploded immediately. A first-level fire zombie crystal core fell down. At this time, the female zombie rushed over again. Mo Chujiu quickly stepped back to avoid being touched by the female zombie's claws. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more bullets were fired, and all 3 bullets hit the female zombie. Explosions were heard one after another. But something strange happened. The wounds caused by the explosion were actually healing slowly. Moreover, the female zombie seemed to have no sense of pain and still rushed forward to attack Mo Chujiu with its fangs and claws bared. Mo Chujiu dodged sideways. Su waved the vines and hit the female zombie's back. Snap! A muffled sound. There was a dark red blood mark on the back of the female zombie. The blood mark was so deep that the spine could be vaguely seen inside. Su saw that the female zombie's body stiffened for a moment, and then the wound that was deep enough to see the bone healed quickly. Wow, what kind of superpower is this? How can the wound heal automatically? Su was extremely surprised. At this time, the zombies changed direction. It suddenly went crazy, grabbed Su fiercely, and bit her with its mouth full of sharp teeth. Su naturally would not let it catch her, so she quickly dodged to the side. This is a zombie with healing abilities, and look at the speed at which its wounds heal. It should have reached level 4. As long as the crystal core of this kind of zombie does not come out, no matter how many wounds it has, the wounds on its body can heal quickly. Even if there is only one head left, that head can still chase people. It's best to kill it with a blaster. Su, remember I said you are a dual-powered person, and one of your powers is healing? This thing will be very useful to you. Be careful, and don't let it run away. Mo Chujiu's words made Su excited. It turned out to be a healing zombie. No wonder he was so powerful. Got it. Don't worry. Although this guy is not easy to kill, his fighting ability is indeed a bit weak. Leave it to me, Su said as she swung the vines and wrapped them around the healing zombie's neck. Then he grabbed with his hand, and the vines tightened. Snap! The healing zombie's neck broke instantly. The broken head flew up and bit Su again, just as Mo Chujiu said. After being shot in the head by Su, the crystal core rolled down and fell to the ground. Su picked up the crystal core of the healing zombie and said with a smile, "Thank you. I'll keep it for now." "Oh," Mo Chujiu responded, then glanced around the house and found that there was nothing he needed, so he put the supplies at the door into the space. Then he turned around and walked upstairs. Before leaving, she looked back at the male zombie, whose head had been blown off. She really couldn't understand the man's choice to abandon his young daughter and let the little girl struggle to survive alone in the apocalypse. Is it really worth it to choose to become a monster that is neither human nor ghost? Mo Chujiu shook his head and walked away. Mo Chujiu and Su returned to the rooftop, but the helicopter was nowhere to be seen. Mi Xiaoqi was left on the rooftop with more than 20 survivors, waiting for the next helicopter to arrive. Mo Chujiu walked up to those people and asked, "Tell me as much as you can about the situation in this community. This will make it easier for us to go to other buildings to rescue people." "Girl, are you going to other buildings to rescue people? This is quite difficult. Our building is building number 7, which has 2 units in total. If you go to Unit 2 to rescue people, it's fine. You can just go through the corridor on the 19th floor. But going to other buildings is a bit difficult. There are a lot of zombies, whether downstairs or in the underground garage. We didn't have much food left at home, and we had thought about escaping before. But when we got to the underground garage, we found there were too many zombies, so we ran back. As for downstairs, you saw it too. There are zombies everywhere, and you only have 3 little girls. There is no way you can kill them all. one of the gray-haired old ladies advised. Mo Chujiu nodded when she heard this. If that was the case, she would only be able to wait for the helicopter to come back before going to rescue people. With only one helicopter, it is very difficult to rescue survivors in a place with many zombies. Little girl, if you go to rescue people at number 11, number 13, or number 15, you must be careful. There are demons in those buildings who steal food and kill people. In the past 2 days, every night, there are cries for help from the robbed people, as well as various cruel screams, which are particularly creepy. Another enthusiastic aunt stepped forward to give a reminder. They don't just kill and rob. Every night you can hear girls begging for mercy and screaming. Those are some damn beasts. So little girl, you better not go there. Although you are good at killing zombies. But those people are scarier than zombies. Yes. It's better not to go there easily. Listening to everyone's dissuasion, Mo Chujiu frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Thank you for your concern. I will act according to the situation." After Mo Chujiu finished speaking, he asked me Xiaoqi to continue guarding here, and he and Su Su went directly to the corridor on the 19th floor. In any case, this building looks safe. Let's rescue the survivors first. Probably because they were afraid of zombies coming in, both ends of the corridor door were locked from the inside. However, the door was made of glass. Mo Chujiu directly took out a big hammer from the space and smashed the glass in one go. The sound of breaking glass attracted several zombies roaming on this floor. These zombies looked like a family of 3, and the couple did not have any wounds on their bodies. The boy, who looked to be about 8 or 9 years old, was missing a hand and his face was covered in blood. I think the couple were infected with the virus first. The boy was so scared that he tried to escape from the elevator, but before he could open the elevator, he was caught by his biological parents. Chapter 77 Python Squad. The 3 zombies saw Mo Chujiu and Su Su and rushed towards them with roars. Mo Chujiu dodged to the side and avoided the attack of these low-level zombies. Su Su waved her hand and 3 vines flew out from her palm, binding the 3 zombies tightly. After Mo Chujiu dug out the crystal core with the samurai sword, he walked upstairs. 3 level 1 zombies, not very lethal. They couldn't even generate any superpowers. Mo Chujiu and Su Su started searching from the top floor downwards. Other places were no different from Unit 1. When Mo Chujiu and Su Su arrived at the 17th floor, they found something strange. All the doors were still closed, but the zombies inside had all their heads chopped off. The crystal core inside has also disappeared. Girl, there should be someone cleaning up the zombies in this building. Mo Chujiu nodded, searched the room, and found that all the food and drinks were gone. Mo Chujiu and Su Su searched room by room, as usual. When we reached the 10th floor, we finally found the group of people. This is a team of 13 people, led by a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s. They were walking upstairs from downstairs, and each of them had a foul smell on them. Mo Chujiu knew that it was the rotten smell of the zombies. Mo Chujiu was trying to pry the lock of a house at the time. When he saw those people coming up, he immediately straightened up vigilantly and looked at them. "Who are you? From Unit 1? What do you want to do by breaking into our house?" The uncle who was in the lead shouted coldly when he saw this. "We are from the Scarlet Base, and we are here to search for survivors." Mo Chujiu said lightly. Your search and rescue method is a bit peculiar. You didn't ask at the door if there was anyone inside. Instead, you opened the door and pried the lock directly. You seem more like a thief stealing supplies, right? The middle-aged uncle sneered. "Uncle, how can you say that? We do need the supplies. That's also based on the principle of not wasting food. Even if you pile up all the food in your entire building, no, the entire community, it's still not something we at the Bloody Base can look at, understand? We are here to save people, believe it or not." Su Su hugged her chest and retorted without any hesitation. Little girl, you're quite hot-tempered. Are you from the Bloody Base? Not to mention that the entire Haicheng city is full of zombies. Even this community is full of zombies. Even the military bunker doesn't want to waste resources to save us. It's so funny that your Scarlet Base can send people to rescue us. Even if the Scarlet Base has good intentions, how did you get here? Little girl, I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. You want to deceive us? You are still young. Go back to your unit. If you really don't have any supplies, go to the 18th floor or above. We have taken the supplies from other floors. I advise you not to attack us. Otherwise, The middle-aged man looked at Mo Chujiu and Su Su and smiled, with a threatening look in his eyes. He thought Mo Chujiu and Su Su were thieves who stole supplies. "Uncle, You have a very rich imagination. If you send someone up to take a look, you will know whether we are rescue workers or not. Or, can we go up and take a look together? Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows. The middle-aged man frowned, thought for a moment, nodded and agreed. Anyway, there is no harm in following these two girls to take a look. Although there are many survivors in Unit 1, most of them have locked themselves in their rooms. They are a bunch of cowards who dare not come out to fight against their fate. I don't think they can pose any threat to their Python team. But if what these two girls said was true, then they could be saved. After all, although rescue cannot be carried out on the ground, there's a large helipad on the roof. And when they were killing zombies in the underground parking lot just now, they actually heard the sound of a helicopter passing by. Maybe what these two people said is true. Besides, they were now at a dead end, so even if there was a trap ahead, they had to jump in and see. Mo Chujiu led the Python squad to the rooftop, and the helicopter had already returned. He also brought more than 22nd and 3rd level psychics. Lin Jin, Shun Xingyang, and Yi Mufeng were also among them. The survivors of Unit 1 were lining up in an orderly manner to board the helicopter. Lin Jin and Shun Xingyang came forward as soon as they saw Mo Chujiu. Boss, we're here to help. Boss, I heard from Yi Xiaoqi that you're going to rescue the survivors of the entire community today. How are you going to get to the other floors? By helicopter? Lin Jin asked with a frown. Well, don't let them get on the plane yet. Since you're all here, let's split up and form teams of 10 to search for survivors. We can fly over there by helicopter and climb down using a ladder. Although this rescue method is very slow, and it may not be possible to search all 25 buildings here by dark, there is no other way. Wait, are you really here to rescue us? The middle-aged man and the members of the Python team were very excited when they saw the helicopter. They were really saved. Oh, as you can see, Mo Chujiu glanced at them. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. We didn't know you were really... We always thought that we were a group of people who had been abandoned long ago. I didn't expect someone would come to rescue us. Thank you, benefactors. The middle-aged man knelt down to Mo Chujiu and the others. The members of the Python squad behind him also knelt down in unison, although they kill zombies every day to improve their strength. But even if they killed all the zombies in the community, they would not be able to escape from the city. They also discovered that although their strength was increasing, the zombies were evolving very quickly. When they went to the underground garage to kill zombies today, there was already a level 4 gold zombie. Fortunately, they escaped quickly, otherwise they would have died below. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu asked them to stand up. If you really want to thank us, then join us. We are in need of manpower. Mo Chujiu said to these people with burning eyes. Okay, we'll join, but I don't know what we need to pay to join your base. We still have a lot of food, and we can hand over some of it. These crystal cores are also fine. The middle-aged man took out a cloth bag of crystal cores from the young man behind him and handed it to Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu opened the cloth bag and saw that there were quite a few 1st and 2nd level crystal cores inside, and there were actually 3 or 4 3rd level crystal cores. It seems that these people have good fighting ability. What level of abilities do you all have? Mo Chujiu asked indifferently. I'm a level 3 psychic, and they're all level 2 peak psychics. The middle-aged man said with pride. Well, not bad. I'll take these crystal cores first. You are now members of our Scarlet team. Our current mission is to rescue the survivors in this community. You guys stay and help. Mo Chujiu put the crystal core into the space and said, Hey, okay. The middle-aged man nodded quickly. May I have your name? Strict. Yeah. Yin Ming, when I met you, you had just finished killing zombies? Did you go to the underground parking lot to kill zombies? Chapter 78, Level 4 Gold Zombie. Yes. After the apocalypse began, there were a total of 32 survivors in Unit 2. After a brief period of confusion, we quickly gathered together and formed the Python team. At that time, we had only one goal: to survive, build up our strength, and get out of the city. But gradually we discovered that things were not that simple. We have been working hard to kill zombies and improve our strength. Even ordinary people who have not awakened their special powers are working hard to make themselves stronger. We are indeed making continuous progress. But I found that our progress was not as fast as the zombies' upgrade speed. The further we got, the harder it became. After the 3rd level zombies appeared, our team suffered a significant reduction in members. Today, we actually found a level 4 gold zombie in the underground parking lot. I'm the highest level member of our team, but I only have level 3 abilities, so I can't defeat a level 4 zombie no matter what. That's why we fled back in a hurry. Even though we didn't face the level 4 zombies head on, we still lost 2 members. If you hadn't shown up, we would have only 2 options. One is to fight to the death with the level 4 zombies. But the result is predictable. The other outcome is to guard the supplies and continue to survive. But Yan Ming did not continue to speak, because everyone knew the result, which was waiting for death. You said you've been killing zombies to level up since the beginning? If that were the case, the zombies in this building should have been cleared out by you long ago. But I see you've only cleared up to the 17th floor? Mo Chujiu asked in confusion. Those zombies are there to prevent the people from Unit 1 from coming to steal supplies. After all, it's the end of the world. Although our Python squad can't kill people or rob supplies, we don't want the people from Unit 1 to covet our things. You go to the underground garage to kill zombies every day? What's the situation in the underground garage now? Besides a level 4 gold zombie, are there any zombies at a higher level? Mo Chujiu continued to ask. She was very interested in gold zombies. Shen Xingyang is already level 3 now. If he is given a level 4 crystal core, his ability should be able to be upgraded to level 4. There were more than 200 zombies in the underground garage at the beginning, but we would go to the underground garage every day to lure some zombies to the first and second floors for hunting. There are only a few dozen zombies left in the underground garage. We originally wanted to eliminate them all today, and then design a plan to attract a group of zombies in the community to the underground garage tomorrow. Then we will slowly eliminate them according to the previous method. But who would have thought that we wouldn't be able to go on before this batch of zombies were completely eliminated? There should be only one level 4 gold zombie down there because we killed the zombie in the parking lot this time. With so many living people like us, all the zombies in the underground parking lot were attracted to us. If there were more advanced zombies, they would never let so many of us escape. Yan Ming still feels a little scared when he talks about these things now. There are only a few dozen zombies left? In that case, our mission may be much easier to accomplish. Mo Chujiu said this and looked at Lin Jin and Shen Xingyang. Take all the psychics and follow me down. It will be much better if we go directly to each floor from the underground parking lot. Good. Okay. The two of them responded, then turned around to greet everyone. Shen Xingyang and his group brought a total of 23 people, all of whom were relatively high-level psychics. Together with the 13 members of the Python squad and the 5 members of the Crimson squad, they headed to the underground garage in a mighty manner. When passing the 10th floor, Mo Chujiu also loaded all of the Python squad supplies into the space. The members of the Python team looked at each other, and no one dared to say anything. This is their lifesaver. If she wants it, give it all to her. Mo Chujiu didn't pay attention to the expressions of the crowd. He collected the supplies and continued walking down. After opening the security door of the underground garage, everyone went directly into the garage. For a moment, all the zombies wandering in the garage were attracted by the human breath and rushed towards the crowd frantically. Seeing this, everyone clenched their weapons and prepared to fight. Mo Chujiu stood aside, observing the surrounding environment and looking for level 4 gold zombies. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. There! I saw a male zombie wearing a black suit running behind the zombies. The skin of other zombies is gray-white, but its skin has a faint hint of light gold. This is the most striking feature of intermediate metal zombies. In addition to being able to wield weapons, their bodies will also become metallized. When it reaches a high level, it becomes the legendary indestructible body. Even destructive weapons such as rocket launchers are ineffective against it. But fortunately, it's only intermediate level now, so it's not that scary. Dozens of zombies are nothing to these people. All kinds of superpowers came into play, and the low-level zombies were wiped out in almost the blink of an eye. There is only one level 4 gold-type zombie left. Be careful. This guy is a level 4 zombie bat. Yan Ming frowned and warned seriously. But before he could finish his words, Mi Xiaoqi covered the level 4 zombie with a water cage, and then Mo Chujiu waved his hand, and the water cage turned into a big block of ice. The zombies were trapped inside and unable to move. Yan Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at the 3 little girls in front of him. If he was not mistaken, were these people all level 4 psychics? So strong. The level 4 zombies that their Python team had no way to deal with were easily captured by the people in the Scarlet Base. It took such a short time to catch a level 4 zombie, but before Yan Ming's exclamation ended, he saw a huge sword suddenly emerge from the palm of the gold zombie's hand, and the sword pierced through the ice as soon as it came out. Then the giant sword swept across and cut the ice in half. The sword energy even shattered the ice into pieces. Wow, you still have some skills. Su had a faint smile on her lips. She waved the vine in her hand. The tip of the vine was like a sharp sword, poking directly at the forehead of the gold zombie. The gold zombies didn't even try to dodge. With a clang, the sound of metal collision was heard. Susu's vines did not cause any damage to the level 4 zombies. I'm afraid this zombie has already reached the peak of level 4. He's about to become level 5 when he speaks. He's not easy to deal with. Susu looked at Mo Chujiu and frowned. At this time, the gold zombie had already pounced towards Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu quickly dodged. But the member of the bloody base standing behind her was not so lucky. A middle-aged man was cut in half by the 4th-level zombie's supernatural giant sword. Blood immediately splattered on the team members beside him. All of you get back inside the building. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu shouted with a serious expression. Everyone heard this and quickly did as they were told. They are incompetent and will only die if they stay here. But the blood of the psychic who had just died had already sprayed onto those psychics who were fleeing. The level 4 zombie was stimulated by the blood, and its bloodthirsty instinct made it excited. Ah! The 4th-level zombies howled and chased after the psychics. Seeing this, Susu sent out vines and tied up the zombie's legs. The zombie suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground. Mi Xiaoqi threw another water cage over, and Mo Chujiu continued to freeze it. You two keep it busy. I have to get some good stuff from the system. Chapter 79. Damn it. He was disfigured because of his bad mouth. Mo Chujiu remembered that there was a Tang sword in the system mall that could fight against zombies below level 8. But the price is very expensive. It costs 5 million points. Mo Chujiu originally wanted to replace the rocket launcher, but she didn't know whether the underground garage could withstand the power of the rocket launcher. What if the underground garage collapsed? Wouldn't that be the end for her? Moreover, there are zombies everywhere outside the garage, and the huge explosion sound of the rocket launcher will definitely attract a large number of zombies. Then they would not be able to go up to the buildings from the underground garage to achieve the goal of rescuing people quickly. Anyway, she was determined to get this Tang sword. It's better to buy it early than late. Mo Chujiu sold 18 fighter jets and a tank before he could barely collect enough points for a Tang sword. Mo Chujiu didn't feel any pain. These weapons of mass destruction were powerful, but none of their people could drive them. Now they were useless in her space. It won't be too late to get another batch once she finds the talent she needs. Anyway, there is a military base near Longsheng, and the 8 special forces are from that base. When their people's levels are raised, all the weapons in the base will be hers. Besides, fighter jets and other items in her mall are quite cheap. Once she saves enough people, the system will reward her with 10 million points, which are enough for her to buy these things back. When Mo Chujiu got the Tang sword and saw the glittering dragon pattern on it, her eyes lit up instantly. She felt that the sword was worth it just for its appearance. At this time, Susu and Mi Xiaoqi were fighting with zombies. The two did not fight the level 4 zombies head-on. They just tied them up with vines, and one of them imprisoned them with a water cage. Although their attacks could not cause any harm to the zombies were also unable to do anything to them, so they just kept on wasting time. Susu, Mi Xiaoqi, stay away. Mo Chujiu stood right in front of the zombies and said with a curled lip, she wanted to try out the power of this thing. Upon hearing this, Susu and Mi Xiaoqi hurriedly ran to the side. The zombie did not chase them, but rushed directly towards Mo Chujiu in front of him. Mo Chujiu didn't dodge or evade, but raised the knife and chopped at the zombies that were rushing towards him. The imagined sound of metal collision did not occur. On the contrary, the moment the Tang sword touched the zombie, it was like chopping a piece of tofu. The zombie's head was cut into 2 halves in an instant, and a mixture of brain matter and red and white liquid sprayed out from the skull. So disgusting. Not only that, there was a long cut on the zombie's body from top to bottom. Because Mo Chujiu used too much force and the knife was too fast, Mo Chujiu was unable to stop the downward momentum. The knife actually split it in half. After the zombie's body fell to both sides, a deep pit was even created under its feet. Susu and Mi Xiaoqi looked at the Tang sword in Mo Chujiu's hand and asked stutteringly, what material is this sword made of? Why is it so sharp? Who knows if it's a system product? As long as it's useful, it's fine. I spent a lot of points to get this thing. Sell all the fighter planes and tanks. Mo Chujiu looked at the Tang sword in his hand and couldn't let it go, touching it again and again, then took out a tissue to wipe it, put it back into the scabbard, and put it into the space. Ah, so expensive. Mi Xiaoqi exclaimed. Why is it so expensive? Look at the power. It's clearly worth the money, isn't it? We won't have to fight so hard against tough-skinned zombies in the future. Susu rolled her eyes. This girl is so ignorant. Upon hearing this, Mi Xiaoqi also felt that this made sense, so he nodded. Mo Chujiu picked up the crystal core on the ground and wiped it. I saw Shin Qingyang and others walking out of the building. Boss, your sword is awesome. We all saw it from the building. With just one strike, I chopped that level 4 zombie from head to toe, Shin Qingyang said excitedly. Others nodded in agreement. When they came out and saw the deep pit on the ground, they were even more shocked. Is there such a sharp knife in the world? Chop a big hole in the ground with one knife? Mo Chujiu smiled and did not explain. Instead, he handed the crystal core in his hand directly to Shin Qingyang. Congratulations. This thing should allow you to directly step into the ranks of 4th level psychics. Shin Qingyang smiled with relief. Thank you. Mo Chujiu didn't say much and just nodded. Boss, I am now a member of the Scarlet Base. Do you have a level 4 speed crystal core? If you help me reach level 4, I promise to treat you as my boss and follow you everywhere. Yi Mufeng suddenly jumped out and said to Mo Chujiu with a smile. Here, this one was originally meant for you. Mo Chujiu took out a speed-type level 4 crystal core from the space and threw it to Yi Mufeng. Yi Mufeng smiled charmingly. Thank you, my beauty. You will be my wife from now on, the kind that will never betray me. Wife? Huh, isn't she the eldest brother? Mo Chujiu clenched her fists until they crackled. How dare this boy tease her? He wanted to be beaten, right? I think calling her daughter-in-law is more intimate. Yi Mufeng ignored Mo Chujiu's fists. His fighting skills were so good that even his instructor was no match for him, let alone a little girl like Mo Chujiu. Later, he had to show this little girl his strength, lest she look down on him. You really call me daughter-in-law? You won't change your words? No change. My love for you is as clear as the sun and the moon, and as high as the sky. Oh! Before Yi Mufeng could finish his words, Mo Chujiu sneered and raised his fist to hit Yi Mufeng in the face. Yi Mufeng quickly dodged, then smiled evilly and fought with Mo Chujiu. When the fight started, Yi Mufeng discovered that there was a reason why Mo Chujiu had always been number 1 in the grade. He thought his fighting skills were perfect, but he didn't expect that he was no match for Mo Chujiu. She always managed to deliver the heaviest blow to him from a tricky angle, catching him off guard. Ouch! Oh my god! Mo Chujiu, are you a woman? You're too harsh. Stop. I give it, okay? I won't tease you anymore, okay? Yi Mufeng covered his face while running. He felt that his extremely handsome face must have turned into a stupid one now. When Mo Chujiu heard Yi Mufeng admit defeat and stopped attacking, she patted her sleeves and glanced at Yi Mufeng. Stop paying attention to him. Yi Mufeng breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a small makeup mirror from his pocket and looked at his face left and right. Damn, he was disfigured because of his bad mouth. Chapter 80, We Are the Weak and Should Be Protected. There are a total of 22 buildings in this community, and we are divided into 7 groups. The team was led by Su Su, Mi Xiaoqi, Lin Jin, Shin Qingyang, Yi Mufeng, Yin Ming, and me. The 6 of you choose 5 people each, and the remaining 3 follow me. Upon hearing this, everyone divided into teams in silence. Try to eliminate as many zombies as possible in the building, and don't worry about the supplies, I'll collect them later. It doesn't matter if we can't complete the rescue mission today. We can try again tomorrow. Rescuing the survivors is important, but improving the abilities of our entire base is equally important. The more zombies you kill, the more crystal cores you will have available. Mo Chujiu said as he looked at the people in front of him who had been divided into teams. In another month, extreme cold will arrive, and we will not be able to go out and hunt zombies for the entire winter. When the cold period is over, when you come out again, there will be level 2 and 3 zombies everywhere. With their current strength, if they don't upgrade their level to level 3 or even level 4 before the cold period comes, there is no ability to fight zombies in the future. So in addition to saving people, you also have to kill as many zombies as possible and upgrade as quickly as possible. Okay, become. Everyone agreed. Mo Chujiu nodded and asked them to avoid buildings 11, 13, and 15, and then everyone started to act. Mo Chujiu planned to deal with these dangerous floors after finishing the work on other floors. The 7 teams entered buildings 1 to 6 and building 8 respectively. An hour later, all 7 teams came out. Almost every team brought few survivors. The largest number of people are in building number 6, with 18 people. There were only a few people on the other floors, and some floors had no one at all. It seems that when the zombie virus breaks out, most people want to escape from the city. But the possibility of actually escaping is less than 1 in 10,000. Mo Chujiu asked those with special abilities among these people to follow them in searching for survivors, and asked the ordinary people to go to the rooftop of building number 7 and wait for the helicopter to transport them. Fortunately, although there were only 46 people surviving from these buildings, more than half of them were people with special abilities, a total of 32 people. However, these people are all basic superpower users who have neither trained their own superpowers nor killed zombies to absorb the power of zombie crystal cores. So they're all a bunch of weaklings with only superpowers. However, as long as they have superpowers, and Mo Chujiu wants them to stand up on their own, it was not too bad in the early days of the apocalypse, as ordinary people could fight against zombies. But in the later days, ordinary people would be in trouble if they were no longer protected by people with special powers. Going out means death. Therefore, the main force against zombies in the future must be people with special abilities. The difference in numbers between humans and zombies is huge, so every superpower is a valuable fighting force. Now she must lead them to face the zombies and give them the courage to fight against the end of the world. As soon as Mo Chujiu finished giving his orders, several people with special abilities stepped forward. You want us to go with you to rescue the survivors? Are you crazy? Even though we are superpowers, we have never killed zombies before. How can we go with you to save people? We ourselves are the ones who need to be saved. Yeah, our abilities are too weak, our fighting strength is not good enough, and zombies are too scary. We are no match for them. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not going anyway. That's right. I won't go either. Aren't you from the military bunker? It's only natural for the military to protect us civilians. How can you force us to kill zombies and rescue the survivors? That's right. That's right. I won't go either. Because a few people took the lead, more than half of the survivors with special abilities stood up and shouted that they did not want to follow the people from the Crimson Base to rescue people. As a superpower, what do you want to do if you don't save people? When Mo Chujiu saw these people asking for military protection so confidently, his expression immediately turned cold. We are the weak and should be protected. That's it. That's it. Let's go kill zombies. We might as well go back. The supplies in this building are enough for us to live for a few years. Maybe by then, the doomsday crisis will be over. First of all, our Scarlet Base does not belong to the military. Secondly, even if it is the military, they have no obligation to protect you all the time. If you want to survive, you must learn to be self-reliant. Mo Chujiu sneered. She could now somewhat understand what happened in the Northern Military District bunker in her previous life, where all the weaklings inside were driven out of the base. If those people are just a bunch of parasites waiting for protection, then she wouldn't want them in the bloody base. We can be self-reliant. Take us to a safe place and give us a piece of land. We can be self-sufficient. Yes, we don't need you to support us. I have plenty of strength and can work for the strong. I can also do infrastructure construction. We don't ask for much. As long as we can fill our stomachs, we'll do anything. For a time, these newly joined people with special abilities all clamored that they did not rely on others for support and that they could be self-reliant. Sorry, these positions may not be available to you. Mo Chujiu came straight to the point without any hesitation. There are many ordinary people in her base. If all these jobs are done by people with special abilities, what will ordinary people do? If all the superpowers came to her base, they would want to do safe jobs and not go out to kill zombies. How can she manage the base then? Therefore, Mo Chujiu did not intend to let the superpowers do these things from the beginning. You now have two options. 1. Follow us to complete the mission. I will give you some points based on your performance so that you can survive in the Scarlet Base in the early stages. Of course, if you don't want to join the Scarlet Base, each of you must hand in 5 first-level crystal cores. When you have collected enough, I will send you out of the city. As for where you want to go, I don't care. Second, you can find a safe place to stay now. Like you said, maybe after a few years, the zombies will disappear. Then you will be safe. Mo Chujiu continued coldly. Her base can accept hardworking, ordinary people, but it definitely won't accept a coward who has superpowers but wants to hide in the back and wait for protection from other superpower users. You! How could you do this? Many of you are wearing camouflage uniforms. You're obviously military personnel. Why can't you protect us like before? Do you have to put weak people like us on the front line? A chubby girl said, unconvinced. I remember you were a college student, right? Don't be fooled by the fact that they are wearing military camouflage uniforms, but they are also college students like you. Although they're from a military academy, they're not soldiers after all. Besides, even if they are soldiers, it's the end of the world now, and they have no obligation to protect you. Besides, you are all people with special abilities, while others are already at level 2 or 3, and you are still a young lady who thinks you are weak but is right. Do you know shame? Yen Ming couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to say a few words. Chapter 81. We don't want cowards or lazy people in our bloody base. Aren't you from Building 7? You are also a survivor of this community. Why don't you speak for us, but for the people from the bloody base? The girl recognized that the man lived in the building next to hers. I don't side with anyone. I only side with reason. No one owes you anything. No one should protect you properly. Now is the end of the world. If you still can't see this clearly, then wait to be eliminated by the end of the world. Although Yen Ming's words were impolite, every word was for the good of these people. Some smart people knew what to do as soon as they heard it, and they came to Yen Ming. I wanted to make friends with him and ask him to protect me in the future. But there were also a few who couldn't tell the difference. They neither wanted to stay here nor kill zombies. So they just wanted to rely on their words and morals to build relationships and ask Yen Ming to help them talk to Mo Chujiu. Yen Ming is too lazy to pay attention to such people who are confused. This made those who couldn't tell the situation lose their defense, and they started to curse Yen Ming for being a beast, for not considering the relationship between them and living in the same community, and for not caring about their lives. Yen Ming lost his patience with all these people's noise, so he swung out a huge wind blade and cut off all the hair on the fat girl's head. Because it just brushed my scalp, the accuracy was a little off. It even scratched the fat girl's scalp, and blood dripped from the girl's head to the ground. The fat girl was stunned. She stared at Yen Ming blankly, as if she couldn't believe that this man actually hit her. How dare he? How could he? What? It's unbelievable, isn't it? This is a new era. The strong are respected. If you always want to be a weak person, that's your freedom. No one will care about you, but you have to understand where you stand. Just like today you pissed me off, and I just cut off your hair. But if you offend others, no one will stand up for you even if they chop off your head. Do you understand? After Yen Ming finished speaking, he turned around and looked at these ignorant people. Don't think you are weak, and you are right. We deserve to protect you. You have to know that everyone upgrades from the first level of superpowers. All of this was achieved by walking on the edge of a knife. You are not ours. We have no obligation, and we will not care about you. If you want to leave here with us, you'd better listen to the base commander. Otherwise, you will die here. Yen Ming glanced coldly at these ignorant people. Those people were stunned by Yen Ming's sudden move. He was trapped in this residential complex just like them. Why did Yen Ming become so powerful in just a few days? What the? Yen Ming, I was wrong. Can you tell us how you became so powerful? Yeah, we're going to join the Scarlet Base, and I want to become as strong as you. Yen Ming, we didn't see the situation clearly just now. You are right. It's the end of the world. No one owes us anything. We have to rely on our own strength to survive. Yen Ming, can you lead us? I'm still a little scared. Everyone was talking at once. Seeing this, Yen Ming sighed and said, the base is not mine. It belongs to this girl. If you want to join, you must change your ways and behave well. Okay, we must perform well. Girl, can you take us in? My name is Wang Dazhuang, and I want to join you too. My name is Li Weifeng, and I want to join you too. And me. And me. A group of people were chattering and surrounded Mo Chujiu and Yen Ming. Seeing the changes in these people, Mo Chujiu couldn't help but give Yen Ming a thumbs up. You can join our bloody base, but let me be frank with you. The bloody base is not a charity organization. If you want to join, you have to show your abilities. We don't want cowards or lazy people in our Scarlet Base. Mo Chujiu's voice was loud and clear and could not be refuted. After hearing this, those people no longer dared to shout like before, but nodded in agreement. They have already seen that these people are not military people at all. If they don't follow to kill the zombies, these people won't care about their lives or deaths. If they were really left behind, death would be the only thing waiting for them. Even the fat girl didn't dare to say anything, for fear that these people would really throw her here. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu was too lazy to spend any time on these people. Among these people, there were 32 people with special abilities. She divided them into 7 groups, each with several people. If you encounter a level 1 zombie, leave it to them to deal with it themselves. Mo Chujiu ordered calmly. After everyone agreed, they entered buildings 9, 10, 12, 14, and 16 to 18 respectively. More than 40 people were still brought out of these buildings, but at least not all of them were cowards like the previous ones. After many of them discovered that they could upgrade by absorbing the power in the crystal core, they would organize the psychics in the same building to hunt zombies together. More than half of these people have been promoted to level 2. Although they are not as good as Yen Ming, they are not weak either. Of course, there are also people like the fat girl who are looking for trouble. When they hear they are asked to kill zombies, they think they are sending them to death, so they keep shouting. This time, Mo Chujiu didn't even bother talking nonsense and directly handed the matter over to Yin Ming to solve. Mo Chujiu redistributed the remaining people, including the new ones. The group set off in a mighty procession to the remaining floors. This time, because there were so many people, and there were also many motivated people with special abilities on these floors, the people were rescued in less than half an hour. There are a total of 52 survivors in this group, and there are only a few ordinary people, while the rest are all second-level psychics. The zombies in these floors have been almost cleared out, and the first-level psychics who followed in at the end got nothing. They all found Yin Ming and asked him to plead for mercy. Now, it's not that they are afraid to kill the zombies. It's because the psychics in those buildings were too powerful, and not a single zombie was left for them. They didn't make any contribution. They were afraid that the woman would not want them. They didn't dare to go find Mo Chujiu. They could see that Mo Chujiu was the one who had the final say here, but this woman was stubborn and heartless. It's no use begging her. After listening to their stories, Yin Ming looked at Mo Chujiu, who was already being reorganized into teams for Building 11, Building 13, and Building 15. He sighed and walked over to explain the situation. Mo Chujiu glanced at the people over there and found that there were about 20 people who had no chance to kill the zombies. Those who join the Scarlet Base can leave with us today, and those who don't join the Scarlet Base must leave with none of the 5 first-level crystal cores. Chapter 82, he shouldn't care about these ungrateful people. Base Commander, can I hand over the crystal cores on their behalf? Among those people, only 5 did not want to go to the Scarlet Base, and it was just a matter of more than 21st-level crystal cores. After all, they had lived in the same community for so many years and knew each other, so he couldn't bear to abandon them. If possible, he wanted to help them. Yin Ming, you know that a level 1 crystal core is of no use to me. The main reason why I insisted on asking them to give me 5 crystal cores is that I wanted them to have the courage to kill zombies so that they would be able to protect themselves in the future. You should know the cruelty of the end of the world. Do you think that even if they can successfully reach the military bunker, they can really be protected by the military for the rest of their lives? Mo Chujiu said, without waiting for Yin Ming's answer, and led a group of people towards Building 11. After hearing these words, Yin Ming understood Mo Chujiu's good intentions. He turned and walked towards the men, taking them to one of the buildings where there were no zombies. I will help you lead some zombies into the building later, and you can kill as many as you can. Apart from paying the base commander for the helicopter ride, the rest can be used for upgrades. Don't think that the base commander is harming you. Once you leave here, you will know how cruel the outside world is. Then you should thank the base commander for his good intentions towards you today. Yin Ming said as he glanced at the 5 young men and women in front of him who were planning to seek shelter in the military bunker. Although they didn't say anything, the disdainful expressions on their faces betrayed their true thoughts. Yin Ming frowned and said no more. He shouldn't care about these ungrateful people. The fat girl whose hair he had shaved off was among them. At this time, she had put on a peaked cap. She ignored Yin Ming's cold face and came forward with a smile. Uncle, you are so powerful. Do you have a lot of crystal cores? Can I exchange these for 5 first-level crystal cores? I really don't want to face these terrible things. The fat girl took out 2 packs of instant noodles from her backpack. Although she had never been out, she knew that it was the end of the world and money was not important, but food was very precious. This should be enough to exchange for 5 crystal cores. Yin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to the fat girl and ignored her 2 packets of instant noodles. The boy is incorrigible. He has helped as much as he can. As for what happens in the future, he will not care. He glanced at the others and saw that they also looked nervous and scared, so he shook his head. He turned around and walked to the door of the corridor, stretched out his hand, and opened the door. At the same time, a small wind shield formed on his body, wrapping him up in it. From the outside, it looks like a small tornado. He walked out with Feng Tuan and stood next to the door. There were many wandering zombies at the door, and they ignored the wind group. Zombies have no intelligence and only have a bloodthirsty instinct towards the living. The wind ball can block the zombie's vision and prevent the aura on Yin Ming from spreading outwards. So to zombies, this wind ball is no different from a roadside telephone pole or a trash can. However, as soon as the door opened, the 5 young men were seen by the zombies wandering outside. The zombies hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and when they saw so much delicious meat standing there, they all rushed into the building excitedly. When the 5 people in the building saw this, they were so scared that they turned around and ran upstairs. The door of the underground garage had been locked from the outside by a strict person, and those people were unwilling to open the door for them without his order. After Yin Ming let in about 20 or 30 zombies, he swung out a huge wind blade, cutting all the low-level zombies that were rushing into the building. He took this opportunity to close the door of the building, then turned and went to the underground garage. He had already observed that the zombies released were at most level 2, and the number was enough for these young people to deal with. It all depends on themselves now. If they don't want to be trapped here, they can only kill zombies. Maybe after killing 1 or 2 zombies, they will gain courage. If you don't want to come out, just stay here. Moki's chief is right. It's the end of the world. No one will protect them forever. It doesn't matter if they die early or late. He doesn't want to care anymore. On the other side, Mo Chujiu led his men to search from the first floor upwards. There were almost no survivors in the building. When they reached the 5th floor, a strong smell of blood came out from a closed door. Mo Chujiu opened the door with a frown. The living room was in a mess with 5 corpses lying on the ground. 2 old people, a teenage girl, and a middle-aged couple. These people fell in a pool of blood with multiple knife wounds on their bodies. The middle-aged man suffered the most. His head and limbs were chopped off. One of his severed hands was still tightly holding a kitchen knife, which was also stained with blood. It seems that this man fought with the criminals and even injured them before he died. It looked like these people were killed last night. The man's limbs were broken in uneven places. It should be caused by repeated chopping with a kitchen knife or something like that. A kitchen knife can't cut bones with one stroke. So this man suffered a lot during his lifetime. Su squatted down, examined the body, and said, "Hacked alive?" Mo Chujiu asked in disbelief. Look at the blood splattered all around," Su said lightly. "What a bunch of crazy murderers." Mo Chujiu walked around the corpse and went to the kitchen, only to find that there was no food left. Sure enough, they came to steal supplies. Mo Chujiu frowned and continued to walk up. Next, in addition to seeing the corpses of zombies, they would also see a lot of human corpses from time to time. These people are so despicable. They just want to rob food, but why do they have to kill people? Su frowned and said, "It's the end of the world. Without the constraints of morality and the rule of law, the true nature of many evil people has been exposed. They kill people for no reason. They just kill when they want to. Anyway, no one will punish them. So they will become more and more lawless. Once we find these people, we can't keep them here," Mo Chujiu said with a cold face. Su nodded in agreement. It was not until everyone reached the top floor that they found the criminals in a room with an open door. There were 9 gangsters. All of them were big and strong men. The leader had a scarred face, and one of his arms seemed to be injured, with a thick layer of tape wrapped around it. These people were playing poker and mahjong in groups of 3 or 5. Seeing Mo Chujiu and others come in, they all stood up and picked up the weapons at hand. Those weapons were nothing special. Basically, all of them were big kitchen knives. "Who are you? From the military bunker? Was that helicopter yours?" Scarface saw a few people in camouflage uniforms behind Mo Chujiu and guessed, "You don't need to know who we are. I just want to ask you one question. Did you kill those people in the building?" Mo Chujiu asked coldly. Chapter 83 Drug Dealer. So what, little beauty? Let me tell you, we are all level 2 psychics, and those who died are just a group of ordinary people. Even if you want to do something for them, you have to consider whether they are worth it. The scarred man looked at Mo Chujiu, Su, and the 5 young military academy students behind them. Even if they were from the military district, so what? They were all second-level psychics. In just a few days, they have upgraded to level 2, which shows that they are talented psychics. When people like them get out there, won't they become geniuses that are fought over by all forces? These people would not ignore talents like them and instead stand up for those useless ordinary people, right? From the sound of your voice, you think you're so great as a level 2 psychic? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Hey, can the 6 of you handle them? Su glanced at the 6 military academy students behind her and asked, "Of course, I can handle 3 of them by myself. Besides bullying ordinary people, what else can these people do? Are level 2 abilities very powerful? Can they condense abilities that have actual combat power? Come on, let us see the strength of you second-level psychics." These students in the military academy began to get ready. I really don't know how inexperienced these people are. Level 2 superpowers? As long as you dare to kill zombies, you can upgrade even if you don't absorb the energy in the crystal core. I don't know what they are so proud of. You really want to fight us? The scarred man said fiercely. Although he didn't want to offend the people in the military bunker, They would fight him if they didn't appreciate it. There were 9 of them and 8 on the other side, and they all looked young, including 2 women. No matter how I look at it, I feel that they have the bigger advantage. Stop talking nonsense. Get started, a student said as he rushed towards the criminal. Oh, you overestimate your own abilities. The scarred man sneered and waved his hand, ordering the strong men to pounce on Mo Chujiu and others. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu and Su Su took a few steps back. The military academy students behind him stepped forward to fight, and the two sides soon engaged in combat. These people don't look like locals. They seem to be quite capable. They can fight on equal terms with the students from the military academy. Mo Chujiu said with a frown. Yeah, I think so too. However, we can train these students' skills. As Su Su spoke, she waved her hand and a vine spun out. He helped one of the military academy students block the dagger attack from another man, and by the way, he wrapped his arm around his waist and threw him aside. Mo Chujiu was not idle either. The man with the scar seemed to be very good at fighting. As soon as the two sides started fighting, the man with the scar almost cut off the arm of a student. Mo Chujiu was startled and quickly waved his hand. Several ice cones as thick as thumbs pierced directly into the scarred man's wrist and body. The scarred man dodged quickly, but it was too late. Puff, puff, puff. Bang! The scarred man's kitchen knife fell to the ground. The student patted his chest in fear and thanked Mo Chujiu in fear. Mo Chujiu nodded and said nothing more. At this time, the scarred man had bloody holes in many places on his body, and the pain suddenly spread throughout his body. Fortunately, these wounds were not fatal. The scarred man was shocked for a moment. He thought it was amazing that they had upgraded to level 2 superpowers in just a few days. But the woman in front of him could send out more than 10 ice cones with a wave of her hand. These ice cones were very sharp, and when they pierced him, they penetrated his body like sharp blades. Only now did he realize how incompetent his second-level supernatural power, which he was so proud of, was. They're no match for these people. I'm sorry, we didn't recognize you and offended you. We were wrong. Please spare us. The scarred man fell to his knees with a thud, ignoring his bleeding wound. Seeing this, the scarred man's subordinates also knelt down and begged for mercy. Mo Chujiu ignored them and glanced at the military academy students who had stopped fighting. What are you all standing there for? Kill them. These people cannot stay. Upon hearing this, the military academy students once again pounced on those who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Those people didn't expect that even after they knelt down and begged for mercy, this woman would still let her men kill them. He immediately got up with a desperate roar and continued to fight with those students. But they already knew that their people would not be able to escape death today. Even if they could defeat those people in camouflage uniforms, they would not be a match for those two women. A feeling of despair spread in their hearts, making them uneasy. Gradually, the moves of these people began to be full of loopholes, and the students found their flaws. In the end, they all fell in a pool of blood. Mo Chujiu covered his nose, walked around the dead bodies, and went to the kitchen. There was a lot of rice, noodles, instant noodles, dried noodles, and purified water piled up inside. She put all these things into the space. Then he opened the refrigerator door, which contained a lot of meat and eggs, as well as some fruits and vegetables. These things should be the food for the entire building. Girl, come and see. As soon as Mo Chujiu put the refrigerator into the space, Su Su greeted her. Several other male students were curious and wanted to see what was inside, but were stopped outside by Su Su. You can't go in there. You can't see inside. After hearing this, the students did not move forward. These people are extremely vicious, and it's easy to imagine what kind of things in there that grown men like them cannot see. After Mo Chujiu pushed the door open, he saw 3 girls lying on the bed inside. They were naked and their skin was covered with dense purple marks. At this time, the 3 girls were lying there motionless. The 2 walked into the room and saw several syringes on the bedside table with several empty medicine bottles next to them. Su Su picked up the bottle and looked at it. There was no writing on it, so she couldn't tell what it was. She sniffed again and quickly threw the bottle away. This is a drug. Su Su frowned and looked at Mo Chujiu and said. Mo Chujiu nodded when she heard this. At this time, she saw a black box under the bed. There were many such small bottles in the black box. No wonder these people don't look like residents of this community. It turns out they're drug dealers. This place is full of drugs. Su Su nodded without saying anything. She walked over to the 3 girls, reached out her hand to feel their breath, and touched their carotid arteries. These people are dead, probably from drug overdoses, Su Su said solemnly. Just let them die. Death is the best thing for them. As Mo Chujiu spoke, he walked to the window and poured the drugs down from the top floor. There were too many dead people in the last days, and she couldn't feel any sympathy. That's right. Not only was she abused, but she also became addicted to drugs. Her life will be worse than death, Su Su said as she picked up the quilt on the bed and covered the girls. Chapter 84. Hope of Mankind. We should do something to give humanity hope. When Mo Chujiu and the others came out of the building, the team led by Lin Jin and Mi Xiaoqi had already come out and were waiting in the garage. There are a total of 15 survivors in Building 13, only one of whom is a first-level psychic, and the rest are ordinary people. Their lips were chapped, and their legs and feet were weak. It was obvious that they had been without water and food for several days. Sister Mo, give them some food and water first. These people were robbed by those people in the building and have not had anything to eat or drink for several days. As soon as Mi Xiaoqi finished speaking, Mo Chujiu took out a box of mineral water and some compressed biscuits from the space. When those people saw the food, they all thanked Mo Chujiu, then ran to the side with the food to eat. What about the people who robbed? Mo Chujiu asked calmly. Kill them. They rape women. They're worse than animals. Damn it, Mi Xiaoqi said angrily. She looked at the girl who was silently munching on a cookie among the survivors. The girl had changed her clothes and was wearing black casual clothes. Apart from his gloomy expression, he didn't look like he had been humiliated. Mo Chujiu followed Mi Xiaoqi's gaze and saw that it was the only psychic. She has a delicate appearance. She saw Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi looking at her and nodded at them. She's stronger than I was back then, Mi Xiaoqi murmured. It's the end of the world. Nothing is more important than staying alive. Xiaoqi, you should completely forget what happened before. Mo Chujiu patted Mi Xiaoqi on the shoulder and said, Sister Mo, you're right. She could be so strong, even though she's so weak. Why should I be so upset? Mi Xiaoqi smiled brightly, as if she had really let it go. Mo Chujiu gave Mi Xiaoqi a thumbs up in appreciation. At this time, Shen Qingyang and Yi Mufeng also came out of the building with their people. There were a total of 13 survivors they brought out, both men and women. All of them were level 2 peak psychics. A dagger transformed from Shen Qingyang's supernatural power is suspended above the head of each of these psychics. They were pushed by the people from the bloody base and walked towards Mo Chujiu. What's going on? Mo Chujiu went forward and asked. None of them are good people. They are using ordinary people in the building as bait to lure zombies into the building. Shen Qingyang said unhappily. How can you say that? Ordinary people are just trash in this apocalypse. They can do nothing but waste resources. They will die sooner or later anyway, so it's better to die sooner. This way, dying would be of some use. That's right. It's the end of the world. Why are you still so saintly? We need food. If we don't kill them, they will starve to death. Rather than dying meaninglessly, it is better to die with some contribution. That's it. That's it. These people did not agree with Shen Qingyang's words and started shouting. Only a petite girl shouted in disapproval. You are not human. You are just beasts. Ordinary people should die. Weren't you ordinary people in the beginning? You just want to become stronger? You are all devils. Luan, why are you pretending to be a saint? If you feel sorry for them, why don't you do it for them? Why don't you save them? Didn't you kill the zombies they brought in? Didn't you absorb the crystal core? Now you're yelling at us? What? Are you afraid that these people will judge you? Kill you? Huh? One of the girls, who was ugly and had pockmarks on her face, said sarcastically, I didn't do it voluntarily. It was all your fault. I killed the zombies. I didn't kill them. You killed them. The girl screamed hysterically. It seemed that only by doing this could she prove that she was not as cruel as others. Those people looked at Luan with contempt. What a bitch she was. If these people hadn't come, they would have used Luan to lure the zombies next. I hate this kind of people the most. Boss, how do they handle it? Shen Qingyang didn't want to see these people fighting each other, so he looked at Mo Chujiu and asked. The supernatural power has reached the peak of level 2, right? It is a considerable fighting force. What are you going to deal with? They are the hope of mankind. Mo Chujiu said with a smile on his lips. Boss, what did you say? Shen Qingyang asked in disbelief. Yi Mufeng, however, crossed his arms and looked at Mo Chujiu with a half-smile. What you said makes sense, beautiful lady. Aren't we the hope of mankind? We, the superpowers, are nobler than ordinary people. What does the death of a few ordinary people matter? I see there are a few ordinary people over there. Don't waste them. How about we use them as bait and get another batch of crystal cores? One of the men with greasy hair and powdered face stood up and said, "The woman in front of me is so beautiful. I wish she could be his woman." "I don't think it's good. Since you are the hope of mankind, why don't you do something to give mankind hope?" Mo Chujiu said with a smile. "What's the meaning?" the greasy-faced man asked in confusion. Su, tie these people up and throw them outside to kill zombies. This is what the hope of mankind should do," Mo Chujiu said with a sneer. "Hey, okay." As Su spoke, 13 vines sprouted from her palms, tying up those people tightly. "Let us go. Why are you throwing us out? This is our neighborhood, our territory." As the pockmarked-faced girl spoke, flames rose from her body. She wanted to burn Su's vines. But how could a level 2 psychic possibly burn off the restraints of a level 4 psychic? The flames burned through the vines without burning even a leaf. "Then why do you throw ordinary people out here as bait? Isn't this their territory?" "I'm playing according to your way of playing." "What's the matter? Now that you are the weaker party, you can't play anymore?" Mo Chujiu stared coldly at the pockmarked girl, with a scornful arc at the corner of his mouth. The girl was speechless and was dragged into building number 7 by the people from the Scarlet Base. The others were also dragged into building number 7 after struggling in vain. "No, you can't throw me out. Although I didn't stop these beasts, I didn't participate in throwing those people out as bait. The worst that can happen is that I didn't save anyone. Isn't that against the law? I'm not guilty of a crime that deserves death, right?" Luwan struggled and shouted, "Etc." Mo Chujiu said to the psychic who was dragging Luwan. This woman was indeed a bit pretentious, which she disliked. But she had indeed done nothing to harm the world. At most, she had just watched from the sidelines, taking advantage of the situation and still acting cute. But these are not capital crimes. Your crime is indeed not punishable by death. How about this? Hand over 20 level 2 crystal cores or 2 level 3 crystal cores. I'll take you out of the city. Although she won't be killed, her Scarlet Base doesn't want someone like her. Chapter 85. Cowards also want to become stronger. 20 level 2 crystal cores? 2 level 3 crystal cores? Isn't that too much? I don't have that many. Can you give me a discount? Lu Wan's eyes were red, as if she was about to cry in the next second. "Hey, why are you like this? It's as if I'm going to bully you. You and I are not related at all. You don't want me to save you for nothing, do you? No way. I can tell you, this is absolutely impossible. My helicopter only picks up and drops off personnel from our Scarlet Base for free. Anyone else who gets on the helicopter will have to pay a price." Mo Chujiu looked at this white lotus who was pretending to be innocent again and said mockingly, "Then I can join your bloody base. I'm already a level 2 peak psychic. I should be qualified to join your base, right?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Lu Wan's eyes. She has nowhere to go now. This place is called Bloody Base, and the psychics inside are all very powerful. Maybe she could go there and take a look. Maybe it's a nice place. Besides, even if the place wasn't good, it wouldn't be too late for her to leave secretly. At least she doesn't have to pay so many crystal cores. 20 level 2 crystal cores? 2 level 3 crystal cores? If she had these good things, wouldn't it be good to use them to upgrade to level 3? Why should I give it to the woman in front of me? "You." Mo Chujiu first looked Lu Wan up and down, and then said seriously, "The tea taste is too strong for my taste." "Don't want. Puff. Ha ha ha." Yi Mufeng, Mi Xiaoqi, and others in front of them laughed out loud at Mo Chujiu's words. For the first time, they realized that Mo Chujiu was such a venomous snake. Lu Wan's face was blue and purple. She glared at Mo Chujiu fiercely and turned to get the crystal core. She had to get out of here anyway. Mo Chujiu saw Lu Wan leaving and smiled mockingly. "I finally stopped pretending. This is the right thing to do. If you want to survive, you have to work hard on your own. There is no future in pretending to be pitiful and miserable in the end times. Sister Mo, things here have come to an end. What should we do next? Go back to school or go back to the base?" Mi Xiaoqi asked. "There are too many people and there is only one helicopter. It can't transport them all. Let's transport the ordinary people to the school first. We have lured the zombies nearby to the city center, so it is relatively safe now. As for the superpowers here, let them stay here for now. Tomorrow I will take these people to other places to rescue people." The mission of the 500 people should not have been completed. Although Mo Chujiu had not calculated it carefully, she knew that the number of people rescued today was less than half of the mission. "Okay, then I'll go tell the team members to find a place to rest." Mi Xiaoqi was about to leave. "Wait, gather everyone in the underground garage. I'll collect the crystal cores and distribute them. Let some people upgrade to level 3 first." This way, tomorrow's search and rescue operation will be faster. Let Lin Jin and the others come over to help record the crystal cores. Okay. Half an hour later, all the psychics in the Crimson Base came over and lined up in an orderly manner. And Mo Chujiu counted and found that the total number of new and old members was actually 144. Among them, only more than 30 people have first-level superpowers, and the rest all have second-level superpowers. Mo Chujiu asked them to line up and hand in the crystal cores they couldn't use, and gave them points according to the system value of the crystal cores. She also asked Mi Xiaoqi and others to help record the crystal cores given to her by the Python squad in a booklet. Wait until they return to the base before giving them the cards. Mo Chujiu received 186 first-level crystal cores, 73 second-level crystal cores, and 15 third-level crystal cores. Mo Chujiu took out the crystal cores of various types needed by the members of the Python squad, gave each of them a third-level crystal core, and deducted the corresponding points. They all have level 2 peak abilities, and a level 3 crystal core can ensure that they can be upgraded to level 3. Then he took out some second-level crystal cores from the space, along with the 73 second-level crystal cores and 2 third-level crystal cores, and distributed them to the 22 students of the military academy. These things are enough to help them all reach level 3. Mo Chujiu distributed the remaining first-level crystal cores to 33 first-level psychics. These psychics are all low-level and require a lot of first-level crystal cores, but these should be enough for them to upgrade to the second level. Mo Chujiu made a record of all the crystal cores given out. Some of these people did not have enough points to deduct, so Mo Chujiu generously gave out all the crystal cores. When they have collected enough crystal cores tomorrow, they can settle the debt. Anyway, these people can't escape the city without her helicopter. From now on, you can exchange any crystal cores you don't need for points, and then use the points to buy the crystal cores you do need. Of course, you can also exchange points for supplies. We have an automatic redemption system inside our bloody base. Once you arrive at the base, you can apply for a points card. It is very convenient to buy and sell. Now, because I want to quickly improve the strength of our Scarlet Legion, I distributed the crystal cores this time. Don't be discouraged if you didn't get the crystal core. By the end of September, I will let you all upgrade your abilities to level 3. Mo Chujiu said loudly. What? Did I hear you right? There's still more than a month left. Can you get us all to level 3? A second-level mutant asked. Maybe not. If there are enough crystal cores, after completing the rescue mission in the city center, your current level 2 psychics will be able to upgrade to level 3. Mo Chujiu replied with a smile. Yeah, very good. Long live the bloody base. Long live the bloody legion. Long live the bloody base. Long live the bloody legion. Suddenly, the cheers of the crowd resounded throughout the underground parking lot. Chill. Keep your voice down, or you might attract the zombies outside. Mo Chujiu said with a smile. Everyone fell silent and stood there in a daze. Mo Chujiu looked at so many people with special abilities here, and suddenly he was full of longing for the future. If things continue like this, maybe the tragedy of the previous life will not happen again. Okay, to prevent any accidents, everyone please find a place to rest in Building 7. Mo Chujiu ordered. Yes, Base Commander. Yes, Base Commander. Good night, Base Commander. Everyone said goodbye to Mo Chujiu and went upstairs with a vision for the future, including those wimps who had always wanted to seek protection. Many of these people have killed 1 or 2 zombies, and they now feel that zombies are not as scary as they imagined. And continuing to become stronger gives them a sense of accomplishment. This filled them with fighting spirit. Even the first-level supernatural beings who had never killed zombies secretly swore in their hearts when they saw these people who were once as cowardly as them and now looked so full of fighting spirit. Tomorrow, they will also stand up. They need to become stronger. Chapter 86, Some Food Protection. At this time, Su walked out of the building. How are those people? Mo Chujiu asked calmly. You have good fighting ability. You killed a lot of level 1 and level 2 zombies before you died. These crystal cores are for you. As Su spoke, she threw over a large bag of crystal cores, which contained more than 100 of them. It can be seen that these people tried their best before they died. Mo Chujiu nodded, put the crystal core into the space, and then walked towards building number 1. Where are you going? Su asked. The supplies in the building haven't been collected yet. I need to go in and collect them. I'll go with you. Good. The two of them entered building number 1. This time, she not only stored food and purified water, but also thick clothes, thick quilts, air conditioners, electric heaters, hot packs, etc. into the space. The cold weather is coming soon, and these things can be thrown into the mall and sold at a low price. I believe there are still many people who need them. At the beginning, Mo Chujiu was picky, but later she just collected them all. Anyway, her space was infinitely large, and these things would not go bad, so she could just throw them in the space and sell them slowly. Anyway, she knows that her system is a doomsday system to save humanity, and who knows how many people she will have to save in the future. She wants as many supplies as possible. Because he was not picky, Mo Chujiu moved much faster and finally returned to building number 7 before it became completely dark. Mi Xiaoqi had been waiting for them at the entrance of the safety passage of building number 7. Seeing them come back, she quickly took them into a room on the 3rd floor. No one has died in this room, and there are no zombies. It's pretty neat and clean. There are 3 bedrooms inside, just enough for one person. Mo Chujiu took out a few candles from the space and lit them up. Do they all have food? Mo Chujiu looked at Mi Xiaoqi and asked, "Those guys are smart. Didn't you see they all came out with backpacks on their backs? They got a great harvest this time. Don't worry, they won't starve. But the people you gave food to in the afternoon probably didn't bring food and water." Mi Xiaoqi suddenly thought of the people she rescued and said, "Then send them a box of instant noodles and mineral water later." As Mo Chujiu spoke, a box of Master Kong and a can of mineral water appeared on the floor of the living room. "Sister Mo, there's no need for water. Have you forgotten that I'm a water-based mutant? When I came out, I had already put a bucket of water in their room. I'll bring this box of instant noodles to them later." Mi Xiaoqi said with a smile. "Yes, okay. Xiaoqi, I almost forgot that the water released by the water-based mutant is fresh water and can be drunk. Then how about you give me a basin of bath water? It's been too smelly today. I want to take a bath." "Okay, Sister Mo, I'll run the water for you right away. But the water I run is room temperature water, so it will be cold for bathing, right?" Mi Xiaoqi said as she walked into the bathroom, helped Mo Chujiu clean the bathtub, and filled a basin of water for her. "It's okay. There are fire-type mutants among the members of the Python squad. I can just ask them to boil some water for me." Mo Chujiu went in and tested the water temperature. The water produced by superpowers is no different from ordinary water. They are both water at normal temperature. It's fine for drinking, but it's a bit cold for bathing. The members of the Python team live upstairs. I'll call them for you later." Mi Xiaoqi said as he picked up the instant noodles on the ground and walked upstairs. Mo Chujiu responded, opened a bottle of mineral water, and started gulping it down. She was so busy that she didn't drink much water that day, and her throat was almost smoking. After drinking a bottle of water, her throat felt better, and she looked at Su. I saw her curled up on the sofa playing games. In his previous life, this guy loved playing games and often used his points to buy some outdated game consoles. Those game consoles are full of small games, which are very boring. But for Su, those things were her only entertainment to kill time. In this life, Su knew in advance that the end of the world was coming. So he bought various game consoles and downloaded various standalone games on his mobile phone. At this time, I was having fun playing. Mo Chujiu threw her a bottle of water. She took it, opened the cap, and gulped down a few gulps. "Give me another box of ice cream. It's so hot in this weather without air conditioning." Su then started to drink water again. The bottle of water was soon empty. She threw the bottle into the trash can next to her. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujiu threw a box of chocolate ice cream to her and opened one for himself. I sat on the sofa and started to eat comfortably. When Yen Ming came in with a team member, he saw 2 beautiful girls eating ice cream and playing games on the sofa. This scene seemed like what her daughter usually looked like at home before the end of the world. Yen Ming's eyes turned red when he thought of this. His wife and daughter turned into zombies on the first day of the apocalypse. He couldn't bear to kill them, so he led them out the door. Later, when he was killing zombies in the building, he didn't see them. I guess they were chasing the escaping survivors out of the building. Mo Chujiu glanced at Yen Ming's red eyes and was stunned. "What's wrong with you? Are you craving for ice cream?" Mo Chujiu saw Yen Ming, who was about to cry, staring at him, and Su blankly, with a confused look on his face. "Uncle Yen Ming, could he be a foodie like them? It seems like my love for food is even higher than theirs. Are you crying because you can't eat it? This is for you." Mo Chujiu took out an ice cream and handed it to Yen Ming. Yen Ming was a little confused by Mo Chujiu's behavior. "No, I won't eat. I just think you guys are too similar to the state my daughter was in at home. When she's on vacation, she likes to curl up on the sofa and play games, with either a cold drink or ice cream at hand." Yen Ming was amused by Mo Chujiu's expression. Could it be that she thought he was really being greedy? "Oh, Mo Chujiu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that, and was about to put the ice cream away to give to Mi Xiaoqi later. But when she saw the young man who came in with Yen Ming, she felt that she should politely give way. So he said, "Do you want it?" The boy's face turned red, and he excitedly wanted to take the ice cream from the goddess. This was given by the goddess. He must savor it carefully. This must be the most delicious ice cream he has ever eaten in his life. Who would have thought? Oh, you don't want to eat it either. Then I'll put it away. Then the ice cream that was about to reach the boy's hand disappeared. The young man's hands were left hanging in the air, and he was stunned for a moment. Yen Ming. Fortunately, he didn't take the ice cream just now. Puff. Su looked at Mo Chujiu's stingy appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. She looked at Xiao Dai's embarrassed face and said with a smile, "Don't mind it, young man. My girl is usually very generous, but she is not very particular about food. Well, it's just some food protection." Xiao Dai laughed awkwardly twice. "It's okay. I didn't want to eat anyway. Let me go in and boil some water for you to take a bath. You guys can eat slowly." After saying that, Xiao Dai ran into the bathroom as if escaping. Mo Chujiu lowered his eyes without any burden in his heart and continued to eat ice cream. What a joke. Ice cream is a non-renewable resource. Even if you have an ice cream machine, you can't make something as delicious as this. This thing is one less after one is eaten, so she won't give it to anyone except those close to her. Chapter 87. If there were more of these things, the whole city would be blown to the ground. After Xiao Dai helped boil the water, he said hello to the two women and left in a hurry. "Wait, this is for you. Thank you for your hard work," Mo Chujiu said as he threw an old popsicle to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai took the old popsicle and his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that their base commander would be such a base commander. He was impressed by how stingy she was, but Xiao Dai still happily took the popsicle and went back to his room to eat it. In this hot weather, he has an old popsicle given by the goddess. Isn't that something others can envy? After Xiao Dai left, Yen Ming also wanted to leave. Mo Chujiu called him. "This is for you. I only have a few level 2 wind crystal cores and 2 level 3 wind crystal cores. I think they are not enough to upgrade to level 4. But it will be no problem to reach the peak level 3. This will require a lot of points, right? I may not have enough points." Yen Ming took the crystal core and asked with a frown, "These are for me. I think you are good and suitable to be a manager. So I want to train you well and let you upgrade to level 4 as soon as possible. In the future, you will be able to manage your subordinates in a way that people will trust you." Mo Chujiu said with a smile. "No. After our Python squad joins the Scarlet base, we will be under your management. Base commander, how can I still be the manager of the Python squad?" Yen Ming shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not asking you to be the manager of the Python squad. You don't know the Scarlet base yet. In the future, our bloody base will form a superpower army. It may be thousands of people, or tens of thousands, or even more. How big of a manager you can be depends on your ability. So work hard. I am very optimistic about you." Mo Chujiu patted Yen Ming's shoulder and turned to go into the bathroom. Yen Ming was left standing there in a daze. The bloody army? Thousands of supernatural legions? Oh my god! Does this little girl have such great ambitions? However, he likes it very much and longs for it. He clenched the crystal core in his hand and vowed to himself that he must work hard and strive to make a name for himself in the doomsday. Men, who doesn't want to achieve great things and become famous? The next morning, everyone gathered on the rooftop early in the morning. Mo Chujiu looked over. Xin Qingyang has already reached the 4th level of gold-related supernatural powers. Yi Mufeng has a level 4 speed ability. Su has a level 4 wood ability and a level 4 healing ability. The entire Python squad and the cadets have all reached level 3, and Yen Ming has even reached the peak of level 3. As for the others, the lowest one is already at the early stage of level 2. Mo Chujiu was very satisfied with the result. Next, you will kill more zombies and practice your abilities. After I improve my ability proficiency, I will consider raising my level. Otherwise, it is very likely that your abilities will increase too quickly and you will not be able to control the power properly, thus damaging your body. Mo Chujiu reminded loudly. After everyone responded, Mo Chujiu continued. Next, we will be divided into 3 groups. The first group, led by Lin Jin, Yi Mufeng, and Yen Ming, will be responsible for leading the zombies in the community below to the basement, and then slowly encircling and suppressing them. The second team, led by Su and Xin Qingyang, was responsible for clearing out the remaining zombies in the community. After the zombies were cleared, They directly climbed over the wall to the next community to rescue people. I will lure the zombies out of the community later. You just need to clear out the zombies in the building. The third group, Mi Xiaoqi and I, will go to the big shopping mall across the street for a walk. Does anyone have any comments? Mo Chujiu glanced at everyone. No problem. Everyone nodded in unison. Mo Chujiu divided the teams again. She assigned 60 people to each of the first and second groups, and the remaining 20 or so people followed her onto the plane. These people were all level 2 psychics who had just joined the bloody base yesterday. Although they were already level 2, they had no combat experience. The lethality of the second-level superpower to zombies can be ignored, so although these people have been upgraded, they are still a group of weaklings. There are fewer people and zombies in the mall in the early morning, which is suitable for these people to practice. The community next door is called Moonlight City, a small old community. Although it is old, there are still many zombies inside. Mo Chujiu looked at the zombies under the helicopter. There should be more than 1,000 of them. There are more people than the medium-sized community next door. Because the door inside Moonlight City is an iron gate, it is completely closed at night. After the zombie virus broke out, no one opened the door, so all the residents of this community were locked in the community, and no one escaped. Mo Chujiu looked at the iron gate below, took out a bomb from the space, and threw it down. The door fell to the ground with a loud bang. The loud noise attracted the zombies to look towards Mo Chujiu's helicopter. Then they rushed out frantically. Coach Su, lead them to the central square. Mo Chujiu shouted loudly. Good. Upon hearing this, Instructor Su flew the helicopter directly towards the central square. The area there is spacious and suitable for bombing zombies. Before Mo Chujiu was thinking of a way to blow up the gate, she remembered that although the fighter jets had been sold, she still had a lot of bombs for bombing in her space. Although she only has one helicopter, if she gathers the zombies in one place and drops bombs on them, she will definitely be able to kill a wave of them. In order to attract more zombies, Mo Chujiu still used her human blood and pork belly. As soon as this thing came up, not only the zombies in the community, but also the zombies on the entire street outside the community started running after Mo Chujiu. The shouts of "ah," mixed with the earth-shaking footsteps, made the surrounding buildings seem to tremble. After arriving at the central square, Mo Chujiu threw human blood and pork up, and then the helicopter continued to rise. When it reached a sufficient height, Mo Chujiu released several large wooden boxes from the space. When he opened the boxes, they were all bombs. Mo Chujiu looked at the densely packed zombies below the helicopter. Sitting at the door of the helicopter, he started dropping bombs. Boom! 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 Bombs exploded one after another on the ground in the central square, and the zombies who were just fighting over human blood and pork were blown to pieces. Thick smoke billowed from the ground, and flames shot up into the sky. The members of the Scarlet Base who had just joined yesterday were sitting at the cabin door. Mo Chujiu, who was swinging his legs and throwing bombs, was dumbfounded. Oh my god, their base commander is so awesome. Where did so many bombs come from? They knew that the base commander was a dual-ability user of space and ice abilities. They had also seen Mo Chujiu take food and water and a big knife from the space, but they had never seen such a large-scale weapon of mass destruction in Mo Chujiu's space. If there were more of these things, wouldn't the whole city be blown up? Then can the zombie crisis still be considered a crisis? Chapter 88 Meeting Song Yubai again. Boom. With the last loud bang, Mo Chujiu asked Instructor Su to fly the helicopter to a lower altitude to check the situation. Zombies are creatures without any intelligence. When they encounter a bombing, they will not run away, but instead rush towards the source of the sound. So right below the helicopter was a huge pile of corpses. The brains of some of these corpses were blown out, and the crystal cores fell to the ground. Some had their hands and feet blown off, leaving only their bodies still struggling inside. Some of them crawled out of the pile of corpses, dragging half of their bodies, with their intestines spilling all over the ground. Seeing such a disgusting and horrifying scene, even Mi Xiaoqi, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but gasp, and his stomach churned. Not to mention those new psychics who have joined the Scarlet Base. Vomit. Oh my god, so disgusting. Several psychics couldn't stand this scene and started to dry heave while covering their mouths. Mo Chujiu didn't feel anything about this scene. After all, she had seen more disgusting things in her previous life. When food was scarce, she even witnessed people killing each other, eating human flesh and drinking human blood. Of course, that was the late apocalypse. Mo Chujiu asked Instructor Su to fly the helicopter to the large shopping mall next to the central square. Sister Mo, aren't you going to pick up the crystal cores down there? Not yet. This place is making too much noise. I think the zombies from other blocks will be attracted here soon. Mo Chujiu looked down and saw that several small groups of zombies were gathering from all directions. If they go down to pick up the crystal core, it will be very dangerous. Mi Xiaoqi nodded upon hearing this. The helicopter hovered above the large shopping mall and found a helicopter parked on the top floor of the shopping mall. Is anyone here? Mo Chujiu could only lead everyone down the ladder. As soon as Mo Chujiu landed on the ground, a group of people came out from inside. I didn't expect it was really you guys. I felt jealous when I saw that American helicopter. We just saw your heroic deeds outside on the 4th floor. Miss Mo, where did you get so many bombs? Mo Chujiu glanced at the group of people and found that they were all acquaintances. Song Yubai came over with his team. The one who spoke was Lu Li. Mo Chujiu did not answer Lu Li's question, but looked at Song Yubai. Are you here to get supplies too? Well, long time no see, Miss Mo. Are you short of supplies? Last time you saved our team and me. How about this? You take it first, and we'll take it after you've taken it. Song Yubai smiled and spoke. No, you guys take it first. The rest will be mine after you take it. If it was someone else, Mo Chujiu would not be polite. But because the person who came was Song Yubai, and considering that he had saved her life in her previous life, Mo Chujiu decided to let them take some. Anyway, the space ability users at this time are at most level 3. The space is usually only 5 cubic meters. I don't think they can take much. Song Yubai did not refuse after hearing this. He knew that Mo Chujiu had a lot of space. But he didn't believe that he could move all the things in this large shopping mall. Even if the 8 space users with special abilities that he brought with him filled their spaces, they wouldn't be able to fit even 1/10 or 1/12 of the supplies. Because this shopping mall is very large, and there are several large warehouses in the backyard. Various daily necessities are stored inside. Song Yubai ordered Lu Li to take people to collect supplies, while he stayed on the rooftop to chat with Mo Chujiu. I didn't expect to meet you here. Your northern bunker is quite far from Haicheng, right? You emptied all the supplies there in just a few days? Why did you come all the way here to move supplies? Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Yubai. We are only here to get supplies. In fact, our team's main mission this time is to go to the chemical plant in Haicheng. Chemical plant? What happened there? Mo Chujiu's expression became serious when Song Yubai mentioned this. A survivor from the chemical plant sent a distress message yesterday. The northern bunker had stopped the rescue work, but the message from this survivor made the leadership take it very seriously. The person who sent the message by radio said that the zombies in the chemical plant were evolving very quickly. Level 2 and 3 zombies are common there, and there are more than 30 level 4 zombies. The most important thing is that a level 5 zombie has appeared there, and that zombie has already developed a hint of intelligence. Therefore, although they were in the suburbs of Haicheng, they still could not escape to the bunker by their own strength, and could only struggle to survive in a basement of a chemical plant. You know, humans are not evolving as fast as zombies. As far as I know, the highest level psychics are level 4 psychics, and they are very rare. I suspect that the zombies inside the chemical plant evolved so quickly because some chemical raw materials leaked inside, which accelerated the evolution of the zombies. So we must eliminate the zombies in the chemical plant as soon as possible and find the cause. Song Yubai paused here and looked at Mo Chujiu with a serious expression. We brought all the level 3 and level 4 psychics in the bunker this time. They have set up camp in a factory near the chemical plant. Do you have any level 3 or 4 psychics in your base? If so, can they join this operation? Join your action? What are the benefits? Mo Chujiu narrowed his eyes. Song Yubai pursed his lips and threw her a big bag of crystal cores, ranging from level 1 to level 3. Mo Chujiu thought there should be more than 1,000 of them. These crystal cores are what our team got from hunting zombies this time. We can give them all to you. What about the zombie crystal cores that were eliminated in the chemical plant? Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. She still wanted the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level zombie crystal cores. If she could get them, the superpowers of the bloody base would be greatly enhanced. But if the northern bunker also wants it, she won't get involved for now. She didn't want to have a conflict with the military bunker unless it was absolutely necessary. The main task is to find the pollution source that causes the zombies to evolve quickly. As for the zombie crystal cores, they will belong to us, the psychics who are participating in the mission this time. Of course, if your team captures the crystal core, it will naturally belong to you. Song Yubai explained. Mo Chujiu thought about it and felt that this was fair, so he nodded and agreed to Song Yubai's request. Okay, I agree. How many level 3 and 4 psychics do you have? Mo Chujiu asked. There are 184 level 3 psychics, and only me and another leader with psychic abilities are level 4 psychics. Song Yubai said this truthfully, feeling a little proud. After all, the apocalypse had only begun for a few days, and there were already so many level 3 and level 4 psychics in their bunker. It should be difficult. Chapter 89, Encountering a Half-Zombie. Mo Chujiu shook his head upon hearing this. There are too few level 4 psychics. Although there are many level 3 psychics, entering an area with dozens of level 4 zombies is basically the same as committing suicide. But we can't wait any longer. The longer we delay, the greater the possibility that high-level zombies will appear in there. Once high-level zombies overflow, it will be even more unfavorable for the human situation. Moreover, if the cause of the zombies' rapid evolution cannot be found, the Haicheng chemical plant will be like a time bomb that could deal a fatal blow to humans at any time. Song Yubai also knew the danger involved, but they had to complete this mission. We will take action in 3 days. Mo Chujiu glanced at Song Yubai and said lightly. 3 days later? Why? Song Yubai asked with his handsome brows frowned. 3 days later, 5 level 5 psychics will emerge from the bloody base. Only then will our chances of winning be better. If you don't agree, our Scarlet Base will not participate in this operation. I will return these crystal cores to you, Mo Chujiu said as he threw the bag in his hand back to Song Yubai. Song Yubai was somewhat shocked when he heard Mo Chujiu say this. You said there are level 5 psychics in the Scarlet Base? Or 5? What about level 4 and level 3 psychics? There are more than 10,000 people in their bunker now, but not one of them has awakened the 5th level supernatural power. Is their bloody base bigger than the northern bunker? If there are 5 level 5 psychics, wouldn't there be even more level 4 and level 3 psychics? Then wouldn't their mission this time be easy? Don't think too much. The reason why those 5 people were able to become level 5 psychics is because of their extraordinary talents. We don't have many level 3 and 4 psychics in the Scarlet Base. We are a small base. Mo Chujiu seemed to see what Song Yubai was thinking and said casually. Gifted? Indeed, being able to reach level 5 in such a short period of time can indeed be considered a gifted talent. I really want to meet these talented guys. Okay, 3 days is 3 days. Song Yubai did not ask why they had to wait for 3 days. If there were level 5 bosses in each base, they would definitely not come out easily. You need to go specifically to pick it up, and you need enough benefits for those people to move. If you want to ask these people to take action, Miss Mo must pay a big price. You would have to talk to Zhang Zhou later and tell her to give all the crystal cores to Miss Mo. She couldn't let her suffer any loss. Okay then, it's settled. I'll go to the chemical plant to find you in 3 days, Mo Chujiu said with a smile. Now, she can get a large number of advanced crystal cores. There are more than 30 level 4 zombies and countless level 3 zombies. That is capital that can greatly enhance the strength of the psychics in the Crimson Base. In that case, I will go back to the camp over there. You must be careful when you collect supplies, because level 2 and 3 zombies are very common now. Song Yubai looked at Lu Li and the others who had already come out, handed the bag of zombie crystal cores to Mo Chujiu again, and then turned around and got on the helicopter. Mo Chujiu took the bag and put it away happily. At this time, Lu Li came with his men. In addition to the supplies carried by the 8 space ability users, the other 20 or so soldiers in camouflage uniforms each carried 2 bags of rice or flour in their hands. There was a power user who even carried 4 or 5 bags on one shoulder. Mo Chujiu felt that if he wasn't afraid of overloading the helicopter, this guy could have carried more. As soon as Lu Li came up, he ran to Mo Chujiu's side. Miss Mo, this is for you. As Lu Li spoke, he took out a bunch of 2nd and 3rd level ice crystal cores from his arms. I remember you have ice-type abilities. I exchanged these things with the people in the bunker. I saved them specially, hoping to give them to you one day. I didn't expect to meet you here. Take it and absorb it well. These things should help you reach level 3. Lu Li threw a bag to Mo Chujiu proudly. Mo Chujiu did not refuse, and took it and put it directly into the space. In fact, the 4th level superpowers no longer have any demand for the 2nd level and 3rd level crystal cores. They can only upgrade by absorbing the energy of the crystal cores above the 4th level. The energy in the low-level crystal core enters the body of a mid-level psychic, just like a drop of water falling into the ocean, without causing any ripples at all. Thanks. Let me tell you, I am now a level 3 intermediate psychic. Do you want to come to our bunker? I will protect you then. Lu Li patted Mo Chujiu's shoulder with pride. Although he had only met this girl a few times, he liked her very much. If only she could be my sister. I would definitely do my best to take care of her. No need, I like our Scarlet base. However, if you can't make it in the northern bunker in the future, you can come to our Scarlet base. Mo Chujiu sincerely invites you. Lu Li is a nice person, loyal and capable. She didn't want him to be like in his previous life, dying in the second year of the apocalypse. Okay. When I can't make it anymore, I'll definitely come find you. Then I'll leave first. Lu Li said casually. If the boss wasn't in the bunker, he really wanted to follow Mo Chujiu. Okay, goodbye. Only after Song Yubai's helicopter flew away did Mo Chujiu lead everyone into the shopping mall. Mi Xiaoqi led the rookies of the bloody base to explore the way ahead, and Mo Chujiu followed behind them to collect supplies. The rookies saw that wherever Mo Chujiu passed, all the supplies disappeared. I was extremely shocked inside. What level of space does the base manager have? How big is it? Song Yubai's team had already cleared out all the zombies in the shopping mall in advance, so these people had a smooth journey from the top floor to the first floor. After Mo Chujiu collected the supplies, he looked toward the central square through the huge glass window of the shopping mall. At this time, the central square was filled with smoke, and various zombies that were not yet dead were dragging their bodies out. Not only that, the zombies that had gathered from all directions after hearing the noise had also gathered in the central square. Mo Chujiu looked at the pile of corpses with regret. How many crystal cores were there? It was a pity that he could see them, but could not get them. I'm really jealous of her. Mo Chujiu was looking outside when suddenly a scream came from the side. Mo Chujiu looked over and saw a girl sitting on the ground in fear. And outside the glass in front of her stood a female zombie wearing a white dress, long black hair, and a red hat. That zombie was different from other zombies. One of its eyes was the grayish-white color unique to zombies, and the other eye was black like in normal humans. This is a half-corpse? Chapter 90. Plane crash. The so-called half-zombies are people who have been infected by the zombie virus, but have not actually turned into zombies. They are conscious and have the intelligence and memory of humans. Except for one gray-white eye, it is no different from a human. Their population is extremely rare, with only a 1 in a million chance of transforming into a half-corpse. Unexpectedly, they met a... When the half-zombie saw the people inside, he curled his lips and smiled at them. Then he took out a big wrench and smashed it at the glass. With a loud bang, the entire piece of glass shattered. The broken glass cut the skin of the girl who fell to the ground, and blood immediately flowed down. The smell of blood immediately attracted several zombies wandering nearby. The zombies jumped over the half-dead girl and pounced directly at the girl on the ground. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she struggled desperately to move to the side. Save me. Please help me. Whoa, save me. Help me, she cried and shouted for help from her companions. But the companions around were all stunned and stood there motionless. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu waved his hand, and several ice cones stabbed towards the zombies. Puff, puff, puff. The ice cone directly penetrated the zombie's body, and the huge impact force knocked the zombie directly to the ground. The girl was pulled up by her companions, still screaming. Shut up! Do you want to attract all the zombies in here? Mo Chujiu shouted harshly. The girl stopped screaming after hearing that, but tears kept falling down her face. So scary. Zombies are so scary. Mo Chujiu ignored the girl and turned to look at the half-corpse. Why did you do that? No reason. I just covet your supplies. If I ask you for them, you definitely won't give them to me, right? So I can only lure the zombies to kill you? Then the things in your space will explode. Yes or no? The half-zombie girl said this and raised the big wrench to continue smashing the glass, yelling at the zombies as she did so. That would be as crazy as it can be. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu stepped forward and chopped at the back of the half-corpse man's head with his knife. The half-zombie, who was shouting and dancing with his back to Mo Chujiu, immediately stopped. She fell directly to the ground. But it's too late. The sound of breaking glass and the screams of the half-zombies have attracted the group of zombies wandering in the central square. They turned their heads to look at Mo Chujiu, and then rushed towards the shopping mall like wild animals attracted by their prey. Those with power abilities, carry her on your back. The rest of you, run! Mo Chujiu shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall man came out, grabbed the unconscious half-corpse, and ran upstairs. Others followed. Xiaoqi, water wall. Good. As soon as Mi Xiaoqi finished speaking, a wall of water immediately closed the broken window. Mo Chujiu waved his hand, and the water wall condensed into ice, instantly blocking the gap. But Mo Chujiu knew that this water wall could block the zombies, but the glass next to it could not. As soon as the ice wall was completed, the two of them ran upstairs. The zombie horde quickly rushed into the shopping mall. They crashed into the large glass of the shopping mall, making a loud bang and roar. There were so many zombies crowding and crashing outside the glass wall that the glass wall couldn't withstand any of it. Bang, bang, bang. Soon the glass shattered, and countless debris flew everywhere. A large number of zombies poured in and chased after the people upstairs. Fortunately, the floor was not high, and Mo Chujiu and others quickly climbed to the rooftop. Instructor Su's helicopter had already landed on the rooftop, and everyone climbed directly onto the helicopter. The helicopter slowly rises, but at this time a large number of zombies had already rushed out. One of the level 4 speed-type zombies took the lead and came onto the helicopter. It jumped up and actually grabbed the landing gear of the helicopter. Immediately afterwards, one zombie after another jumped up, one grabbing the foot of another. Soon a zombie ladder was formed. The helicopter was weighed down by the numerous zombies and could not rise any higher. And there are more and more zombies climbing up the zombie ladder. The helicopter began to shake and tilt. What should I do? The helicopter is about to crash. What should I do now? It's over. I'm dead. Help! The newbies on the plane were so scared that they held their heads and screamed. Mo Chujiu frowned and shouted at the rookies. What are you panicking about? Power-type mutants, come here. As Mo Chujiu spoke, he quickly took out a climbing rope from the space and handed it to the second-level psychic who came out. Grab this end and wait for me to chop off the zombies below. Then you pull me up. Okay, I promise to complete the task. The man nodded seriously. Mo Chujiu was very satisfied. Among this group of rookies, only this man could be considered a promising talent. Mo Chujiu tied the other end of the rope to himself, then took out the dragon-patterned Tang sword from the space and jumped directly down. With a wave of the dragon-patterned Tang sword, the zombie stairs under the helicopter were cut off. The zombie ladder fell directly down with a heavy thud, taking down a large number of zombies that were still rushing forward. The helicopter circled directly upwards, and there were still a level 4 speed-type zombie and a level 4 fire-type zombie falling below, as well as 3 zombies of the wind, water, and wood types. The 5 zombies were extremely excited when they saw Mo Chujiu, who was hanging under the helicopter just like them. He screamed and grabbed towards Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu curled his lips, swung out the ice blade in his hand, and directly chopped off the heads of 3 level 3 zombies. At this time, the fire zombie swung a big fireball directly at Mo Chujiu, and Mo Chujiu condensed an ice shield to block the fireball. Then he grabbed the rope and swung in front of the fire zombie. He swung the Tang sword and separated the fire zombie's head and neck. Mo Chujiu's lips curled slightly. This Tang sword was worth buying. It would be much easier to fight zombies of the same level. Finally, there was only one speed-type zombie left. Without the restraint of the zombies below, it climbed towards the helicopter at an extremely fast speed. More fresh meat on top. Mo Chujiu secretly thought that it was not good. The power-type mutant was at the door of the cabin. If she was bitten and the rope was loosened, wouldn't she be dead? Mi Xiaoqi, be careful. A level 4 speed zombie is climbing up. Mo Chujiu reminded Mi Xiaoqi loudly. Don't worry, I'm watching. Before Mi Xiaoqi finished his words, a huge column of water fell from the sky, rushing down with the level 4 zombie that was about to climb into the helicopter. Mo Chujiu quickly dodged into the space. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, the water column would have washed her off the helicopter. After the water column and the zombies fell down, Mo Chujiu flashed out of the space again. Hey, pull me up. Mo Chujiu felt very uncomfortable being hung in the air by a rope, and she quickly shouted for the people above to pull her up. Hey, all right. As the man finished speaking, the rope slowly moved upwards. But at this moment, the man who was standing at the cabin door and trying hard to pull Mo Chujiu up suddenly staggered. The whole person fell directly under the helicopter. The rope was taken down with it. Chapter 91. Level 4 Fire Element Half Zombie. Mo Chujiu fell down at a very fast speed, and when he was about to reach the ground, he casually threw out a soft big bed. Then he went straight into the space. Falling from such a high place, the man is basically dead. She threw out a bed, hoping for a miracle to happen and save the man's life. But the miracle did not happen. The soft big bed was smashed by the man, and he fell to the ground, bleeding all over the ground. The zombies that had just fallen were attracted and pounced on the man's body, cutting him into 8 pieces and eating them. Mo Chujiu looked at the helicopter with bloodshot eyes. She shouldn't be greedy. She shouldn't expect a cold-hearted half-zombie to join the bloody base and do things for her. She originally wanted to ask the half-corpse to help her pick up the crystal cores in the pile of corpses and then give her some rewards. Unexpectedly, she not only failed to find the crystal cores, but also killed a good seedling in the base. At this time, the helicopter was already hovering down, but there was an office building next to the shopping mall. The two buildings were too close to each other, and the helicopter could not continue to descend. The lowered ladder couldn't reach where Mo Chujiu was. Mo Chujiu can only save himself. Mo Chujiu flashed out of the space and pressed the flying rope on his wrist directly towards the building next to him. The thin zip line is inserted directly into the office building. The wheel on his wrist turned, and the thin rope slowly retracted into the rope box. Mo Chujiu also slowly moved up as the flying rope was retracted. Finally, she lay like a spider on the glass of a tall office building. Through the glass window, Mo Chujiu happened to see a group of people huddled inside the building. Most of them were elites in professional attire, probably white-collar workers working in the building. There were also a few middle-aged women and young men dressed in cleaners and security uniforms. One of the tall men walked up to the glass window and met her eyes. The man was wearing a high-end suit and was very handsome, but his eyes were different colors. One was gray and the other was brown. Another half-corpse? Didn't they say that half-corpses are rare? How come she met 2 half-zombies at this moment? Aren't all those people inside half-zombies? The man opened the window and glanced at the helicopter in the air. He reached out and pulled Mo Chujiu up. Mo Chujiu landed on the ground and was able to see clearly the appearance of everyone in the room. Except for the man who pulled her up, everyone else is normal. Mo Chujiu glared at the half-corpse man with a bad look. There is a female half-corpse wearing a white dress. Is she in the same group with you? Mo Chujiu's voice was cold. No. Seeing that Mo Chujiu was quite hostile towards him, the man frowned slightly and spoke in a bad tone. This girl, are you talking about a pretty girl in a white dress and a red hat? An old lady dressed as a cleaner asked. Yes. Mo Chujiu nodded. That girl is not a good person. She was originally from our building and was a receptionist at the front desk of Shangfeng Group. She was originally a very good girl, but after she turned into half-human, half-corpse, her personality changed drastically. She not only bullied ordinary people like us, but also snatched our food and water. We didn't have much food here to begin with, and she snatched it all away. Later, President Long stepped in, and we worked together to kick her out. When the cleaning lady said this, she looked at Long Qian with respect. Can a half-corpse person save people? Mo Chujiu looked Long Qian up and down and muttered. In her previous life, she had never encountered a half-zombie. It was said that all half-zombies were crazy people with cold and cruel temperaments. The half-corpse in the white dress was indeed as rumored. Will this be different? Long Qian ignored Mo Chujiu's suspicion. He saved her purely because he saw with his own eyes that the woman had a helicopter. That plane should be able to get his employees out. You have a helicopter? Can we take your helicopter and leave? It's okay if you don't want to pull me in. Take them out. Long Qian knew that the woman in front of him didn't like him, so he quickly spoke. In fact, he didn't need Mo Chujiu to take him out. He looks like a ghost now. Maybe it would be better for him to stay in a sparsely populated city. I can take them out of the city, but I can't take them out for nothing, Mo Chujiu said with a smile. What do you want me to do? Long Qian's handsome eyebrows frowned slightly. It's very simple. Do you see the pile of corpses below? Just help me pick up the zombies' crystal cores. I trust you, so you pick them up. I'll take your people away first. How about that? You should be a half-corpse who has awakened supernatural powers, right? Mo Chujiu looked at this half-corpse with an extraordinary demeanor and felt that he could not be an ordinary half-corpse. Yes. Fire ability level 4. Long Qian said lightly. What? Level 4? You're great. You're a genius half-corpse. Hey, would you like to consider joining our Scarlet Base? Let me tell you, our bloody base. Mo Chujiu started to brag about her bloody base, which made Long Qian frown. Weren't you disgusted with me just now? That's right, because I was almost killed by that female half-corpse just now, so I have a misunderstanding about you half-corpses. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Mo Chujiu hurriedly explained, fearing that he would miss a powerful general. Aren't you afraid of me? Long Qian asked with a cold look. Although his employees were in awe of him, it was because he had saved them from Li Jie. However, even so, these people both respect and fear him because they are half zombies and also have the ability to spread the zombie virus. Li Jie is an ordinary half-corpse. The main reason why everyone is so afraid of her is that she has a virus. If she scratches or bites someone, she will also turn the victim into a zombie. But the time of alienation will be longer, and it will take about 2 or 3 days. You mean the virus in your body? Don't be afraid. Moreover, Susu already had a 4th-level healing ability. Although this ability could not remove the zombie toxins, the toxins carried by the half-zombie were much weaker. Susu's 4th-level ability could completely remove the virus from the half-zombie's body. So he wasn't afraid that he had any bad intentions. However, for the safety of the base personnel, she still took out a small white pill from the space. Chapter 92 Longqian. But, just to be on the safe side, you should eat this. Although Mo Chujiu was not afraid of being plotted against by the man in front of her, she took in Longqian because she wanted to bring him into the base. If this half-corpse really has some bad intentions, then wouldn't her base be doomed? So it's better to take some precautions. What is this? Longqian frowned and took the pill and asked. Poison. Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows. Longqian shook his head and smiled, then swallowed the pill directly. The pill melted in his mouth, and he could clearly feel a small thing in the pill going along his nerves into his brain. Then a strong pain came. Ah! Longqian screamed while holding his head. His face became very ugly, and veins bulged on his forehead. It was obvious that he was enduring a lot. System, what's going on? I saw that the Firefly pill on the system mall panel showed that the host had no feeling and no pain. Why is he in so much pain? Mo Chujiu asked with a frown. What Mo Chujiu gave the half-corpse man was high-tech produced by the system. The white pill contained a mechanical firefly that was smaller than a bacterium. Once consumed, this firefly would lurk in the host's brain. It will convert brain waves into data and monitor the loyalty of the host inhabited by fireflies at any time. If the mechanical firefly detects that the host's loyalty value has reached a point where it is about to betray, the firefly will issue a warning. Once the host betrays the master of the firefly will self-destruct in the host's brain, thus killing the betrayer. When Mo Chujiu first saw this thing, he bought 1 pill as a backup. The purpose is to prevent powerful people with special abilities from joining the base and becoming difficult to control. Ding! System reminder. Because the Firefly host's mental power is too strong, it is difficult for the Firefly to implant safely, which causes severe pain in the host's brain. Please comfort the Firefly host, do not resist, and accept it directly. Otherwise, the Firefly will fail to implant. Mo Chujiu basically understood after hearing this. She reached out and patted Longqian's shoulder. Don't resist, this is not poison. As long as you don't betray me, the little thing inside won't hurt you. This is the condition for me to rescue you. Not betraying you? I didn't say I would be your slave. Longqian's handsome eyes were filled with anger, and he clenched his teeth and tried hard to resist the entry of foreign objects into his brain. But the more he suppressed it, the more his head hurt. Ah! He couldn't help but scream out loud. He regretted it. Although he wanted to save his subordinates, he was just going with the flow. He didn't intend to sell himself out for outsiders. Don't worry. I'm not a slave. I'm a comrade. You complete the mission and go with me to the Scarlet Base. If you don't want to join, I'll help you get the Fireflies out. Okay? You also know that you are half-corpse. If you can't control yourself and go crazy in the future, you are so strong. If I can't beat you, then won't all the members of our base be doomed? I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted to prevent it. Mo Chujiu continued to guide with patience. I will help you collect those zombie crystal cores in exchange for you taking them out. Forget about anything else. Longqian was a little angry. He didn't want to go to a crowded place. In his current state, if he went to a crowded place, would those people be able to accommodate him? Can you not regard him as an alien? He didn't want to endure the strange looks from others. TSK. You really are the kind of person who refuses to accept a toast and then drinks a forfeit. Mo Chujiu lost her patience and approached Longqian with a smile. Longqian thought to himself that this was not good and wanted to resist, but his headache left him with no strength to fight. Mo Chujiu chopped Longqian unconscious with a knife. Ding! Congratulations on the host Firefly's implantation. The Firefly's host is named Longqian, with a 4th-level fire ability and a 4th-level mental ability. The current loyalty is 55%. There is a risk of betrayal. Mo Chujiu was very satisfied with the initial loyalty. Although the initial loyalty was slightly low, she thought it was already very good. After all, if someone forced a small mechanical bug into her brain for no reason, she would have to kill the other person. But the former president of Shangfeng Group is actually just at risk of betrayal, which is enough to show that although this man is decisive and ruthless in the business world, but he is definitely an emotionally stable, responsible, and kind person. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to help her pick up the crystal cores just to save a few employees. That's a big project. President Long, how are you? Boss, are you okay? What's wrong with you, little girl? What the hell did you feed our president? Not only did you give him a headache, you even knocked him out. Our president is a good man. You bad woman, I will fight you. For a moment, the crowd was excited, and everyone looked at Mo Chujiu indignantly. Some young and energetic ones even rolled up their sleeves and prepared to take action. They were originally afraid of people with special powers, but after the president was treated like that, they couldn't care less. Mo Chujiu stood calmly beside the unconscious Long Qian, with a dozen ice cones suspended in his hands. What? Still want to beat me up? You! Everyone choked, and the indignation that had just risen was instantly extinguished. They simply couldn't win. If they rushed up rashly, not only would they fail to save the president, but they might also lose their lives. Don't worry. I knocked him out just because I didn't want him to suffer. I have no ill intentions. I just want him to join the Scarlet Base. Following me, he can reach level 5 as soon as possible and become a strong man in this world. If he doesn't want to follow me, I will keep my promise and help him get the stuff out of his head. I think you don't want him to stay here alone, right? Join our Scarlet Base, and you will be our family. I, Mo Chujiu, will never let him be isolated. Mo Chujiu crushed the ice cone and threw it on the ground, speaking in a gentle tone. Everyone looked at each other and said nothing. President Long had said before that he would not leave the city with them. They naturally knew the reason, which was nothing more than President Long's current identity as a half-corpse. Everyone is afraid of him, hates him, and doesn't want to get close to him, so he can only live alone, but if possible, who would be willing to be alone all his life. The woman said that she could help the president become a strong man in the world and that she could treat the president as a family member. Maybe this is a good thing for the president? The president is a good man. Whether before or after the apocalypse, he will help his employees and the poor. He is a true philanthropist who does more than he says. He should not be abandoned by the world. Thinking of this, everyone bowed to Mo Chujiu, then stood aside. At this time, Mi Xiaoqi and others rushed over and saw Mo Chujiu squatting beside a man, sucking something for him. Mi Xiaoqi walked over and found it was a bottle of cooling oil. Sister Mo, what happened to him? It's okay. I fainted. As soon as Mo Chujiu finished speaking, Long Qian slowly woke up. Seeing Mo Chujiu squatting next to him, he immediately threw a big fireball at him. He thought he was always a gentleman, but today he was tricked by a strange girl. This was simply unforgivable. Mo Chujiu had anticipated his move. She hit directly into the space, and the fireball hit the wall and exploded. Chapter 93, Beast Transform Zombies. Bang! Boom! The whole room shook twice. Mo Chujiu covered his ears in the space and felt that his eardrums were broken. When Long Qian saw that Mo Chujiu had disappeared, his face turned frighteningly dark. Get out here, he yelled. Oh, don't be angry. I told you to just follow me around our base. If you're not satisfied, you can leave at any time. I will definitely take the little thing out of your head then. There is no use getting angry now. If you kill me, this thing will explode in your head with a bang. Then, you will be dead too. Mo Chujiu came out of the space and stood in front of the man, looking at the loyalty above his head, which was still 55%. She breathed a sigh of relief. Although this guy was angry, he didn't really want to kill her. The man stared at Mo Chujiu without saying a word. Mo Chujiu continued to deceive. Humans are social creatures. You don't really want to die alone, do you? Staying in a sparsely populated city with zombies? Have you ever really thought about living like that? Let me tell you, our Scarlet Base is very good. There is electricity and water. Do you, such a clean person, really want to stay in the city and get moldy and smelly? The man's expression finally became less cold after hearing this. He hadn't taken a shower for several days. He could tolerate loneliness, but he really wanted to take a hot bath and have a good sleep. Seeing his eyes soften, Mo Chujiu continued to cheer. I am the head of the Scarlet Base. I think you're very capable. For people like you, our Scarlet Base will definitely give preferential treatment. I will give you a 2-bedroom apartment with a sofa, a bed, a washing machine, a full set of kitchen supplies, and a separate bathroom and toiletries. Just think about it. After a tiring day, taking a hot bath and resting on the bed or sofa how relaxing and comfortable it is. If you are bored, I can give you a computer so you can watch movies, play standalone games, etc. Or if you don't like reading, I can move the library next door for you. You can read any book you want. And Mo Chujiu talked incessantly about the beauty of her base, which made the people around her feel fascinated. I wish ordinary people like them could have such a wonderful life. However, they also knew that this was impossible. Although they had not experienced the end of the world, they had read novels. Joining the base means working hard in exchange for a little insignificant supplies. Life will be hard, but if you want to survive, you have to join various bases, because ordinary people can't survive if they don't join the bases. Long Qian was also persuaded by Mo Chujiu. Is everything you said true? Are you kidding me? Long Qian naturally knew that life in the end times was not easy, but the life in the base described by Mo Chujiu was simply a paradise for people in the end times. Why was he finding it hard to believe? You will know if you come back with us tonight. I promise. If you don't like our Scarlet base, I will never force you to stay. I swear. Mo Chujiu raised 3 fingers and prepared to swear to the sky. Long Qian looked at her serious and earnest expression and finally nodded. Swear this thing can work? Okay, stop fooling me. I agree to go with you. But if I don't like it there, I will leave even if I die. Come on. No problem. I guarantee you'll like it. Mo Chujiu smiled. Finally, she captured this fierce general. She couldn't believe that in such a bad environment at the end of the world, someone who entered her base would still want to leave. The group arrived at the rooftop and saw that the female half-corpse was being pinned down by the new member of the Scarlet Base. What should we do with this person? Mi Xiaoqi frowned and asked. Seeing that the half-corpse woman was beaten to a near-death state, Mo Chujiu said coldly, Throw her away. This kind of black sheep cannot be allowed to stay. No, you can't kill me. I'm very useful. I can walk among the zombies, and they won't attack me. I'm helping you do things. Please don't kill me. The female half-corpse screamed in horror. But no one listened to her screams. The base personnel who were escorting her directly pushed the half-corpse down from the roof of the 47th floor. Falling from such a high building would surely lead to death. Mo Chujiu asked Instructor Su to take her, Mi Xiaoqi, and the new members of the Crimson Base to the library not far away. Then more than 20 ordinary people in the building were sent to the military academy. Long Qian went to the central square to pick up crystal cores by himself. Yuehua Library is very large, with a total of 7 floors, 5 above ground and 2 underground. There were almost no zombies on other floors. Occasionally, a few low-level zombies were seen, but Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi did not take action. Instead, let the new members of the Crimson Squad practice. It was not until he reached the 3rd floor that Mo Chujiu saw that the number of zombies was gradually increasing. There must be people on the street who came in to avoid the zombies' attack, causing the zombies to chase them into the library, so there are so many zombies from the 1st to the 3rd floors. As soon as Mo Chujiu stepped onto the 3rd floor, he encountered a middle-aged zombie dressed in cleaning clothes. The zombie's body was covered with marks of gnawing, and the wounds were rotting and oozing pus, emitting a disgusting stench. Not only that, white maggots grew in the wounds and moved around with the cleaner zombies. Some maggots fell from the zombies' wounds and crawled slowly on the ground. Vomit! Vomit! The rookies behind Mo Chujiu began to retch again, retching and backing away. Ouch! The monster zombie crawling with maggots saw Mo Chujiu and the others, shouted excitedly, and then pounced directly over. Its body changed suddenly the moment it pounced. The originally skinny body quickly expanded and turned into a monster more than 2 meters tall, with white hair all over its body. The monster's teeth were extremely sharp, and the claws on its hands were also sharp and shining coldly, making it look extremely terrifying. Mo Chujiu quickly condensed a huge ice shield in front of him to block the monster's attack. What the hell is this? Mi Xiaoqi cried out in surprise when he saw the zombies in front of him. It was the first time she had seen a zombie with hair growing on its body and becoming like a wild beast. Chapter 94. One day, I will become a qualified superpower soldier of their bloody army. This type of zombie is called a beast-type zombie. Like the giant zombie last time, it is a variant of the power-type zombie. This kind of zombie is extremely powerful and often has the ability to harden its skin. Judging from the appearance of this beast zombie, it should be a 4th-order peak zombie. It will be just right for Lin Jin to upgrade to level 4. Mo Chujiu smiled confidently. This kind of zombie might be difficult for others to deal with, but for her, it was a piece of cake. After all, the Tang sword in her hand was not vegetarian. The fourth level zombie was blocked by the ice shield and scratched the ice shield frantically with its sharp claws. The ice shield couldn't withstand the huge force, and after a while, it shattered with a crack. The ice shield disappeared, and the fourth level zombie roared ferociously, rushing towards Mo Chujiu and the others again. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Mo Chujiu in the blink of an eye. It opened its smelly mouth and bit towards her. "Mi Xiaoqi, take them to deal with other zombies, and leave this guy to me." Mo Chujiu leaned back and avoided the attack of the beast-like zombie. Upon hearing this, Mi Xiaoqi and his men slipped past. At this time, the zombies on the third floor had been attracted by these delicious humans, and they roared and pounced towards Mi Xiaoqi and others. Mi Xiaoqi led the rookies to fight with the zombies. The beast-like zombie wanted to chase Michigan Xiaoqi and the others, but a Tang sword suddenly appeared in front of it, blocking its attack route. "Your opponent is me." Mo Chujiu curled her lips in an evil smile. She gripped the Tang sword tightly and chopped at the beast-like zombie fiercely. The humming sound of the blade cutting through the air was piercing. The beast-like zombie probably knew that his skin was thick and tough, so he didn't even try to dodge. He waved his sharp claws and grabbed towards Mo Chujiu. With a puff, the Tang sword chopped on the claws of the beast-like zombie, just like cutting melons and vegetables, and directly chopped off the claws of the beast-like zombie. "Ouch!" The beast-like zombie howled in pain. Then, it continued to attack Mo Chujiu angrily. Mo Chujiu curled the corner of his mouth slightly and swung the Tang sword in his hand. Swish! The other arm of the beast-like zombie was also broken. "Ah!" The beast-like zombie screamed, as if he realized that he was no match for the woman in front of him. He turned around and wanted to escape. Of course, Mo Chujiu was unwilling to let it go. So he picked up his Tang sword and kicked the beast-like zombie away. The beast-like zombie knocked over a bookshelf, and it fell heavily to the ground. All the books on the bookshelf fell towards the beast-like zombie, causing the already seriously injured zombie to scream and cry. The beast-like zombie got up and tried to continue running, but it was too late. Mo Chujiu had quickly come to its side, raised his Tang sword, and chopped at its head. Suddenly, the beast-like zombie's brain burst, and it fell to the ground. Mo Chujiu picked up the crystal core and put it into the space. At this time, Mi Xiaoqi and the rookies quickly dealt with the remaining zombies on the third floor. The newbies who had killed zombies had a significantly different temperament. They were no longer timid, and now they were happily holding the crystal cores in their hands. "Hey, I just killed a level 2 wind zombie. I also happen to be a wind zombie, so I'll keep the crystal core for myself to absorb. Li Lu, Chen Yang, and I have cooperated to kill a third-level primary zombie. We can't use this crystal core, so we will give it to the base commander and divide the points we get equally among the three of us. I don't think zombies are that scary. A level 1 zombie is like a little chicken in my hands. I chopped off its head with one blow. I must work hard to kill zombies. I really want to upgrade to level 3. Then my Earth-based abilities can come into play. When the time comes, it will be so cool to just flick your superpowers out." Listening to everyone's chatter, Mo Chujiu's lips curled up slightly. These people have already been trained, so she will have to worry less in the future. At this moment, a group of people suddenly came out of the bathroom of the library on the third floor. There are 13 people in total, 7 first-level psychics and 6 ordinary people. As soon as they saw Mo Chujiu and others, they hurried over. "Who are you? How did you get here? Is there anything to eat?" The person who spoke was a girl who looked like a librarian. She was a first-level water-type mutant. They have been trapped here for several days, relying on the girl's water-based abilities to barely stay alive. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujiu threw some compressed biscuits to them. The men took the biscuits and began to devour them ravenously. "We are from the Scarlet Base and are conducting a rescue operation in the city center. Are you willing to join the Scarlet Base and go with us?" Mo Chujiu asked indifferently. "Yes, yes." Those people said in unison that when there was internet, the authorities released a message saying there would be no rescue. They had nothing to eat here, and there were so many zombies outside. If Mo Chujiu and the others had not come, death would be the only thing waiting for them. So no matter what kind of place the Scarlet Base is, they will follow it. Mo Chujiu left the 7 psychics behind and asked the ordinary people to wait on the helicopter on the rooftop. Then they went to the second floor, where there were more zombies than on the third floor, about 100 zombies. But there are no high-level ones, just some first and second-level ones. Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi did not take action and let others practice. The rookies before have now started to fight in a decent manner. But the few new people who joined were still a little scared and timid. They were as cowardly as you were just an hour ago. But look at them now. Now is the end of the world. If you want to live well, you have to break through yourself. Otherwise, even if I rescue you now, you won't live for long. Mo Chujiu reprimanded in a stern tone. Upon hearing this, those people lowered their eyes and thought for a while, then joined the battlefield with the knives given by Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu stood in the distance, watching these people change from being timid at the beginning to becoming more and more brave and tenacious. They also became more and more skilled in wielding the broadswords. Only then did he nod with satisfaction. Of course, these people are just ordinary people, and it is inevitable that they will fail and their lives will be in danger. The girl with water-related abilities was nearly bitten when she was besieged by 2 level 2 zombies. Mo Chujiu threw out 2 ice cones in time, blasting the 2 level 2 zombies in the head and saving the girl. The girl nodded to Mo Chujiu to express her gratitude, then continued to join the battle with a big knife in hand. Other rookies also had some small scares, but with the protection of Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi, 2 level 4 psychics, they finally escaped without any danger. After all the zombies on the second floor were dealt with, the last group of rookies also had blood in their eyes. Mo Chujiu was very satisfied. She believed that these people would become stronger and stronger. One day, I will become a qualified superpower soldier of their bloody legion. Chapter 95, Obtaining Countless Crystal Cores. There were no survivors on the second floor. After Mo Chujiu put all the books into the space, he continued to walk downstairs. There are more zombies on the first floor of the library, hundreds of them. Not only that, the door of the library had been smashed to pieces, and there were many zombies outside the street. If they insisted on going downstairs, it would be very dangerous. It's just some books anyway, and it doesn't matter if you take less, so Mo Chujiu plans to give up this level. But just as Mo Chujiu and the others were about to leave, they heard a female voice coming from the private room on the first floor. Don't go! Don't go! I beg you to save us. Mo Chujiu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman's face appearing at the door of the single study room in the reading room on the first floor. The woman was waving anxiously at Mo Chujiu. Seeing Mo Chujiu looking over, the woman quickly closed the door of the reading room with a bang. She knew that if she shouted like that, she would either be rescued by these people or eaten by the zombies. Sure enough, the woman's screams attracted the attention of the zombies, and they rushed frantically towards the door of the reading room where the woman was. The door of the reading room was banging against each other. She held her son in her arms and hid in a corner, trembling. The 2 of them hadn't eaten or drunk anything for several days. She was fine, but the child was extremely weak. If this continues, I'm afraid the child really won't be able to bear it. She had no choice but to give it a try. Xiaoqi, seal the door. When Mo Chujiu saw the zombies outside the library run inside after the woman shouted, he quickly shouted to Mi Xiaoqi. After Mi Xiaoqi responded, he gathered a stream of water with his hands and slammed it hard towards the door of the library. After the water column pushed out the zombies that were rushing in, it slowly spread out and turned into a wall of water blocking the library door. Mo Chujiu waved his hand, and the water wall slowly condensed into ice. The zombies outside were instantly blocked outside the door. They kept hitting the ice wall, making a thudding sound, but it would take some time to break through the thick ice wall. The huge noise here attracted the attention of the zombies. The zombies in the library split into 2 groups, and one group continued to hit the wooden door of the reading room. The wooden door is already in danger of collapse. The other part rushed towards Mo Chujiu and others at the stairs. Mo Chujiu took out several blood bags from the space and sprinkled the blood in the bags on himself and the people behind him. The stimulation of human blood made the zombies that were originally attacking the wooden door of the reading room rush towards this side frantically. Run! Mo Chujiu shouted, and everyone immediately ran upstairs. When everyone went up to the 5th floor, Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi worked together to set up an ice wall at the door. This ice wall is not completely closed, but there is a hole in the middle that allows 2 or 3 zombies to enter at the same time. Hundreds of zombies squeezed in from the gap. The rookies stood on both sides of the gate, killing zombies. When there are more zombies, Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi will come forward to help kill them with ice cones and water arrows. Both of them are level 4 psychics, so dealing with these zombies, which are at most level 3, is a piece of cake. With a wave of their hands, the 2 of them launched more than 10 ice cones and water arrows. Those ice cones and water arrows seemed to have eyes, and all hit the zombies right between their eyebrows. The zombies fell in large numbers. Soon the entrance was filled with zombies, and it was difficult for the zombies to get in. Mo Chujiu simply retracted the ice wall into the space and let all the zombies rush in. At this time, there were only about 200 zombies left, and the highest level was level 3. This was no big deal for Mo Chujiu and his group. In less than half an hour, all the zombies were eliminated by Mo Chujiu and others. Everyone went back to the first floor and found that more than 30 people had walked out of the many independent reading rooms on the first floor. The few zombies that were not attracted away were killed by these people. The ice wall at the door was no longer moving. With the ice wall blocking the way, the zombies could not smell the bloody smell at the stairs, nor could they see the people inside, so they quickly dispersed. Thank you. Thank you for saving me and my son. Do you have anything to eat? My son is starving. The woman who had been shouting for help in the reading room fell to her knees in front of Mo Chujiu, holding her child. Mo Chujiu looked over and saw the child in the woman's arms, who was about 2 years old. His face was so pale that it looked like he could die at any time. Mo Chujiu reached out and touched the child's forehead and found it was very hot. This is not just because of hunger. Mo Chujiu took out a milk bottle from the space, opened a bottle of mineral water, and poured it into the bottle. Then he called out a fire-type mutant and asked him to heat the water in the bottle. I added some more milk powder into the bottle. This is for you. Give him some. This child may have other illnesses. I'll have someone check him out later. After saying this, Mo Chujiu handed the bottle to the woman. The woman took the bottle and quickly thanked Mo Chujiu. Then she went to the side to feed the baby. Mo Chujiu took out a box of mineral water and dozens of compressed biscuits from the space. Let these people who have been hungry for several days replenish their energy. Those people also thanked him and hid aside to eat voraciously. After everyone drank some water and ate some compressed biscuits, Mo Chujiu took them to the rooftop. There were a total of 32 survivors rescued on the first floor of the library, more than 20 of whom were first-level psychics. Mo Chujiu asked ordinary people to take the helicopter to the military academy, and the remaining psychics sat on the rooftop to rest. Mo Chujiu looked down from the rooftop with a telescope and saw that the pile of corpses in the central square had disappeared, replaced by ashes and sparkling crystal cores of various colors. At this time, Long Qian was bending over to pick up the crystal core. Mo Chujiu gave Long Qian a thumbs up. He was indeed a rare strong man. In a short period of time, the flames could actually burn the zombie skeletons into ashes, making it easier to pick up more crystal cores. More than 10 minutes later, Mo Chujiu arrived above the central square in a helicopter. After the helicopter circled at low altitude, the zombie crystal core disappeared. Long Qian looked up at the beautiful girl on the helicopter. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but quickly disappeared. Mo Chujiu dropped a ladder from the helicopter, and Long Qian grabbed it and climbed up. At dusk, everyone came to the central community again. Mo Chujiu looked at the survivors rescued from various places. Including those who had been transferred to the military academy, there should be about 500 people. The next step is to take at least 400 people to the military island to collect points. There is a bug in her system, which is that people who join the Scarlet Base must land on the military island to show their loyalty. And the loyalty level must be above 50% to be considered a member of the Scarlet Base. If the loyalty value is lower than this value, it is easy to betray. Therefore, it is not accepted by the military island. Even if they landed on the island, they couldn't be considered as base personnel. No bonus points. Therefore, she must bring these people to the island to get the head points and 10 million bonus points. Chapter 96. They can't be saved, so they have to save themselves. At night, the stars are shining. Mo Chujiu stood on the rooftop of a medium-sized residential area, looking at the nearby high-rise buildings from afar, where he could vaguely see spots of light shining. Mo Chujiu knew that it was because they made too much noise during the day. All the survivors in the city center knew that such a group of people had broken into the city center. Most of the light came from flashlights and outdoor lighting equipment, which was a signal for help. But even if they didn't send a signal, Mo Chujiu knew that most of these buildings had survivors. But they only have one helicopter and hundreds of mutants. With just these few people, it would take at least 3 months to rescue all the people in Haicheng. But there is still more than a month before we enter the cold period. If this continues, the survivors in other places will freeze to death unless they are trapped in residential areas or supermarkets with heating facilities. If these people want to survive, they have to save themselves. Thinking of this, Mo Chujiu took out a small drone from the space. What are you going to do? Su walked up to Mo Chujiu. Did you see the lights in those buildings? This is the early days of the apocalypse, and there are still many survivors in various places. That's their signal to us for help. But I don't want to rescue them anymore. There is still more than a month before the freezing period begins. After the freezing period, most of the survivors will freeze to death or starve to death. How many people can be saved if we are expected to rescue them? They must be informed and made aware of the seriousness of the matter. This way, they can understand the urgency of the situation and take steps to save themselves. As soon as Mo Chujiu finished speaking, Su nodded in agreement. That's true. But there is one thing. The weather is so hot now, and you told them that it will enter a cold period in more than a month. Will they believe it? There's nothing I can do if they don't believe me. I'll just tell them the truth. I am not a savior, and I cannot save everyone. Whether they live or die depends on their own choice. As Mo Chujiu spoke, he flew the drone out of the rooftop and towards the nearby high-rise buildings. Su nodded when she heard this and said nothing more. It is indeed like Mo Chujiu said. They are not saviors and cannot save everyone. Save as many as you can. Among so many cities in China, Haicheng is very lucky to have Mo Chujiu. Survivors, please take note. We have received your distress signal. But I'm sorry, we are too few in number to save the millions of survivors in Haicheng. So, I suggest everyone save yourself. Tomorrow, we will withdraw from Haicheng. But 3 days later, we will come back. We will start from the city center and implement the rescue plan in all directions. Remember, we will not come to the building to find you. We are only responsible for transportation, get you out of the city. If you want to leave Haicheng, please stand at the highest point you can reach within 50 days. 3 days later, our helicopters will patrol Haicheng. If we encounter any survivors, we will take you to a safe area. Remember, you must leave Haicheng within 50 days. After 50 days, the rescue operations will stop because in October, the cold weather will come quickly. The lowest temperature can reach more than 50 degrees below zero. If you don't have heating equipment at home, you won't be able to survive the cold winter. Mo Chujiu controlled the helicopter and broadcast the news over and over again. Later, when he felt dry-mouthed, he retracted the helicopter. She felt that this was not a solution, so she activated the drone's recording device, recorded the words, and put them on the drone. After that, continue broadcasting around the community, trying to make sure all survivors nearby can hear it. There are more than 30 survivors hiding in a 58-story building. These people are the survivors who escaped from outside to avoid the zombies. But they regretted it after they hid in because this was an office building and there was no food inside. More than 30 of them had barely survived for so long by collecting purified water from the tea rooms of various companies. Now, they were so hungry that their legs were weak. I can only stay in the corner and wait to die. They are huddled on the 15th floor. There should be food higher up. Because the company upstairs is a live streaming platform that sells snacks and local specialties. There are definitely food, but there are also a lot of zombies up there. When the black fog fell that night, those people were live streaming at the company. So after the zombie virus broke out, no one survived. Those zombies were wandering around the safe passage on the 16th floor, and sometimes they would wander to the 15th floor. They hid here carefully and dared not make any sound. They were very hungry and wanted to go up a little, but timidity prevented them from taking any action. Now, after hearing the broadcast, hope suddenly ignited in the dead eyes of the group of people. Brother Yang, did you hear that? The helicopter that made such a noise this morning said it was coming to rescue us. The person who was speaking was a very pretty girl, an ordinary person. At this time, she was wearing revealing clothes, her body was slightly leaning, her face was pressed against the man's shoulder, and she was acting coquettishly. The man was wearing security uniform. He had a tall stature, fair skin, and looked quite energetic. While drinking water, Yang Wei reached out and gently stroked the beauty's cheek. If possible, he actually didn't want to leave here. He was from the country and managed to get a security job in this building thanks to his good looks. Before the end of the world, a beauty like this one wouldn't even look at him. But now, the two beautiful female receptionists in this company are winking at him and even actively seducing him. The reason is that he is a third-level psychic and is an absolute strong one among the more than 30 survivors. But if he leaves this building, will these two beauties still throw themselves into his arms? However, even if he didn't want to leave, he had to leave, because staying here will lead to death sooner or later. Of course, I heard it. However, it is not easy for us to reach the top floor, let alone whether there are zombies on other floors. We are no match for the hundreds of zombies upstairs alone. Yang Wei glanced at the people in front of him and said lightly, "Except for 11 level 1 psychics and 4 level 2 psychics, the rest of these people are trash. It is really not easy to take this group of people away. Brother Yang, I have an idea. Another beauty leaned over and whispered something in Yang Wei's ear with a sweet voice. Yang Wei was happy to hear that. That's a good idea. I'll leave the zombies on the 16th floor to you. Brother Yang, what did you say? The beauty was shocked. She had just suggested throwing an ordinary person out as bait to lure the zombies on the 16th floor down. How could this stinky security guard let her go? She had given up her body and slept with the security guard last night. After all, she is his woman. She never imagined that the man would think of using her as bait. Isn't this your idea? If you don't go, who will? Yang Wei smiled grimly. Although this woman looks gentle and well-behaved now, before the end of the world, her eyes were on top of her head. Having humiliated him more than once, he had long disliked her. I slept with her just because she was such a cheap woman. It would be a waste not to eat a free dinner that was delivered to my door. Chapter 97, I don't care how they choose. No. Brother Yang, I'm already your woman. How can you be so heartless? You can't. The woman shouted in disbelief. She never thought that the method she had carefully planned would eventually be used on herself. What are you still standing there for? Tie up this vicious woman and gag her. Seeing that she was trying to struggle, Yang Wei immediately ordered others to capture her and tie her up. These people were all ordinary people. When they saw Yang Wei say to tie up the woman, they all backed away. At the beginning of the end of the world, most people were still kind. Do you know why I helped her? You idiots, she just suggested throwing 2 of you ordinary people out to attract the zombies upstairs. Although this idea is vicious, it is the only way to escape from here. Or, is there anyone among you willing to serve as bait for her? Yang Wei glanced at everyone and said coldly and mockingly. When those people heard this, they immediately stepped back, fearing that Yang Wei would have people throw them out. Since everyone has no objection, let's tie it up. Tomorrow morning, we will set out to go up. After he gave the order, he took out a cigarette and started smoking. Smoke floated in the air, and the entire staircase was suddenly filled with a strong smell of nicotine. Those people looked at each other, and finally 2 first-level psychics came out, tied up the woman, and sealed her mouth. Her shouting would attract the zombies wandering in the corridor, so it was better to block them. On the other side, Mo Chujiu piloted the helicopter to circle around the buildings around the community before he put the helicopter away and began to rest. The next morning, Mo Chujiu drove a helicopter directly to the chemical plant and borrowed Song Yubai's helicopter and pilot. Song Yubai didn't ask what he wanted to do and directly lent the helicopter to Mo Chujiu. Song Yubai has a total of 9 helicopters, which are all the belongings of the northern bunker. This time, the mission for the chemical plant was a huge loss. In addition to the pilot, Mo Chujiu also equipped the helicopter with several announcers. He copied last night's speech, gave each person a copy, and took turns reading it aloud using the helicopter's loudspeaker. Helicopters hovered over the city, and the announcements brought life back to the once dead city. Great! We are finally saved. What's there to save? There are so many zombies in the building. How can we climb to the top? Don't you know that we should save people to the end and send them to the west? You're wrong. The official rescue efforts before have all gone, but now there's a bloody base that can take us out of the city. There's some hope, right? I don't care about you. I will go out and kill zombies tomorrow. Even if I can't defeat them and die at the hands of zombies, it is better than waiting to die here. Haven't you heard that the cold weather is coming? 50 degrees below zero. We don't have anything to keep warm here. We'll definitely freeze to death. Why do you believe everything they say? Are you stupid? What cold period? It's so hot now that I'm going to get a heat stroke. It's only October in 50 days, and it's already minus 50 degrees. I'd rather wait here and die than take the risk of going up there. For a time, such debates were taking place everywhere, and some people wanted to go out and give it a try. Some people say that they would rather die than risk facing zombies, but in fact, they just want to wait for those people to go out and help them fight their way out. This way, they don't have to take any risks and can escape safely. There are many people like this who hide behind others and want to make others cannon fodder. Of course, there are also many united superpowers and ordinary people. There are also many people with special abilities who want to take advantage of the sacrifice of the weak and escape to the rooftop, just like Yang Wei. Mo Chujiu didn't care how they got out. There was never a shortage of selfish people or vicious and cunning people in this world. She couldn't tell one by one who should be saved and who should die. She could only treat them equally. No matter how they got up there, as long as they were standing on the roof, she would take them out. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. It took 10 helicopters most of the day to fly over all places in Haicheng. Then the work of transferring the survivors from the community and military academy began. Mo Chujiu asked the helicopter to transport the survivors to Haicheng Wharf, and then Mo Chujiu released several fishing boats and yachts from the space. When Lu Li, who came to help, saw that there were so many ships in Mo Chujiu's space, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Mo girl, how big is your space? Secret. Anyway, I have a lot of supplies in my space. What? Do you want to consider hanging out with me? Follow me, I can't say anything else, but I promise you will have the best food and the best drinks. Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows to seduce. I want to go too. Miss Mo, you don't know that the military bunker is in a mess right now. Supplies were also scarce. We couldn't get much of the supplies we fought so hard for, and we had to use them all to support those ordinary people. Now there are two voices in the bunker, one of which is to protect ordinary people. One is to drive out ordinary people and recruit people with special abilities to expand the bunker. The two sides quarreled fiercely, and the bunker was in a mess every day. I think, sooner or later, we have to do it. Lu Li sighed helplessly and told Mo Chujiu what had happened in the military bunker during this period. Oh, which side do you support? Mo Chujiu asked with interest. I don't know, as a soldier, I should have put the people first. But there are too many ordinary people in the military bunker. We, the people with special abilities, collect supplies from everywhere every day, but it is still not enough to feed these people. But I also don't want to kick them out because that would mean sending them to die. Honestly, I don't know what to do. Lu Li looked conflicted. He doesn't know which side to speak for, so he is very conflicted now. Mo Chujiu did not comment on this, because if it were her, she wouldn't know what to do. The weak are not guilty, but if they are born in such an environment, they are at risk of being abandoned at any time. After all, this is not a peaceful era, and no one owes anyone anything. No one has the right to stand on the moral high ground and demand that others sacrifice themselves for you. By the way, please tell your Captain Song what I said. It is true that the weather will be extremely cold when October comes. Don't ask me how I know. You better believe me. It's better to stock up on some warm things, Mo Chujiu reminded. In the previous life, the extreme cold came too suddenly, and the bases were not adequately prepared with supplies. Many people froze to death, including in the military bunker. Miss Mo, aren't these words of yours intended to force the survivors of Haicheng to save themselves? Lu Li asked in surprise. He never took what was shouted on the loudspeaker to heart. He thought it was a white lie told by Mo Chujiu to encourage the survivors in the city. Why should I force them to do anything? They are responsible for their own lives. I just tell them the facts, and I don't care how they choose. Chapter 98. What kind of supernatural power does Mo Chujiu have? It's too powerful. Lu Li still couldn't believe it when he heard it. The weather is so hot now, even at night, that it is unbearable. It is hard to imagine that in 50 days, the temperature will drop to minus 50 degrees Celsius. It will only be October. How could it suddenly become so cold? However, since Mo Chujiu said so, he decided to tell Song Yubai. It was up to Captain Song to decide. Anyway, Captain Song is the one who does the brain work. After Mo Chujiu said this, he ignored Lin Jin. She asked Lin Jin and Shin Qingyang to take these people to the island, and she took the half-corpse Long Qian, Mi Xiaoqi, and Su Su and went directly to the island by helicopter. When the helicopter arrived above the military island, Long Qian and instructor Su saw the brightly lit island underground. Both of them had a shocked expression. This island is so huge, and there is no power outage. The whole island is brightly lit. How big a power supply system would be needed to power the entire island? The helicopter landed on the tarmac, and everyone got off. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Scarlet Base has 2 more personnel, and the bonus points are 20,000 points. The heads have been distributed. Mo Chujiu was in a good mood. Each person got 10,000 points. She saved 582 people this time. Excluding more than 20 people who were unwilling to come to the base, there were about 560 people left, which was 5.6 million points. It seems that recruiting people to the base is not all bad. At least they have enough head points. Even if these people do nothing, these head points can be exchanged for compressed biscuits, which is enough to support them for a lifetime. What's more, they can create value for the base through labor. Thinking of this, Mo Chujiu couldn't help but want the system to quickly issue the next recruitment task. Mo Chujiu asked Mi Xiaoqi and Su Su to go home and rest, and he took instructor Su and Long Qian to the supermarket. As soon as they walked into the supermarket lobby, they were attracted by the high technology inside. Mo Chujiu first took them to apply for points cards and transferred 10,000 points to each of them. You can go to the supermarket and buy some clothes, shoes, socks, and daily necessities. Mo Chujiu said with a smile on his face. Chujiu, why did you give me so many points? I will be very grateful if you can give me a place to stay. How can I get so many points from you for free? Instructor Su said embarrassedly. Teacher Su, you took good care of me when we were in school. Now that you are in my territory, I will naturally give you the best. You don't have to be polite to me. These points are not given to you for free. From now on, I will have to trouble you to train ordinary people in the Scarlet Base. You can pick out some good talents in this base and teach them martial arts and firearms. Even ordinary people in my base must be able to kill zombies. Mo Chujiu had made up his mind when he saw Instructor Su. Since her system is a military system, it cannot be wasted. Low-level zombies can use machetes and blasters. As long as the mid-level and high-level zombies are not skin-hardened zombies, rocket launchers, tanks, bombs, and other weapons with great destructive power can also be used to shoot zombies in the head. If ordinary people are well-trained, it can also be a powerful weapon. Okay, in that case, I'll accept it. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. The teacher has no other skills, but he is good at training soldiers. Hearing that there was something to do, Instructor Su became more relaxed about collecting points. Okay, don't worry, teacher. I won't be polite with you, Mo Chujiu said with a smile. Instructor Su nodded when he heard this, went to the side, pushed a cart, and went into the supermarket. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Mo Chujiu looked at Long Qian, who was standing aside and looking around, and asked. Not bad. Long Qian withdrew his gaze, nodded indifferently, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Although he had never been to other bases, Mo Chujiu's bloody base was definitely the best in the world. Even in the so-called military bunker, he estimated that the living standards here might not be comparable. Then you can go around the supermarket as well. I'll go to the second floor and put some of the new books up there. Mo Chujiu said this and walked upstairs. Long Qian walked to the side and pushed a cart into the supermarket. The second floor was empty, so Mo Chujiu piled all the books in the space and the bookshelves there. Among them are children's books, textbooks from elementary school to university, and corresponding teaching supplementary materials. There are also weekly magazines, novels, classics, etc., leisure reading materials. There are even technical books for various industries. In short, Mo Chujiu didn't care whether it could be used or not. Basically, she would put up whatever was available in the space. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The supermarket level has been upgraded to level 2, and the size of the reward supermarket has doubled. 20 robots will be awarded as rewards. Huh? There's a reward for this, Mo Chujiu said in surprise. Every additional level of the supermarket will have corresponding rewards, right? This is mainly because we are worried that there will be too many members in the base in the future, and the host's small supermarket will not be enough. Therefore, the host can put as much supplies as possible in there. If there is not enough space, the system will help upgrade the supermarket. The system's mechanical sound rang out, and for some reason, Mo Chujiu felt that this small system was no longer cold and icy, but rather had a cute feel. Could it be that the system has also been upgraded? Thinking of this, Mo Chujiu asked directly, Host, don't be confused. The system will be upgraded according to the improvement of the host's ability. Please upgrade yourself as soon as possible, so that the system baby can be more considerate and smarter. The mechanical sound is still the same mechanical sound, but it exudes a sense of coquettishness and cuteness. Mo Chujiu. This dog system was actually acting cute to her now. Could it have forgotten what it had told her before? That if she failed to complete the mission, she would be killed? Mo Chujiu curled his lips, too lazy to pay attention to this two-faced guy. Mo Chujiu went up to the third floor again and turned it into a clothing mall. After these things were placed, the supermarket was upgraded to level 3, and the system rewarded 30 small robots. The supermarket space was doubled. Mo Chujiu was satisfied and put out some more clothes from all 4 seasons, including hangers. He didn't stop until he estimated that the clothes and shoes could fill up the entire third floor of the supermarket. 30 little robots came over quickly to clean up the place, without giving her any cause for worry at all. Mo Chujiu went downstairs and put out a lot of supplies, filling up the extra space on the second and first floors. Then she left the supermarket and went to the building where the management lived to pick out rooms for Instructor Su and Long Qian. Instructor Su and Long Qian were both so shocked that they didn't know how to react when the supermarket inexplicably doubled its size. What kind of special ability does Mo Chujiu have? It's too powerful. Mo Chujiu picked 2-bedroom, 2-living room apartments for both of them. so it wasn't that Mo Chujiu wasted resources. But the smallest room in this building is a two-bedroom, two-living room, and one-bathroom apartment of more than 70 square meters. There are no smaller rooms. Chapter 99. Reward. 10,000 acres of good farmland. Mo Chujiu replaced their beds with two large soft beds. Washing machines, TVs, computers, kitchen supplies, bedding. Mo Chujiu bought them everything she could think of that was missing from the room. Mo Chujiu also added a lot of vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, rice, and flour. Rice and flour are available in the supermarket, but Mo Chujiu only supplies vegetables, fruits, meat, and eggs to his trusted people. After Mo Chujiu finished purchasing these things, he went downstairs to find Instructor Su and Long Qian. The two had already used their points to buy some toiletries and food, and were now standing outside the supermarket with their bags, looking around. Sorry, I just saw that you hadn't finished shopping yet, so I went upstairs to help you buy some furniture and appliances for your new home. I didn't expect you guys to finish the selection so quickly. You must be waiting impatiently, right? When Mo Chujiu saw the two of them waiting at the door, he hurried over and helped Instructor Su carry two large bags of things. No, we just got out. What did you buy for me? You're such a spendthrift kid. Instructor Su felt that he had taken great advantage of Mo Chujiu and felt really embarrassed. Why waste it? It's just sitting there and used anyway. Let's go quickly, it's late. We should finish packing and rest early. Mo Chujiu smiled and took Instructor Su's hand and walked upstairs. Long Qian saw Mo Chujiu holding Instructor Su's arm and going upstairs, pursed her lips, and followed. In order to facilitate the arrangement, Mo Chujiu chose rooms on the 10th floor for the two of them, so they lived opposite each other. When they opened the door of the room, a cool feeling greeted them. Mo Chujiu was afraid that they would be hot, so he turned on the air conditioner when he came in. These air conditioners were installed by the base staff when Mo Chujiu left, and they're just right for use now. The room is furnished with brand new furniture and appliances, and the sofas on both sides are pure leather brown sofas. The whole room is decorated warmly and comfortably, just like before the end of the world. Instructor Su and Long Qian were both stunned, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. They never thought that they could enjoy such a warm living environment in this doomsday. I have prepared all the pots and pans in the kitchen. You can cook for yourself in your spare time. The rice and flour are in the kitchen, and the vegetables, fruits, and eggs are in the refrigerator. I also put some pork, beef, and chicken in the freezer for you. I don't sell these things in the supermarket yet. When you finish eating, ask me for them, and I will give you some more. Our base has 24-hour water and electricity supply. If you want to take a shower, the toiletries are in the bathroom. There are also bath towels and towels. There is also a washing machine, which is fully automatic and dries automatically after washing. It saves you a lot of trouble. I put the laundry detergent next to the washing machine. The TV is just a decoration so far. There are no programs, but the computer can be used. I downloaded a lot of movies, TV series, and games in advance. I'll give you these two USB flash drives. You can copy them by yourselves. Remember to return them to me after copying them. Mo Chujiu briefly introduced the two of them, and finally she looked at them. If you still need something, you can go to the supermarket and buy it directly. The supermarket has a fairly complete range of items now. If you can't find it, you can ask me. I'll see if I have it in my space. I have too many things in my space, and sometimes I don't think of taking them out. That's enough. I feel like all the things I bought are useless now. Chujiu, you're so thoughtful. I'm finally enjoying a peaceful life with you. Instructor Su was so excited that he was incoherent and almost cried. She really didn't expect that even at the end of the world, she could still live such a life. Teacher, you can't really enjoy a leisurely life. You will be busy in the future. Mo Chujiu patted her shoulder and signaled her not to get excited. Compared to the good life you give me, being busy is nothing. Instructor Su looked at Mo Chujiu gratefully and said, although she had never been to other bases, she knew that for a level 2 mutant like her, it would be impossible to receive such preferential treatment anywhere else. She is relying on her apprentice's help. Mo Chujiu handed Instructor Su some 2nd level, 3rd level, and 4th level Earth Crystal Cores. Teacher Su, this crystal core is enough to help you reach level 4. You can use it as you see fit. Remember, don't rush to upgrade. You must be able to control your abilities proficiently before you can continue to upgrade. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Mo Chujiu solemnly reminded. Don't worry, I know. Instructor Su did not say thank you this time. He felt that thanking him was too light for Mo Chujiu's kindness to him. She could only try her best to help her train the soldiers and repay her. Okay, from now on, you will be in charge of recruiting soldiers. You can ask the students in the military academy for help. Okay, I promise to help you take care of the person. This is her specialty. There is no reason why she can't do it well. After Mo Chujiu finished his instructions, he gave a few more instructions before turning around and leaving. Mo Chujiu did not ask Long Qian whether she had decided to stay because she had been paying attention to Long Qian's loyalty. Loyalty had been rising since he had stepped onto the island and had now increased from 55% to 65%. This means that he appreciates me and will never betray me easily. This also indirectly shows that this guy is very satisfied with this place and has decided to stay. She will give him a big surprise tomorrow, and she estimates that this person will be completely at her disposal. The next morning, the sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, shining on Mo Chujiu's little face, which was as white as porcelain. Mo Chujiu frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The base has increased by 558 members, and the points have reached 5.58 million. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and receiving 10 million reward points. The host currently has 15.86 million points. Ding! The lottery qualification has been reached. Host, do you want to participate? Huh, are those survivors here? Mo Chujiu had earned a lot of points early in the morning and was able to participate in the lottery. His mood suddenly became very good. Lottery! Mo Chujiu looked at the system panel and picked a number at random. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have won the reward. 10,000 acres of fertile land. What? 10,000 acres of fertile land? Does that mean she doesn't even need to reclaim land? Once the 3 years of natural disasters are over, she can start farming? Mo Chujiu's almond-sized eyes widened in surprise, and he carefully observed the system panel for a while to make sure that he was not seeing things. She got up in a hurry, without even washing her face, and ran directly to the location of the 10,000 acres of fertile farmland. Chapter 100, Supernatural Power Upgrade Potion. 10,000 acres of fertile farmland are located in the wasteland behind the original residential area. When Mo Chujiu ran over, there were more than a dozen people standing on the wasteland, holding farm tools and working to clear the land. They were now staring at the scene in front of them in amazement. This world is really mysterious. The wasteland that was full of weeds just now turned into endless cultivated farmland in the blink of an eye. The soil in the fertile fields is soft and moist. Even city dwellers who don't know how to grow crops know that whatever is planted in this kind of land will grow well. Mo Chujiu ignored the people who were standing there stupidly. She squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, rubbed it in her hands, and then smelled it. A fresh scent of soil after rain wafts into my nose. This means that the land has sufficient moisture and is suitable for planting. Who among you knows how to farm? Mo Chujiu looked at these ignorant people, shook his head, and asked, My wife and I are both good at farming. We are from the countryside. Our son bought a house in the city, and then he brought us to live in the city. I didn't expect that it would end after only living here for a few days. Oh, I'm really unlucky. The speaker was an old man with rough and dark skin, wearing a crossbeam vest and black trousers. The old man looked to be about 60 years old, but people in the countryside all look old. This old man may not be that old. May I ask your name? Mo Chujiu looked at the old farmer and asked politely. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Dashin. Boy, do you want us to help you farm? Well, Grandpa Wang, from now on this piece of land will be handed over to you. Just come to me if you need anything, and I will get you all the seeds and farm tools you need. And if you need irrigation, there are desalination and purification equipment on the island. I can have someone bring the desalinated water to the fields. The seawater desalination and purification equipment was donated by the system to the military island. Now the island residents' daily water and drinking water are all supplied by that equipment. Hey, I promise to cultivate the land for you. But this field is too big, and we don't have enough people. Wang Dashin looked at the dozen or so people around him and spread out his hands. How many people do you need? If there were no machines and oxen and horses, it would take at least several hundred people. But if there were modern agricultural machinery such as seed drills and harvesters, 40 or 50 people could manage the land. Besides, more people are needed only when applying fertilizer, pulling weeds, and pulling out seedlings. Usually, a dozen people are enough. Wang Dashin is an old farmer with first-class working skills. He has a seeder and a harvester at home. Back then, he relied on these two machines to sow and harvest for people in each village, and even raised a university student from Peking University or Tsinghua University. Then I'll trouble you, Grandpa Wang, to take care of it. This piece of land will be under your management in the future. I will give you 5,000 points as compensation every month. Other farmers will each receive 1,000 points. This staff recruitment is up to you. But there is no rush for this matter later. Mo Chujiu was just about to say that the cold weather would soon arrive and nothing could be grown in the temperature of minus 50 degrees Celsius when the mechanical sound of the system rang out. Ding! Triggering the system mission. Rescue 1,000 survivors and receive fertile fields and greenhouses covering the entire area at a constant temperature. The normal temperature greenhouse can withstand temperatures as low as minus 60 degrees Celsius and as high as 60 degrees Celsius. Wow, she really loves this system. She decided to forgive the system for wanting to wipe her out and threatening her at every turn. What did you say? Wang Dashan saw that Mo Chujiu was in a daze halfway through his speech, so he quickly asked, "Oh, it's nothing. You just need to find someone first. Remember, you can only hire ordinary people. People with special abilities are not allowed to take this job. Do you understand?" Mo Chujiu warned. I know. Wang Dashan happily agreed. It is difficult for ordinary people to earn points, so the base commander will find ordinary people for this without him having to tell him. They will also look for ordinary people whose families do not have anyone with special powers, because these people have a harder time living in the base. Mo Chujiu nodded upon hearing this and left. Mo Chujiu went directly to the hangar and spent 3.2 million points to exchange for 10 helicopters. These helicopters have a capacity of 30 people. In this way, after a little more than 3 round trips, she could bring out more than 1,000 people, and then she would have a constant temperature greenhouse. She has space for seeds, so she needs to get some sowing and harvesting machinery to Wang Dashan as soon as possible so that her base's planning industry can operate. As soon as Mo Chujiu loaded the helicopter into the hangar, Shen Qingyang ran over to find her. "Boss, we are back. What about those new members?" Shen Qingyang asked. "First, take them to the supermarket to get their points cards. The psychic should have crystal cores in their hands. Ask them to sell the ones they don't need to the base. The points they get can be exchanged for daily necessities. Then you take them to building number 1. The dormitory costs 50 points per month. The family room costs 1,000 points per month. Let them choose. Ordinary people who do not have points can go to Anzhou to register, and each person can withdraw 100 points. Then ask Anzhou to help assign them to their respective positions. Let them pay directly at the supermarket manager with their points, and then take the payment slip to Anzhou to check in." Mo Chujiu said that the supermarket manager has a function to collect rent, water, and electricity bills. After collecting these fees, a receipt will be issued. Very smart. If the water and electricity bills are not paid, there is no need to remind them manually. The housekeeper will notify the system to cut off water and electricity directly. Yes. Okay. Shen Qingyang said this and left. Mo Chujiu returned to his room and had a quick breakfast. Then she used the remaining points in the space to exchange for 8 supernatural power upgrading potions and went out. Mo Chujiu first gave me Xiaoqi and Su Su a bottle each. The two of them have now mastered the 4th level supernatural power and can upgrade to the 5th level. Then she gave another bottle to the half-corpse Long Qian. Long Qian looked at the liquid medicine in his hand with a puzzled look. "What is this?" "Power upgrade potion. I told you that you won't regret following me. This is a fire power upgrade potion. You should upgrade your fire ability to level 5 first. I will also get you some potions for your spiritual ability in a few days. I don't have enough points now. I have to give some to others too. Please forgive me," Mo Chujiu said with a smile. "Superpower upgrading potion." Long Qian took the medicine bottle and looked at it carefully, and found that it was a bottle of fiery red liquid, which was emitting a scorching temperature. It's like magma surging in the bottle. It makes people feel creepy. But Long Qian was not afraid. He simply opened the bottle cap and drank it. People say that every failure makes you wiser. How dare you drink this? Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you?" Seeing that Long Qian trusted her so much, Mo Chujiu couldn't help but smile. "You have no reason to hurt me." Long Qian said this lightly, then sat down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the energy inside. Seeing Long Qian being so casual, Mo Chujiu curled her lips and left the room. Chapter 101, thinking of the entire farm. She gave a bottle of the remaining medicine to the future big boss Xiao Pingyue. He gave 1 bottle each to Shen Qingyang, Lin Jin, and Yi Mufeng, and the last bottle was his own. After the potions were distributed, Mo Chujiu went straight back to his room and began to absorb the energy in the potions. An extremely cold force was flowing through the body. This time was different from the last time. There was no pain, but rather it was very comfortable. Mo Chujiu took a deep breath and slowly directed the restless energy in his body to his limbs and bones. It was not until dusk that she opened her eyes. Finally reached the peak of level 5 supernatural powers. Although the potion did not directly jump across 3 major steps like before, upgrading intermediate abilities is difficult, so this is considered a good result. Mo Chujiu felt very happy. She walked out of the building and wanted to see how the new members were doing. Mo Chujiu came to building number 1 and found that the people inside had already been resettled. Su's mother placed a table at the entrance of building number 1 and was sitting on the table writing and drawing. "Annie Zhou, what are you doing?" Mo Chujiu approached and asked with a smile. "Oh, it's Xiao Mo. I was just about to look for you. Su said you were busy and asked me not to disturb you, so I didn't look for you." Zhou Wanhua smiled and pointed to the chair next to her, wanting Mo Chujiu to sit down. "You're looking for me? Is there something?" Mo Chujiu sat on the chair next to him and looked at what Su's mother had written. "See above are forms that record the identity information of each resident of building number 1 and their occupations at the base. There are also rent payment and so on. Through this form, we can clearly know the basic situation of the members in this building. Annie Zhou, this is for you." Mo Chujiu handed Su's mother a laptop and said, "Using this record will make it more convenient to check later." Ouch! Okay, now it's easier for me to do things. Su's mother took the laptop and couldn't put it down. Before the end of the world, she never thought this thing was precious, but now she really can't live without it. "Annie Zhou, you can hire a few community managers so that you don't have to do everything yourself, such as registering records, notifying messages, and handling conflicts that may arise between community members in the future. You are responsible for managing these people and paying their salaries." Mo Chujiu suggested that she believed that with Su's mother's ability, if she hired a few more community managers, she wouldn't have to worry about the daily life of the entire base staff. "Okay, I'll try to recruit a few tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Me said today that he would cook and make a big meal for you little guys. He said that you guys are too tired from running around outside, so he would make you some delicious food to replenish your energy." Su's mother said, "Uncle Me is a great cook. These days, they often go to Uncle Me's house for a meal. His cooking skills are no less than those of the chefs in Michelin restaurants." "Oh, really? I must go that night. I haven't had a big meal made by Uncle Me for a long time. I'm really craving for it," Mo Chujiu said as he stood up. "There's one more thing. Please inform me that the Bloody Base is recruiting soldiers. This time we are recruiting ordinary soldiers. Both males and females between the ages of 16 and 50 who are in good health are welcome. If you join the elite corps of the Scarlet Base, you will receive 1,000 points of military funds every month. Not only that, the base also provides meals, accommodation, and water and electricity bills. The only thing is that they're trained to go out and kill zombies one day, and once they join the elite group, they must obey management. Always be prepared to make sacrifices." Mo Chujiu said solemnly. "Okay, leave this to me." As Su's mother said this, she went into the building and went to notify every household. Mo Chujiu also stood up and went to the building where the management lived to find Su and Mi Xiaoqi. At this time, Su was at Mi Xiaoqi's house, helping Uncle Mi pick vegetables. As soon as Mo Chujiu entered, Uncle Mi came out to greet him happily. "Xiao Mo is here? You've been working hard lately. Take a break, and I'll make you a delicious meal." "Okay, Uncle Mi, I'll get you some big crabs and various kinds of meat. We have been away for a while, so you must have eaten most of the meat, right?" Mo Chujiu said as he took out a bunch of ingredients from the space and put them into the kitchen. "No way. How can I eat that much by myself? There's still a lot left. I'm going to use that meat to make a feast for you today," Uncle Mi said with a smile. When Mo Chujiu entered the kitchen, he saw that there was indeed a lot of meat on the cupboard, but there were not many vegetables. So Mo Chujiu took out various vegetables and fruits from the space and helped Uncle Mi put them in the refrigerator. In the evening, Xin Qingyang and Lin Jin came with their families, as well as Su's father and mother, and the group of people had a lively meal together. At the dinner table, Mo Chujiu asked several people about their upgrade status. Su and Mi Xiaoqi had both upgraded to the intermediate level of level 5. Xin Qingyang had just recently reached level 4 and felt that his proficiency in controlling his supernatural powers was still a little lacking, so he did not dare to use the upgrading fluid. Lin Jin directly advanced from the peak of level 3 to the initial stage of level 5. Mo Chujiu was very satisfied with the effect of this upgrade. There are very few level 5 psychics out there now. There are already 4 level 5 psychics in their blood base, not including Yi Mufeng, Long Qian, and Xiao Pingyue, whose situation she is still unaware of. Mo Chujiu planned to ask these people about their situation after dinner, hoping that they could be promoted to level 5 as soon as possible. Hey Xiao Mao, I found that the wasteland behind the accommodation area has now become fertile farmland. Do you need any help? I've been so bored lately. Uncle Mi picked up a piece of sea fish for Mo Chujiu and asked. These sea fish were caught by the base members at sea and handed over to the supermarket in exchange for points. The supermarket manager added some profit on it and sold it in the supermarket. The price is quite fair. Anyway, even ordinary people in the base can eat as long as they work hard. I have handed over that piece of land to an old farmer to manage. If Uncle Mi really can't stay idle, why don't you take people to cultivate another piece of land next to the fertile farmland? I want to raise some pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and the like there. That way, I can add some nutrition to the food on the tables of the people at the base. Mo Chujiu thought in the previous life, after the first winter, the animals died in large numbers, so that in the end, humans had no meat to eat. In this life, she must raise and breed animals. She was not afraid of winter, as she could just drive the animals into the fertile fields where it was like spring all year round. She could plant some grass instead of crops and drive the animals into the fields, saving her from having to feed them. Fortunately, the apocalypse has only just begun for a few days, and zombies do not eat animals, so these livestock and poultry should not have all died. Okay, I'll find someone to do it tomorrow. I'll make sure the shelter for the livestock is built. Uncle Mi was born in the countryside, so he is good at this job. Mo Chujiu smiled and nodded, telling Uncle Mi that if he needed anything he could come to her, and she would get it for him. Uncle Mi said that there were many towering trees on the back hill of the island, so there was no shortage of wood. What was needed was some bricks and tiles, as well as various tools. Mo Chujiu asked Uncle Mi to make a list. She held the list and said that she would bring back the things Uncle Mi needed this time. Uncle Mi was now contented and ate and drank with everyone. Chapter 102. If you press me like this, it's easy for a gun to go off accidentally. After dinner, Mo Chujiu went directly to Xiao Pingyue's house. Grandpa Peng and Grandma Peng were sitting on the sofa watching the computer, which was playing the TV series that Mo Chujiu had downloaded in advance. Computers and air conditioners are standard equipment in the management residential building. Mo Chujiu asked about Xiao Pingyue's upgrade status and found that he had reached the peak of level 5. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He is worthy of being the boss of the apocalypse. The upgrade speed is different. It feels like I can just eat and sleep and do nothing, and I can easily upgrade with the upgrade fluid. Mo Chujiu praised little Pengyu and left some milk, snacks, and comic books for the little guy. He also left eggs, meat, vegetables, and fruits for the 2 elderly people. The 2 elderly people were very grateful to Mo Chujiu and expressed their thanks to him again and again. Mo Chujiu couldn't stand such polite words, so he stood up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a beautiful little girl walked out of the room. Sister, my father and mother have turned into monsters, right? Mo Chujiu looked over and saw that it was the little girl named Tong Tong. Hey, this child was brought back by Xiaoye. We felt sorry for her, so we adopted her. She kept crying when she first came back. She has only been better in the past 2 days. Why don't you tell her a white lie? Grandma, Peng whispered helplessly. Mo Chujiu turned around and walked into the living room. She squatted down and looked at the little girl at eye level. Do you want your sister to lie to you? In fact, when you asked this question, you already knew everything, didn't you? Tong Tong lowered his head when he heard this. Yes, she may be young, but she knows. She knows everything. She just didn't want to admit it. Sister, why won't you lie to me? Tong Tong said this. Tears welled up in her big eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Mo Chujiu couldn't bear to see the little girl like this, so he reached out and touched the little girl's furry braids. Because you are a child in the apocalypse, you can't be delicate. Mo Chujiu looked seriously into the little girl's eyes and said, You are still young now. You can still hide in Grandpa Peng and Grandma Peng's house and let them be your safe haven. But you will grow up. I don't want you to be a flower in a greenhouse. Your sister hopes you can be strong and brave. Even if you are just an ordinary person, you must make yourself a person who can survive on your own. After Mo Chujiu finished speaking, Tong Tong was stunned for a long time before he slowly raised his head and looked at Mo Chujiu, with tears still on his face. Sister, I'm not an ordinary person. I'm also a superpower. As the little fellow spoke, He raised his hand, and a black hole immediately appeared in the room. The black hole stood on the ground, like a huge mouth, ready to swallow everything at any time. Is this a space-related ability? Mo Chujiu asked in surprise. This ability is a kind of space ability, and this black hole is a rare and ancient teleportation array. When you reach a high level, a journey of thousands of miles can be completed in a blink of an eye. Sister, I don't know what this is, but I can now imagine that I am anywhere in the base and I can reach it by walking into the black hole. But I want to go home, and this black hole can't take me there. Tong Tong wiped the tears from her little face and said seriously, "You are only at level 2 now, so the distance and number of people you can teleport to are limited. When you reach level 4, you will be able to reach places beyond the island. When you reach level 5, you will be able to teleport people to faraway places." Mo Chujiu recalled the rumors about the space boss he had heard before the end of the world. The big guy is not the little lowly in front of you, but a ferocious criminal. After the apocalypse, no one is watching over the prisoners in the prison. Some starve to death, and some are killed by zombies. Only the big boss with the space ability upgraded his ability to level 3 when he was dying of hunger and escaped from the cell. He also rescued the superpowered criminals from prison and established the Dragon Base. The Dragon Base is full of evil people who do all kinds of evil. So he offended a lot of people, but no matter how powerful the psychics were, they could not catch the members of the evil Dragon Base when they went to take revenge. If they can win, they will fight. If they can't, they will be sucked into the space by that space boss and then move to other places to continue doing evil. So although these people are full of evil, and the strength of the base is not the best, but because of a space-based supernatural master, all members survived to the end. At least when Mo Chujiu died, they were still alive and well. This little girl is actually a space-type psychic. It seems that she has to train her well. That's great. Tong Tong can survive on his own. He won't be a burden anymore. As the little fellow spoke, tears welled up in his eyes again. Hey, Grandma's little darling. Who said you are a burden? You are Grandpa and Grandma's little granddaughter. Not a burden. Be good. Don't cry. Grandma Peng saw the little guy crying and picked up Tong Tong with heartache. Mo Chujiu was not good at coaxing children, so he took out a doll from the space, put it on the table, and left the Peng family. After Mo Chujiu came out, he found Yi Mufeng again. The guy had probably just finished a shower, with wet hair hanging on his forehead. Yi Mufeng opened the door and saw that it was Mo Chujiu. An evil smile immediately appeared on his charming face. Beauty, what's wrong? Want to hook up? This handsome man is not a casual person, but if you... Yi Mufeng said this while making a coquettish gesture. Fuck you, you want to get beaten again? Stop talking nonsense. What level have you reached? Mo Chujiu rolled his eyes at him and interrupted him directly. You are really boring? A handsome guy like me is like this. Why are you not moved? Are you still? Before Yi Mufeng could finish his words, Mo Chujiu suddenly grabbed his ear and dragged him into the house. Bang! After closing the door, Mo Chujiu pressed him against the wall, with one arm against him. Yi Mufeng swallowed and begged for mercy. Don't. If you hold me down like this, it's easy for the gun to go off accidentally. Mo Chujiu curled his lips and smiled evilly. Really? Since you get angry easily, I'll help you vent your anger. Mo Chujiu said this and punched Yi Mufeng in the face. Yi Mufeng turned his head and dodged. This woman is really cruel. Fortunately, I hit quickly, otherwise I would not be able to see my handsome face tomorrow. Seeing that he failed to hit Yi Mufeng's pretty boy, Mo Chujiu changed his target and raised his leg to attack his crotch. Ouch! Are you really a woman? Aren't you afraid of destroying my offspring? I tell you, if you kick it in pieces, you will be my only friend from now on. I will pester you to death and make you responsible for me. Yi Mufeng was hunched over, crying out in pain, while covering his crotch to try to extort money from Mo Chujiu. Ha! Don't worry. If your connection is disconnected there, Su's healing ability can help you reconnect it. But we have to wait until she reaches level 6. After Su's healing ability reached level 6, she could even grow a new hand, let alone a small thing like that. Besides, she was careful when she moved her legs and didn't use her full strength. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't talk so much nonsense. The pain is so severe that I can't speak. Chapter 103. It won't only cure pigs, right? I surrender to you, woman. Yi Mufeng sat on the sofa, covering his crotch, and finally stopped teasing Mo Chujiu. He poured himself a cup of coffee, took a sip, and said, Would you like to drink? No. Mo Chujiu doesn't like coffee. She prefers sweet juice or milk tea. I am now at the peak of level 5. Yi Mufeng said proudly. Very good. Come with me to the chemical plant near the military academy in 2 days. After Mo Chujiu finished his notification, he stood up and left. Yi Mufeng raised the cup and took a sip of coffee, his eyes dimmed a little. Mo Chujiu finally went to Long Qian's room. He had also upgraded to the peak level 5. After Mo Chujiu knew the result, he said good night to Long Qian with satisfaction, then returned to his room and began to rest. The next morning, Mo Chujiu took me Xiaoqi, Su Su, Shin Qingyang, Lin Jin, Xiao Pingyue, and 20 other base psychics to a breeding area. This breeding area belongs to a village under Haicheng. In the first few years, some people in the village made a lot of money by engaging in breeding industry, and the farmers in the village converted their own responsibility fields into breeding farms. Every household raises various poultry and livestock. After a long time, they really expanded it to a large scale. There are many farms for raising pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, making it a famous breeding area nearby. Although it is the end of the world now, it has only just begun a few days ago. There should still be livestock alive. They come here just to see if they can pick up some bargains. They first came to the gate of a small pig farm. Xiao Pingyue, feel the situation inside. The main reason why Mo Chujiu brought little Pingyue out this time was that he wanted him to use his special abilities more. She was afraid that the supernatural powers built up by drugs were not solid enough. It would be terrible if little Peng Yu could not reach the level of his previous life when he grew up. Xiao Pingyue closed his eyes after hearing this. After a moment, he opened his eyes and pointed to the inside of the pig farm and said, some of the pigs in the farm died and were infested with maggots, but most of them were still alive. There are more than 10 zombies inside. All of them are below level 3. There is an old man in a white coat in the office of the breeding farm. He is not a zombie. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujiu smiled, took little Pengyu's hand, and walked into the pig farm. Oh, yes, there is even a veterinarian. Now she doesn't have to worry about not being able to manage the breeding business well. The farm was filled with a terrible stench. In addition to the dead pig carcasses, there was also pig manure in the pig pens that no one cleaned up. The double stench almost made people faint. Mo Chujiu quickly took out N95 masks from the space and put them on everyone, and only then did they feel a little more comfortable. The crowd did not waste any time and quickly cleared out the low-level zombies in the farm, and then drove out the starting pigs. Although they had been hungry for many days, these pigs were still plump and had not lost much weight. There are more than 800 adult pigs and more than 100 piglets surviving in this pig farm. Mo Chujiu asked someone to rescue the old man in the office. Are you a veterinarian? Is this pig farm yours? Mo Chujiu asked. No. I am a veterinarian hired by the village farm, responsible for the health of the village's poultry and livestock. When the end of the world came, I was called over to help an old sow give birth. The old sow was having a difficult birth. Unexpectedly, the old sow could not be saved. The zombie virus broke out, and I was trapped here. The old veterinarian was in good spirits. There was water, some instant noodles, snacks, etc. in his office. He relied on these to survive these few days. When he came out, he was holding a little pig in his arms. Then you can help these pigs to see if there is anything wrong with them. If you do, I will let you work as a veterinarian in our bloody base. Food and accommodation will be provided, and you can also earn points. Mo Chujiu said lightly. Hey, okay. The old veterinarian did not refuse. There were zombies everywhere outside now, and he could only follow these people to have a chance of survival. The old veterinarian placed his hands on the fat pigs' heads, and a green light penetrated into the pigs' bodies, passing through their bodies like a scanner. Is this the third level of healing ability? Mo Chujiu asked doubtfully. This should be a healing ability, because I can heal pigs. This piglet was born from the pig that had a difficult birth. It was dying when it came out. It was cured by this green light. But the healing power of this green light is very weak, and it can only be used a few times. However, if you want to check the physical condition of the piglets, you can use it indefinitely. The old veterinarian said proudly. Well, your ability is good and has a bright future. Mo Chujiu looked at the old veterinarian with admiration. At this time, she saw that the old veterinarian's hand was stained with blood and there was a piece of rolled-up flesh on it. What happened to your right hand? Hey, it's okay. I accidentally scratched it yesterday. The old vet didn't care. Why don't you treat yourself? There are a lot of bacteria in the pig farm. Be careful that your hand will get infected. Mo Chujiu looked at the old veterinarian's hand and saw that it was already using pus. I would like to heal myself, but there is no way. My special ability can only heal Xiaobai. I can't heal myself. The old veterinarian shook his head helplessly and smiled. What? It can only be used on pigs? It can't be used on humans? What about other animals? Mo Chujiu widened his eyes in surprise. She thought this ability was very powerful, but it turned out that it could only cure pigs. There are only pigs here, so I don't know if the others can be cured, the old veterinarian said as a matter of course. Oh, then you should finish checking the pig first, and we'll know the rest after we try it later. Mo Chujiu thought that even if the pigs could be cured, it would be fine. At that time, the bloody base could just raise more pigs. At least there would be meat to eat. The old veterinarian nodded and began to examine the pig attentively. The old veterinarian's healing skills weren't great, but he was very accurate in examining animals, like when he found out a piglet had dysentery. Shin Qingyang didn't believe in the old veterinarian's ability. He thought it was ridiculous that he could tell that the piglets were sick with just the green light. This little piglet, like other pigs, was a little weak and listless. How can you tell that this piglet has dysentery? This green light is not an X-ray. Shin Qingyang came over in disbelief and looked at the piglet left and right, but could not see anything. At this moment, the little pig's stomach suddenly growled and a bubble of diarrhea spurted out of its butt. The liquid just sprayed on Shin Qingyang's face as he came closer. In an instant, his face was covered with yellow shit. The people around couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shin Qingyang's already dark face became even darker. Chapter 104. What the hell, where did this ship come from? They are dreaming. Everyone drove the pigs that the old veterinarian had checked and found to be healthy onto the trucks. 2 of these trucks were owned by the pig farm, and 6 were military trucks that Mo Chujiu had moved from the aircraft carrier. Each truck can carry 30 to 40 adult pigs, and 8 trucks can carry about 300 pigs at a time. The pigs had to be transported back in 3 or 4 batches. Mo Chujiu asked Shin Qingyang to take people to guard the pigs, while he took the rest of the people and continued to wander around the breeding area. There are pig farms, cattle farms, sheep farms, chicken, duck, and goose farms everywhere, and there are even crab and crayfish farms. Mo Chujiu looked at the area of the farm and found that it was almost the same size as the remaining wasteland on her island, so she planned to move all the animals in the farm back. In the future, the base may develop into a large base with tens of thousands of people, and there will not be enough meat to eat. Not only that, she also took away all the feeding equipment, grass cutters, crushers, pig feed, chicken feed, corn stalks for cows, etc. from the farms, anything that Mo Chujiu thought was useful. She didn't take the bricks and tiles, or wood for the pigsty and cow sheet. It has been unattended for a long time and is full of feces. It's so disgusting. Mo Chujiu thought it would be better to use new bricks and tiles. Mo Chujiu remembered that there was a brick and tile factory in the suburbs of Haicheng, and she would move some of it back later. A total of 23 survivors were rescued from the breeding area, all of whom were employees of the farm. They are all ordinary people, but this is better. They can go to the base and do their old jobs directly, and they can also guide other newcomers. She no longer has to worry about the farm. Each cattle farm has a truck for delivering goods. The smallest farm has only 1 truck, while a large cattle farm has as many as 8 trucks. Mo Chujiu counted and found that there were more than 20 farms of various sizes here, with more than 50 trucks and lorries. Including his own 6, there are a total of 62. There were 54 of them in total, and fortunately they all knew how to drive. As for whether he could drive such a big car, Mo Chujiu didn't care. As long as he could start it, he could drive it away. As long as he could drive it away, he would learn it as he drove it. At first she didn't know how to drive a large vehicle, but the end of the world forced her to learn everything. Anyway, the roads are clear in the apocalypse, and no one will be killed, so just practice. Mo Chujiu put the remaining 8 cars into the space, and the convoy drove towards the seaside in a mighty and crooked manner. When they occasionally encountered scattered zombies on the road, everyone just ran over them without stopping. Fortunately, they didn't encounter a large number of zombies, and they successfully reached the beach in about an hour. Mo Chujiu was troubled by the more than 50 trucks loaded with livestock. She had 6 fishing boats in her space, but they were all small and could not hold so many livestock. She now desperately hopes to have a vehicle transport ship that trucks and vans can drive directly onto, so that the ship will not be dirty by animal feces and can be loaded and unloaded quickly. Thinking of this, Mo Chujiu directly asked the system, do you have any vehicle transport ships in your mall? Yes, it costs 2 million credits. It is the most advanced military transport ship in the world. It is used to transport aircraft, tanks, and armored vehicles. There is an intelligent assistant with the ability to drive automatically. Just enter the coordinates, and it will automatically take you to your destination. Host, do you want to buy it? Remind the host that you don't have enough points. I'll sell you all my 15 drones. I want to buy a transport ship. The purchase price of the drone is 150,000 points, and it can be sold for more than 2 million, which is just enough to buy a transport ship. Okay. Host, please wait. Ding. The transaction was successful. The transport ship has been delivered. Please check it, host. The moment the transport ship appeared, Mo Chujiu felt that it was worth it to buy a giant transport ship with 2 million points. The size of this transport ship is comparable to that of her aircraft carrier, and its snow-white hull sparkles silver under the sunlight. The members of the Crimson Base were no longer surprised to see the giant transport ship suddenly appearing before them. They knew that their base had a large space with everything they wanted. They sometimes suspected that their base commander might not be human at all. She is God, the God who saved them from the water and fire. But the newly rescued survivors were no longer calm. They were so shocked that their mouths opened wide for a long time and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Oh shit, where did this boat come from? Are they dreaming? Seeing the surprised expressions of these people, Mo Chujiu didn't say much. She walked onto the transport ship and operated it while asking for instructions. Fortunately, everything was intelligent. Mo Chujiu pressed the start switch and then said to the assistant of the transport ship to lower the deck. The deck was slowly lowered. Mo Chujiu asked everyone to drive all the large trucks up. Su, I have already located the location of the island for this ship. Press the start button, and the smart assistant will take you back to the base. You take the survivors to send the livestock back first, then bring back the 62 people who can drive trucks, and bring Yanming over. It will take more than a short time to transport all the animals here, and we don't have the energy to keep doing this. Let Yanming be responsible for these. Mo Chujiu explained. Okay, I'll go back now and rush back overnight. After Su finished speaking, she stood in the cockpit of the transport ship and began to familiarize herself with the operation. Mo Chujiu got off the boat directly and took the psychics back to the breeding area. When they arrived at the breeding area, Mo Chujiu asked Shin Qingyang and Lin Jin to bring the psychics from the Crimson Base to guard the area. For safety reasons, each of the superpowers was given a rifle. This gun was loaded with bullets, not for fighting zombies but for defending against people. What they have captured cannot be taken away by others. After Mo Chujiu explained something to Lin Jin and Shen Qingyang, he took Mi Xiaoqi and Xiao Pingyue and drove the Tenglong off-road vehicle to the brick factory. Xiao Pingyue, feel the situation here. Xiao Pingyue closed his eyes after hearing this. After a while, he opened his eyes and pointed ahead and said, Sister, there are rows of houses inside the brick factory, and there are many zombies inside. There are also some zombies wandering among the brick and tile piles. Not many in number, only about 20 or 30. Little Pengyu said seriously. Mo Chujiu nodded when he heard this, and told Xiao Pingyue to stay in the car and not get out for any reason. After Xiao Pingyue nodded in agreement, Mo Chujiu took Mi Xiaoqi out of the car. The brick and tile factory covers a large area, with rows of brick and tile piles neatly arranged on the open space. Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi moved quickly through the area, and wherever they passed, all the brick and tile piles disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, after Mo Chujiu collected a row of brick piles, 2 level 3 zombies jumped out from behind the brick piles. The 3rd level zombies were no longer a threat to Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi. They killed them one by one directly. But at this time, the two were already very close to the dormitory of the brick factory. The howling and fighting sounds of the 2 zombies still attracted the attention of the zombies in the dormitory building. They saw the figures of Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi among the rows of bricks and tiles. Suddenly, bursts of roars were heard from the dormitory building, and then a group of zombies rushed out of the dormitory and pounced on Mo Chujiu and the others. Chapter 105 Collection. Mo Chujiu collected the 2 brick piles beside him, turned around, and ran away. Mi Xiaoqi followed closely behind. The 2 speed-type level 4 zombies directly surpassed the other zombies and caught up with Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi in a flash. Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi each have an ice cone, and the other has a water arrow. Puff! Puff! 2 sounds hit the zombie right between the eyebrows. The zombie fell to the ground. The 2 of them didn't waste anything, picked up 2 level 4 speed crystal cores and ran forward. Behind them, a swarm of zombies howled and chased after them. It must be said that this was really a large brick kiln factory with thousands of employees. As Mo Chujiu ran, she lamented that she had no time to pack up the piles of bricks and tiles on the ground. However, The bricks and tiles in the space were enough to build her farm. Just forget about the rest. Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi threw a wall of water and ice behind them as they ran to block the zombies' pursuit. So even though there were many zombies, they were not surrounded by them. After Mo Chujiu reached the peak level of level 5, he could condense an ice wall without Mi Xiaoqi's cooperation. It's just that it's not as wide as Mi Xiaoqi's water wall and can only condense 5 meters at most. However, its defensive power is much stronger than Mi Xiaoqi's water wall. By observing Mi Xiaoqi's water wall, it is wide and high and looks quite intimidating. But it can only stop zombies below level 4. And if the ice wall is not superimposed, it can only stop those zombies for 30 seconds. Although her ice wall was narrow, it could withstand the impact of all zombies below level 5. She didn't know how long it could last. Because the ice wall is too narrow, the zombies can't rush through and will instinctively go around it. So I don't know the specific defense time of the ice wall. Her ice wall is useless in this open area. It is not as good as Mi Xiaoqi's water wall. It can at least stop the low-level zombies for 30 seconds, thus widening the gap between them and the zombies. Otherwise, they would have been caught up by the crazy zombies long ago. You know, when those zombies saw them, they were like a pack of hungry wolves seeing 2 little white rabbits. They really ran away happily. Ah! Mi Xiaoqi swung out another water wall, which was about 20 meters wide, and immediately blocked the footsteps of most of the zombies. Mo Chujiu didn't throw the ice wall anymore, but directly superimposed a layer of ice-attributed power on Mi Xiaoqi's water wall. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies crashed into the ice wall and couldn't break through it. At this time, the two had already run to the car. After killing a few low-level zombies that followed them, they drove away in an off-road vehicle. Wow, how exciting. Sister Mo, look, those stupid zombies are still attacking the ice wall. They can't even turn the corner to get around. Mi Xiaoqi pointed excitedly at the zombies standing stupidly outside the ice wall and constantly hitting it with their bodies. They are indeed stupid. Mo Chujiu agreed with a smile. But we should be thankful that they are stupid, otherwise humans would not be their opponents. Mi Xiaoqi nodded in agreement when he heard this. Sister Mo, where are we going next? The farm needs to build pig houses, cow sheds, and so on, so we have to collect some things. Most of these things can be found in the building materials city, so we have to go to Haicheng Building Materials City. Mo Chujiu said as he drove the vehicle. Yeah, okay. Mi Xiaoqi nodded to show that he understood. The three of them came to an open space. Mo Chujiu put the off-road vehicle into the space and then released the helicopter. Although the building materials city is located in the outer ring of Haicheng, it is far away from the city center. But it is also a prosperous area with many residential areas, so there should be quite a few zombies. It is safer to go there by helicopter. After a while, the helicopter hovered over the building materials city. Mo Chujiu asked Xiao Pingyue to investigate the situation in the building materials city. It was discovered that there were dozens of zombies wandering around there, and there were also a few survivors. They are all ordinary people hiding in a restaurant. Mo Chujiu gave up the driving seat and let Mi Xiaoqi sit in the driving seat. There is no place for the helicopter to park here. The helicopter must leave first. Xiaoqi, drive the helicopter away and come back here to pick me up in an hour. Mi Xiaoqi didn't say much after hearing this. She wasn't worried about Mo Chujiu's safety. Now Mo Chujiu has reached the peak of the 5th level of ice power. Generally, zombies are no match for them. Even if they encounter danger, they can hide in space, so the safety factor is very high. After Mo Chujiu climbed down the helicopter using the ladder, Mi Xiaoqi took Xiao Pingyue away. Mo Chujiu walked alone in the huge building materials city. Whenever he came across a store that he thought would be useful, he would break the glass and go in to empty the place. In order to go faster, Mo Chujiu also took out a 2-wheeled electric vehicle from the space. The electric car was bought by Mo Chujiu, and when he moved, Mo Chujiu also took the car in. It comes in handy now. Although the building materials city is big, it is very fast to get around it because of the electric scooter. In a short while, Mo Chujiu found what she was looking for this time: cement, lime sand, mixer, shovel, etc. This row of shops sold materials specifically for construction sites, most of which were used to build farms. Mo Chujiu emptied out all the items in the shops and the warehouse at the back. Mo Chujiu estimated that these things were enough. He looked at his phone and saw that it was still early. He just rode his electric scooter and continued to wander around. The zombies he encountered were all low-level zombies. Mo Chujiu felt that this was not challenging at all, so he was too lazy to get off the bike. He threw a few ice cones and all the zombies died. At this time, The survivors hiding in the small restaurant saw Mo Chujiu killing zombies from the second-floor window, and their desperate eyes immediately lit up. "Help! Girl! Save us! There are zombies in this building. Save us, please! Help!" Mo Chujiu looked up and saw several people standing at the window of a two-story commercial building in front of him. As they shouted, a series of bang, bang, bang sounds came from the building, accompanied by the howling of zombies. When those people heard the voice, they became even more panicked. They kept waving and yelling at Mo Chujiu, afraid that Mo Chujiu would ignore them. Mo Chujiu frowned. She could already feel that the nearby zombies were moving towards this side. "Shut up! Do you want to lure the zombies outside in?" Chapter 106. You can go find your parents yourself. "Shut up! Do you want to lure the zombies outside in?" Mo Chujiu shouted coldly, frightening the survivors. The originally noisy building suddenly became completely silent. Mo Chujiu walked to the door of the small restaurant and looked inside through the closed windows and doors. He did not see any zombies on the first floor, so she kicked the door open and walked in. This is a small restaurant with 2 floors. There are 8 rectangular dining tables on the first floor. There is a door at the innermost part of the dining table, and the kitchen is located behind the door. The dining environment can be considered dirty and messy. Mo Chujiu walked around and found that there were indeed no zombies on the first floor, so he walked towards the second floor. There were 2 level 2 zombies at the stairs on the second floor. They were blocking the door of a room and banging on the door frantically with their bodies. The 2 zombies, one male and one female, were both wearing aprons and looked like the owners of this small restaurant. When the 2 zombies saw Mo Chujiu coming up, they immediately stopped attacking him and instead pounced on him fiercely. "Ouch!" They roared, stretched out their claws, showing their sharp nails, and grabbed at Mo Chujiu fiercely. Mo Chujiu dodged swiftly, gathered cold energy in his palms, and slapped the male and female zombies. Bang! A strong chill blew over, and the male and female zombies were instantly frozen stiff. Mo Chujiu clenched his fingers into a fist and squeezed hard. Crack, crack. Then, fine cracks appeared on their bodies. As the cracks increased, their entire bodies exploded and turned into countless pieces that fell to the ground. Mo Chujiu curled his lips in satisfaction. The superpowers upgraded with the superpower upgrading fluid seemed to be more powerful than in his previous life. The effect of this freezing technique at its peak level 5 is actually comparable to the effect at the beginning of level 7 in the previous life. "Come out!" Mo Chujiu picked up the 2 crystal cores on the ground and said to the door. As Mo Chujiu's words fell, 3 men and 2 women walked out of the door. Mo Chujiu used his mental power to investigate and found that none of the 5 people had special abilities. "Thank you for saving us, sister. You are so great. Can you help us save our family? Our family is in the Wanqing community next door." One of the girls, who had a pretty appearance, walked up to Mo Chujiu and begged. The girl seemed to be about 16 or 17 years old and was wearing a school uniform embroidered with a middle school pattern. "Your family is in Wanqing community? Then why are you hiding in a restaurant in the building materials city?" Mo Chujiu asked. "My family lives in Wanqing community. My parents took my brother and me and escaped in a car. But as soon as we walked out of the community gate, the car was blocked at the entrance. My parents told me to hold my brother and not look back and run quickly. They helped us hold back 2 zombies that were running towards us. I don't know how they're doing now. Sister, can you help us go back to that neighborhood to find my parents? Maybe they didn't get out and retreated back." The girl started to cry as she spoke, and Mo Chujiu then noticed that there was a little boy, about 2 or 3 years old, standing by the door of the room. The boy was leaning against the door and staring at her, his eyes full of anxiety and fear. Mo Chujiu glanced at the others again. They all looked at Mo Chujiu with pleading faces, which showed that these people must have accidentally come from that community and hid in the building materials city. There must be someone at home who didn't run away. "You have been here for so many days, and I believe you have heard the previous report from the Bloody Base. Starting tomorrow, the Bloody Base will begin to rescue the survivors of Haicheng. It will be dark soon, and I have a very important mission tomorrow, so I can't stay here for long. If you are willing, you can come back to the Scarlet Base with me first. If your relatives are alive, you will be reunited sooner or later." Mo Chujiu said. She didn't know about the others, but from the little girl's description, her parents were most likely gone. Even if her parents were still there, she would not be able to help with the rescue. It was already dark, and rescuing people at night was extremely difficult and dangerous. If you are not careful, you might be scratched by the zombies in the dark. This is also the reason why they stopped their rescue work in the city as soon as it got dark a few days ago. Besides, there is a task at the chemical plant tomorrow, so she has to go back early to rest today so that she can have more energy to deal with the task at the chemical plant tomorrow. Song Yubai got the news that there were level 5 zombies in the chemical plant a few days ago. Who knows whether there would be more level 5 zombies or level 6 zombies in the weird environment of the chemical plant. For safety reasons, she must have a good rest tonight. But sister, I'm worried about my parents. Can you help us save them? As the little girl was talking, she actually knelt down in front of Mo Chujiu. Little girl, do you understand what I just said? My mission tomorrow is very dangerous, and I must rest well tonight. Moreover, during a rescue operation at night, human vision is obstructed by darkness, and it is very likely that the surrounding environment will not be clearly visible, thus putting your sister in danger. In this case, do you also want your sister to rescue your parents? Mo Chujiu looked at the little girl and said solemnly. Mo Chujiu was not angry at this time, because she felt that the little girl had just entered the apocalypse and did not know the danger of being surrounded by zombies at night. She was too worried about her parents, so she asked her to save people alone in this situation. But the next sentence from the little girl almost made Mo Chujiu so angry that he almost fumed. Sister, I know it's definitely very dangerous in the community right now, but it's precisely because of the danger that I'm more worried about my parents. I just heard a helicopter coming to the building materials city, right? The helicopter appeared. Sister, you appeared. You have a helicopter, right? You can take a helicopter to the upper floor of our community and help us find our parents from upstairs. Sister, you are so capable. You can definitely bring my parents out, right? Sister is a good person. You won't stand by and watch someone die, right? Mo Chujiu was amused by this sentence. Well, she is a good person, so she has to sacrifice her life to save others. Since you are so filial, you are worried about your parents? Well, I will take you to the rooftop of your community later. You can go find your parents yourself. We can't. My brother is so young. He will die if he goes. The girl shook her head when she heard that Mo Chujiu wanted to send her back to the community. She knew the situation in the community, and it must be full of zombies. The woman in front of me is so powerful. I'm afraid I'll die if I go there. If she went back, she would die. But she had to ask her to go. Otherwise, she would not be able to survive in the end times with a 2-year-old brother. She must find her parents. Chapter 107. These people are selfish and have many evil intentions. I didn't say to let your brother go. I said to let you go. You can go find your own parents by yourself. You are so filial. You definitely won't have the heart to put your parents in danger. As for your brother, don't worry. I will help you take good care of him. Mo Chujiu looked at the little girl with a smile and said, No, I don't have superpowers. I can't save my parents. Sister, you are so powerful. You can definitely do it. I beg you, please help me save my parents. As the little girl was talking, she suddenly fell to her knees on the ground with a plop. How so funny? You can't even risk your life to save your own parents. So why do you ask me to risk my own life to save your relatives? Because you were thick-skinned? Mo Chujiu said coldly, then turned and walked outside. She originally thought it was pitiful that the 2 children were so young, but left without the protection of their family. She wanted to take it back to the base and take good care of it. But now it seems that the bloody base cannot afford such a person who only cares about himself and ignores the lives of others and takes the protection and sacrifice of the strong for granted. Hey, wait, aren't you going to take us away? Although we want you to help us save our family, we know that this is really too much to ask. So we didn't say anything. You can't just leave us here because of a little girl who doesn't know any better. Please help me, beg your benefactor, to the end. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s became anxious when she saw Mo Chujiu was about to leave and quickly stood up and said, Mo Chujiu turned around after hearing this and looked at these people with a smile. These people did not speak just now, but their expressions had already betrayed their thoughts. These people's expressions clearly showed that they were very dissatisfied with her for not saving people. He's just a man with a lot of ulterior motives, but he doesn't stand out. Yes, that child is so ignorant. The benefactor said that it was getting dark and it was too dangerous to rescue people at night. He also said that someone would come here to rescue tomorrow. But this child insisted on pestering the benefactor. What's the matter? Your parents' lives are lives, but the benefactor's life is not a life. It's really too ignorant. An old man about 60 years old also stood up and began to accuse the little girl. That's right. This kid is so selfish. He made our benefactor unhappy. Let me tell you, if we are left here by our benefactor, we will never let you go. That's it. 2 young men who looked to be in their 20s also stood up and began to accuse the girl. You. How can you say that? You clearly told me to take my brother and ask this woman to help us save people. Why are you putting all the blame on me now? You also know that it is very dangerous to rescue people, and this woman will definitely not agree. Let me beg with my brother. She said we were young. Maybe this woman would be moved with sympathy. Now I am the only one who is responsible for speaking, and I am the only one who offends others. But you have cleared yourselves. How could you do this? The little girl looked at these people with resentment in her eyes. Oh, little girl, how can you say that? When did we ever tell you that? Knowing that there was danger, how could we just ask you to ask for help? Put your benefactor in danger? Don't talk nonsense without any reason. That's right. Why are you lying like that, little girl? We never told you anything. That's right. I didn't say. 4 adults surrounded the minor and accused him repeatedly. The little girl's eyes turned red with anger, but she also knew that these people would not admit it. But what can I do even if I don't admit it? She didn't believe that the woman in front of her would really not take her away and leave her here to die just because of her few words. She turned her gaze to Mo Chujiu. I know I was wrong. Are you really not going to take us away? I don't need you to save my parents anymore. Can you take us away? I beg you. The little girl said as she dragged her brother to her knees on the ground again. She lowered her brows, but her eyes were extremely cold. This woman was so powerful. Why didn't she help her and her brother? How could she have no sympathy at all? It really pissed her off, but she had to bow her head because she had to leave here. If she stays here, she will die. Mo Chujiu knew that the little girl didn't really admit her mistake. She just wanted to use her to leave here. However, when Mo Chujiu looked at the timid eyes of the little boy, her heart softened. Moreover, although these people were ungrateful and selfish, they did not cause any harm to her. I just disgusted her a little. It's not a capital crime. Thinking of this, Mo Chujiu looked at the people in front of him and said, Come with me. After Mo Chujiu finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the place where he got off the helicopter. Those people looked at each other and hurried to follow. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Mi Xiaoqi came over in a helicopter. Everyone climbed onto the helicopter using the ladder. The little boy was too small to climb up, and the girl couldn't climb up the ladder even though she was holding the little boy. The little girl was so angry that she pushed her brother to the ground. A burden? You are a burden. Why don't you just die? After the little girl finished speaking, she directly climbed onto the helicopter using the ladder, leaving the little boy there without a care in the world. Mo Chujiu was shocked. She thought that although this child was a little selfish, he was a filial child after all. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. It takes a very cold-hearted person to leave his own brother here in such an environment and not care about him. She doesn't want to save this kind of person. Thinking of this, Mo Chujiu grabbed the little girl by the collar and got off the helicopter. Hey, what are you doing? The little girl struggled, but found that she couldn't break free from Mo Chujiu's grip. Mo Chujiu grabbed her and threw her aside. Get away from me! The little girl lost her balance and fell to the ground. The pain made her angry, and she said, Fuck you. You dare to hit me? I tell you, my parents have never hit me since I was a child. What right do you have to hit me? I will fight you. The little girl rushed towards Mo Chujiu while shouting, but was thrown away by Mo Chujiu again. Don't mess with me, otherwise I'll kill you. Get out. Mo Chujiu's voice was icy cold, and the little girl shrank into the corner in fear. Mo Chujiu turned around, picked up the little boy who was crying and almost fainted, and got on the helicopter directly. Walk! Mo Chujiu gave the order coldly. Mi Xiaoqi nodded, and flew the helicopter towards the farm. Hey, you can't leave me here. Why do you want to leave me here? The little girl kept running after the helicopter until she could no longer see the helicopter. At this moment, anger, fear, and regret were all mixed in her heart. She shouldn't have been so impulsive. She shouldn't have lost control of her temper and left her brother behind. With that little brat, someone would sympathize with him and take care of them, even though he was a burden and just kept crying. Cry, cry. She is getting annoyed by him, but its existence can arouse the sympathy of others. She can only live a better life if others pity them. She regretted it. Even if she hated her brother, she shouldn't have abandoned him. But it was too late to regret now, because she saw many zombies running towards her from afar. The little bird's cry was so loud that it attracted all the nearby zombies. Sister Mo, are these people brought to the base? Mi Xiaoqi looked at the 2-year-old boy who was still crying in the helicopter and asked with a frown, This little boy has no ability to protect himself, so he has to stay here. Send the others to the villa area. It's still relatively safe there for the time being. There are no zombies spreading out of the city yet, so although the villa area is in the suburbs, it is still relatively safe. Benefactor, won't you take us to that bloody base? When the middle-aged woman heard that Mo Chujiu was going to send them to the villa area, she couldn't help but get anxious. Our bloody base is not wanted by just anyone, Mo Chujiu said lightly. But you all want this child. There's no reason why you don't want us. We are more useful than children anyway. The middle-aged woman curled her lips, looking unhappy. Mo Chujiu ignored the middle-aged woman when she heard that. When she recruited people into the bloody base, she never looked at their abilities but their character. It all depends on eye contact. These people are selfish and have many evil intentions. She really doesn't like it. Chapter 108, there are too many things to do now, and the base is seriously short of manpower. Mi Xiaoqi drove the helicopter to bring the survivors to the villa area. Those people did not bother much and got off the helicopter and left directly. This woman is so cold-blooded. If they make her unhappy, she might throw them back. Then I can only stay in the city and wait for death like that little girl just now. Mo Chujiu didn't care what these people thought of her. She lowered her head and looked at the little boy who had cried himself to sleep on her lap. Sigh. This child is also a poor person. Sister Mo, what are you going to do with this little girl? In fact, you shouldn't have thrown that girl away. With her, at least there is someone to take care of her. If you leave her in the building materials city, what will happen to this little one? You can't take care of him yourself, right? Mi Xiaoqi looked back at the little boy lying on Mo Chujiu's legs and asked. Originally, I didn't intend to argue with that little girl for the sake of this little boy, but that girl was asking for trouble. He actually did something like abandoning his own young brother. Under the circumstances at that time, if this kid was left there without care, he would not survive for more than 10 minutes. I don't want to save such a vicious person. Doesn't she like to abandon her family? Then I will let her taste the feeling of being abandoned herself. Mo Chujiu said, with a cold look. The little boy's situation was so similar to mine. Both were abandoned by their families when they were most helpless. When she saw the little boy, she remembered the scene when she was abandoned by the Mo family when she was dying. I couldn't control my temper for a moment, so I threw the girl out of the helicopter. That's true. Even if we take the little girl with us, we might not feel comfortable leaving the little boy with his sister. Forget it. Let's wait until we get back to the base and see if there is anyone willing to take this kid in. Mi Xiaoqi sighed and said, No, it's the end of the world. Although it's not easy for children to survive, there are still some lucky orphans who survived. Our base will have more and more people in the future, and there will be more and more orphans with no one to take care of them. It's time to set up an orphanage in our base. Mo Chujiu had this thought when he rescued Tong Tong. In his previous life, orphans like this, without the protection of adults, could not escape the fate of death. Although in the early days of the apocalypse, when food was still sufficient in various bases, these human cubs were still taken in and cared for by someone. But later on, survival in the apocalypse became increasingly difficult, and no one was willing to take in and care for these children, so they became abandoned. Being abandoned is considered good. Some cruel bases even keep them in captivity and treat them as pigs and sheep that can be slaughtered and eaten. In this life, since I have this ability, I should do my best to save the lives of these children. Orphanage? Sister Mo, this is a good idea. This way, these children can be taken care of, and it can also provide some employment opportunities for ordinary people in the base. When will it be opened? I will go and help if I have time. We will be very busy recently and have no time to do this. Just leave this to Grandma Peng. I think Grandma Peng is very caring, and I think she will do a good job as the director of the orphanage. Let's go to the farm first. I want to leave some things for Lin Jean and the others. Then we'll rush back to the base and have a good night's rest. After Mo Chujiu finished speaking, he touched little Peng Yu's head. Little Peng Yu was dozing off beside him. Feeling Mo Chujiu touching his head, he opened his sleepy eyes, smiled at Mo Chujiu, and then dozed off again. Good. Mi Xiaoqi responded and flew the helicopter towards the breeding area. Lin Jin and Shen Qingyang were sitting on the road that must be passed through the breeding area with the members of the Crimson Base. The stench of animal carcasses mixed with the smell of feces and urine in the breeding area was so bad that they couldn't stand staying there. There was no choice but for them to come here to avoid the disgusting smell. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu took out a few tins from the space and also took out some self-heating hot pots and mineral water so that they could feel more comfortable here. Then he told Lin Jin and Shen Qingyang that Yin Ming would come tomorrow and help them transport the animals to the breeding area. After the animals were transported, they were also responsible for harvesting the cornfield next to the farm. The corn is not fully ripe yet, but it is perfect for poultry and livestock feed. When it is fully ripe, the stalks will be dry, and it will not be as good as it is now. After Shen Qingyang and Lin Jin agreed, Mo Chujiu took the two children and Mi Xiaoqi and flew towards the bloody base in a helicopter. The little boy was placed at Grandma Peng's house by Mo Chujiu. Seeing that it was getting late, Mo Chujiu did not tell Grandma Peng about the orphanage. After putting the little boy down, Mo Chujiu went back to sleep. The next morning, all the tools and materials needed to build the farm that they had found yesterday were thrown onto the wasteland next to the fertile fields. The base now has about 700 people. Last night, Yin Ming took more than 100 people to the breeding farm. Mo Chujiu selected 10 people with special abilities who could fly helicopters from among the special forces and students of the military academy. Each helicopter was equipped with 2 third-level psychics. They were also given guns. Although they were only going to rescue the survivors in Haicheng, anything could happen in the end times, and equipping them with some guns could provide more protection for their personal safety. Mo Chujiu handed this team over to Instructor Su. As for the training of ordinary people, Mo Chujiu decided to postpone it. There are too many things to do now, and the base is seriously understaffed. For the rest of the people, Mo Chujiu asked them to go to the wasteland to open up wasteland and build pig pens, cattle sheds, sheep sheds, etc. As for the fertile land, she decided not to plant it yet. On the one hand, she had not yet obtained the tools for farming. On the other hand, she still had enough food in her space, so she was not in a hurry to plant food. Fertile farmland has greater uses. For example, when a cold age comes, farm animals can be allowed to live in fertile farmland with greenhouses under normal temperature. For example, during the cold period, people cannot go out to kill zombies or complete missions, so this large piece of fertile land can become a training ground for her bloody army. After Mo Chujiu assigned the personnel and handed over the matters of the breeding farm to Uncle Mi, she took Su Su, Mi Xiaoqi, Xiao Pengyue, Yi Mufeng, and Long Qian to the chemical plant. Mo Chujiu's helicopter slowly landed on an open space not far from the chemical plant. Chapter 109, Dragon City's Granary? Can I have a piece of it? As soon as Mo Chujiu got off the helicopter, he saw Song Yubai walking towards him. You're here? Our deputy commander is over there. I'll take you there, Song Yubai said as he looked at the people around Mo Chujiu and nodded to them, which was considered a greeting. These people all look very outstanding. The men are handsome, the women are pretty, and even the little child is a little boy with red lips and white teeth, very good looking. He used his mental power to probe the levels of superpowers of several people, but found that he could not detect anything at all. There are only 3 possibilities for this situation. One possibility is that the strength of these people exceeds his, so he cannot detect their strength. Another possibility is that the people in front of him are psychics. Psychics have strong mental power, and the probing mental power of ordinary people cannot penetrate the mental power protection circle of psychics. Detective mental power is carried by every psychic. Unlike the mental power of psychics, this kind of mental power can only detect the ability level of psychics at close range and has no attack ability or defense ability. If you encounter a psychic who doesn't want to be detected, even if his strength is far lower than your ability level, the other party can easily avoid your mental detection. If you insist on exploring, you may be attacked by the other party's mental power and get hurt. Of course, there is one last possibility. That is, the other party does not have any superpowers, so it is naturally impossible to detect the other party's superpower level. Song Yubai felt that there should be 5 people among these people who were already level 5 psychics. Because Mo Chujiu had said at the beginning that she would bring 5 level 5 psychics today, he believed that Mo Chujiu would not lie to him. I just don't know why she brought a little brat with her. Could it be that the little brat is also a level 5 supernatural being? However, Song Yubai quickly denied this idea. Level 5 psychics are not common cabbages, so how can a child be a level 5 psychic? Good. Mo Chujiu nodded at Song Yubai and then led the members of the Crimson Base towards an abandoned factory. The abandoned factory was very large, with all kinds of cars parked inside. In addition to the people in the military bunker, there were many small gangs inside. The number of those small gangs was at most over 100 people, and at least a dozen people. Most of them are level 2 and 3 psychics, and occasionally there are a few level 4 beginner psychics who look like leaders, but their number is really rare. As soon as those people saw them come in, they all looked at them. There was no way, it was just that the looks of Mo Chujiu and his group were too outstanding. Those people were asked by the deputy commander to come here to help. They are all members of various small and medium-sized bases in the northern region. When Song Yubai saw Mo Chujiu looking at these people, he quickly leaned close to Mo Chujiu and whispered in his ear. Help? Did your deputy fort commander promise them some favor? Mo Chujiu knew these small and medium-sized bases too well. There was no such thing as asking for help. What could make them go out was the benefits that were enough to make them covetous. Yes, the deputy fort commander agreed. If these people can help take down the chemical plant, then the northern bunker will help them attack the granary in Dragon City. Song Yubai told the truth. The granary of Dragon City? Can I have a share? When Mo Chujiu heard Song Yubai mention the Longqing granary, he immediately stopped and looked at him with burning eyes and asked, how could she forget about the Dragon City granary? The food reserves in Longqing granary are definitely enough to feed a city of 1 million people for 3 to 5 years. If she could get 1/10 or 1/12 of the food in that granary, she wouldn't have to worry about feeding the members of the bloody base in the future. Even if her base developed into a large base with tens of thousands of people, she wouldn't have to worry about food for the next 10 years. Then her fertile land can be used to grow fruits and vegetables, and she can achieve fresh food freedom. However, in her previous life, she heard that a level 5 peak zombie had appeared in the granary early on, and that zombie's special ability was devouring. In the past life, there was also a base that was short of food, and a group of people went there, but in the end, none of them were spared and all were wiped out. Even a psychic of the same level as the zombie will be devoured by the zombie. As for a psychic who is 1 level higher than the zombie, can he kill it? She doesn't know, because Mo Chujiu remembered that the speed at which the zombie's superpowers were upgraded had always been ahead of that of humans. Until the year Mo Chujiu died, there had never been any news of a superpower surpassing the level of that zombie. But in this life, because of her system, everything has become different. Of course we can if we can take it down, Song Yubai said with a faint smile. At this time, he only knew that there were many zombies in the granary, and he didn't know about the zombie with the ability to devour. If he knew, he probably wouldn't dare to take Mo Chujiu with him. Okay, it's a deal then. Contact me on the radio whenever you're leaving, Mo Chujiu whispered in Song Yubai's ear. Such behavior appears intimate in the eyes of everyone. So some people began to mock Mo Chujiu and others. Oh, where did this vixen come from? She may not be very capable, but she is quite good at seducing people. I said to Captain Song, I shouldn't interfere with your flirting with girls. But when it came time to distribute the food, according to the agreement, it was divided according to the contribution points of each base. Don't let all sorts of small bases come in and take advantage of us just because of the nearby land. The speaker was a burly man with a full beard. He is an early-stage 4th level fire-type mutant, and behind him stand more than 100 2nd and 3rd level mutants. Such a base can be considered powerful in the early days of the apocalypse. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him also started to make a fuss, openly and covertly mocking Mo Chujiu and others for relying on their beauty to get in through the back door. Even some members from small and medium-sized bases followed suit and made a fuss. When Song Yubai saw these people mocking his friend, his eyes turned cold and a murderous aura suddenly emanated from him. He looked around sharply, his tone cold. Don't worry. The distribution of food will naturally be based on the contribution points at the chemical plant and the granary. I would like to advise you all not to judge a person by his appearance. If you don't have good looks, then you must be weak. Not all ugly people are good at fighting. There are many people who are ugly, weak, and foul-mouthed. Everyone must be self-aware and don't be the last kind of person. Puff! Mo Chujiu was amused by Song Yubai's stern face. She gave Song Yubai a thumbs up. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Such a polite and upright gentleman turned out to be a sharp-tongued person who was angry at everything. Song Yubai, how can you talk like that? Exactly. Who are you calling ugly? Song Yubai, you guys in the northern bunker are so great. How dare you talk to us like that? Believe it or not, we should leave now. I don't think your bunker can complete this mission on its own without our help. All of a sudden, those people who had just started to make a fuss began to clamor, and Song Yubai was about to speak back. Then a deep bass voice came. Whoever wants to leave can leave. The affairs of the chemical plant are not the business of the northern bunker alone. Chapter 110. Such people have a limitless future. Whoever wants to leave can leave. The affairs of the chemical plant are not the business of the northern bunker alone. The latest news is that 2 new level 5 zombies have appeared in the chemical plant. If this continues, the number of high-level zombies, there will not be something we can handle together. Are you still going to make such a fuss over that little bit of food? Do you really want the chemical plant to become the cradle of advanced zombies? Do you really want us humans to become extinct? Following the questioning, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s came out. Mo Chujiu looked over and saw the man wearing a military uniform with a star on his shoulder. He had a fair square face and looked upright and incorruptible. The man is at the peak of level 4, even stronger than Song Yubai. Song Yubai is at the high level of level 4 and is still one step away from reaching the peak level. As the man finished speaking, people below began to discuss. What? 2 more level 5 zombies? Do we still have a chance of winning? It's only been a few days, and there are already 2 more level 5 zombies. If things continue like this, we really won't be able to solve the problems here in a few days. We don't have the strength to deal with it now. There are already 3 level 5 zombies there. We don't know how many level 4 zombies there are. Among us, the highest level is the Deputy Fort Commander, who is only at the peak level 4. How could he possibly be a match for a level 5 zombie? And 3 level 5 zombies? Even if we are not afraid of death and go there, we will just be food for the level 5 zombies. Forget it. Forget it. We at the Dragon Tiger base don't need the food in the granary. I have to leave quickly. We don't want the Xuanwu base anymore. Let's leave too. These people's attitudes made Zhang Zhou furious. He thought that if he told these people the seriousness of the matter, they would unite and solve the problem. This way they would have a chance to nip the dangers of chemical plants in the bud. Who would have thought that several base leaders would publicly announce their withdrawal from the mission and then turn around and leave? This is simply... Zhang Zhou's heart was burning with anger. He waved his hand, and a wall of earth blocked the exit. Deputy Commander Zhang, what do you mean? The bearded man who had just insulted Mo Chujiu looked at Zhang Zhou with an unhappy expression. What do you mean? You just left like that? Don't you know the seriousness behind this matter? Zhang Zhou spoke excitedly. Ha, the bearded man sneered. Deputy Commander Zhang, do you think it would be useful for us to stay? I'm just a beginner at level 4 superpowers. Let alone the 3 level 5 zombies in the chemical plant. Even the number of level 4 zombies in the chemical plant is enough to give us a hard time. If we go in, we'll be committing suicide. Why should we do something when we know it has no chance of success? Even if things continue to develop in this way, humans will become extinct sooner or later. But that is a matter for the future. At least we can live a few more years. If we go to your place now, won't that mean we will die? Your northern bunker originally belonged to the military, so you have a high level of ideological awareness. We ordinary people can't compare to them. After the bearded man finished speaking, other base leaders echoed him. That's right. Lao Wang is right. Let's retreat quickly. It would be better to attack the granary directly than to attack here. Although there are many zombies in the granary, and there is also a rumor that there is a powerful level 5 zombie in it. But no matter how powerful it is only one zombie after all, so we still have some chance of winning. If we go to the chemical plant, we will face the risk of being wiped out. Yes, let's go. As those people were talking, they joined forces to use their superpowers. Zhang Zhou's earth wall collapsed instantly, and they were about to walk outside. You are so irresponsible. You are not allowed to leave. Do you hear me? Zhang Zhou shouted angrily. But those people turned around and got on the car of their base as if they didn't hear him. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice sounded. Xiaoqi, water prison. Mi Xiaoqi waved his hand upon hearing this, and a huge curtain of water quickly gathered from all directions, forming a water prison in the blink of an eye, blocking the way of all cars. At the same time, Mo Chujiu turned his wrist, and the water prison immediately solidified into ice. Those psychics were trapped in the ice prison, thinking that it was the 4th level psychic in the military bunker who was performing the dual abilities of ice and water. They calmly got out of the car and used their special powers to attack the ice wall. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. All kinds of supernatural powers smashed into the ice wall, but the ice wall remained intact without any damage, not even a sway. This scene stunned the psychics, and they stopped attacking. Is this a level 5 ability? That should be it. The earth wall of Zhang Zhou, the 4th level peak psychic, was broken with just one strike when we worked together. Now there are so many of us attacking the ice wall, but it remains motionless. This must be something that only a level 5 psychic can do. Who is a level 5 mutant? Who is level 5 superpower master? Please help us unlock the ice prison. We won't leave yet. Let's discuss the details of going to the chemical plant. For a moment, everyone in the ice wall decided not to leave. With a level 5 psychic, their chances of winning were much greater. Maybe there really is a way to solve the chemical plant's problems. At this time, Zhang Zhou was staring at the 2 short-haired girls in front of him in amazement. Are they level 5 mutants? He had just used his mental power to investigate, and he couldn't tell the level of these people, not even that little guy. At first, he always thought that these people were psychics and had set up a mental barrier, so he could not detect their strength. But I didn't expect that there would be a level 5 psychic among these people. Are all these people level 5 psychics? Or are these two girls the only ones? But even if these are the only two girls, that would be great too. With their help, there's a chance that the chemical plant issue will be successful. When Mo Chujiu heard the psychic in the ice prison say this, the corners of his lips curled slightly, and he retracted the ice wall into the space. This ice wall is so heavy. I wonder if it can kill some zombies if it is thrown out from space. She can try it later. As the ice wall was removed, those people's eyes darted around, looking for the level 5 mutant who could trap them. The ice wall was too thick, and they couldn't see who had done it. No need to look. They're the two little girls you just looked down on. After Zhang Zhou finished speaking to the psychics and other bases, he turned to Mo Chujiu and Mi Xiaoqi and said, Okay. It is true that the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the future is promising. Deputy Fort Commander Zhang, thank you for the compliment. Mo Chujiu nodded slightly at Zhang Zhou and did not get carried away by Zhang Zhou's praise. He still maintained a calm and composed attitude. Mi Xiaoqi also nodded politely. Zhang Zhou felt more satisfied when he looked at the two young men. Despite their young age, they were neither arrogant nor impatient, but calm and steady. I will not become complacent because of my own strength, nor will I become inflated by the flattery of others. Such people have a bright future. What? You two little girls? Chapter 111. They are fans of the Black-Cloaked Lord, respect the Black-Cloaked God, and are willing to follow him. The bearded man's face turned red. What did he just say about that person? A foxy girl? She's good at seducing people? A bunch of small bases? Oh my, how can it be a small base if there are two level 5 bosses in the base? He really wanted to slap himself twice. The bearded man was annoyed and anxious. Will these two girls bear a grudge and beat him up? Thinking of this, the bearded man took 2 steps back unconsciously. The other psychics who had mocked Mo Chujiu also lowered their heads in shame. What did they just say? Song Yubai was right. You can't judge a person by his appearance. It's us. In fact, we are not the only two with level 5 abilities. Several of my companions are also level 5 abilities. So, are you still leaving? As soon as Mo Chujiu finished speaking, the bearded man and the others suddenly opened their eyes wide. 5 level 5 powered people? All of them are level 5 powered people? Are you sure it's true? You're not lying, right? Do I need to lie to you? Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows and asked back. The bearded man was speechless. The group of psychics who wanted to escape looked at each other. In this case, there was really no need for them to go any further. They just left because they didn't want to die, but if there were 6 level 5 psychics, then of course they would have to follow. If there is hope of resolving the chemical plant issue, they're willing to give it a try. After all, they don't want the zombies in the chemical plant to become too powerful. That would be an extremely dangerous thing for them, who are close to Haicheng. We're not leaving. Well, we actually wanted to resolve the issue with the chemical plant, otherwise we wouldn't have come here. We gave up just now because we had no chance of winning. Since you, miss, said that you are all level 5 superpowers, then we naturally want to make our own contribution to the future of mankind. After the bearded man finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the people in the bloody base and said, I solemnly apologize to you for what I said just now. I won't judge you by your appearance. I'm sorry. Mo Chujiu smiled and shook his head to indicate that he didn't mind. Among these people, the man with the beard was the most honest and had the hottest temper, and he didn't have as many twists and turns as the others. Although he is not a good person, he is definitely not a bad person. Mo Chujiu wouldn't be so petty as to hate him because of a few words. On the contrary, those who can reach level 4 in a short period of time are all talents, and we should try to make friends with everyone we can. Mo Chujiu never believed that the bloody base alone could save humanity. Her goal is to make the influence of the blood base strong enough so that it can unite all the bases, big and small, throughout China and reduce the number of zombies when they are not so difficult to defeat. Let's make sure that in the future, humans won't be driven into a desperate situation by zombies. Therefore, as long as all forces are not extremely cruel and evil, Mo Chujiu mainly tries to win them over. Other members of the base who had made insulting remarks to Mo Chujiu and the others also hurriedly apologized, fearing that these people would come after them later. You have to know that it is the end of the world, and everything is based on strength. If a large base with many strong people wants to destroy these small and medium-sized bases, it is as easy as crushing an ant. It seems I have to be careful with what I say next time. There will always be people better than you. Who would have thought that a group of people who look so evil would also be so powerful? Oh my God, is he a face-obsessed person? Okay, it's good for everyone to correct their mistakes. We are about to set off for the chemical plant, so there is no need to say too much. If you really feel embarrassed, you can send some of the crystal cores you captured from your own base to the Scarlet base as an apology. That way you can feel more at ease. Seeing this group of people endlessly surrounding the members of the Bloody Base, Zhang Zhou couldn't help but interrupt. He knew that these people had not really come to their senses. They were simply afraid of revenge from the people in the Crimson Base. With 6 level 5 psychics in one base, what a powerful base that would be. If they really hold a grudge against them, they will suffer in the future. Making them bleed can not only make these people feel more at ease, but also do the Bloody Base a favor. After Zhang Zhou finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. He was afraid that if he agreed too late, the bosses in the Crimson Base would be unhappy. Mo Chujiu also smiled when he heard this. This Zhang Zhou is very sensible. Zhang Zhou saw Mo Chujiu smiling at him. He nodded to Mo Chujiu and then looked at the psychics in various bases. The latest news is that there are now 3 level 5 zombies, more than 20 level 4 zombies, more than 100 level 3 zombies, and more than 3,000 level 2 zombies in the chemical plant. Of course, these are just estimates based on what the survivors have seen, and the situation inside may be even more serious than this. So, we must be careful when we go there later. As soon as these words were spoken, the psychics who had just been quiet became excited again. Wow, this chemical plant is really weird. You have to know how difficult it is for humans to produce a level 4 mutant. A small chemical factory actually produced so many level 4 and level 5 zombies in a short period of time. It's so terrifying. Deputy Base Commander Zhang and the bosses of the Scarlet Base, this operation will be decided by the Northern Bunker and the Scarlet Base. We will do whatever you say. The bearded man shouted. Other small and medium-sized bases also echoed this. Zhang Zhou nodded when he heard this and looked at Mo Chujiu. Captain MOG, excuse me, do you have any suggestions? Suggestions? I don't have any. There is always a way out when you are in front of the mountain. When facing zombies, plans often cannot keep up with the changes. Since the matter is urgent, let's go to the chemical plant first to check the situation, and then we can adapt to the situation. Mo Chujiu said with a faint smile. Yeah, okay then, let's go now. After Zhang Zhou finished speaking, he began to gather the people in the bunker and prepare to go to the chemical plant. The chemical plant, like this abandoned factory, is located in the suburbs far away from the city, so there are not many zombies along the way. Everyone drove to each base by vehicle, and Mo Chujiu did not make any special arrangements, so he put the helicopter into the space. Then it was replaced with a Tamarin armored off-road vehicle. Then the 6 people got in the car, and Yi Mufeng drove towards the chemical plant. When this car came out, many psychics in the base were stunned. That car seems to be the one that the black-clad god robbed from Japan, right? Could that person be the god in black? Oh my god, could it be that the black-clad god they worshipped was one of those people? Can they fight alongside the great god in black? Thinking of this possibility, many psychics showed fanatical expressions on their faces. That kind of fanaticism not only comes from respect for the strong, but also from what the black-clothed god did in Japan and Country M. It is something that many Chinese people want to do, but cannot do. They are fans of the black-clad master. They respect the black-clad god, and they are willing to follow the black-clad god. For a moment, something changed in the eyes of the superpowers who were driving their vehicles and following the armored off-road vehicle. Chapter 112 Chemical Plant. The chemical plant is very close to the abandoned factory. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there by walking along a country road. Because the chemical plant is far away from Haicheng, there are not many zombies encountered on the road. Occasionally, they encountered some small groups of zombies, but they were also wiped out by the members of the Northern Bunker who were walking in the front of the team. Everyone arrived at the gate of the chemical plant smoothly. Mo Chujiu took out a gas mask and protective clothing from the space. Give 1 set to each member of your base. A set of such equipment was also given to Song Yubai, Zhang Zhou, and Lu Li. Mo Chujiu also distributed masks to other members of the Northern Bunker. The abnormality in the chemical plant must be caused by the leakage of some chemical materials. It's always good to take some protection. Members from other bases knew they were coming to the chemical plant, so they naturally took protective measures. However, without Mo Chujiu's professional equipment, most people just cut torn clothes into masks and put them on their heads. Some people also cut and use clothes into hoods and wear them on their heads, leaving only their eyes exposed, and tie them tightly around their necks with ropes. He looked like a bandit going out to rob. Of course, some people wear masks, but the number of people who own masks is extremely small. The leaders of the various bases looked at the equipment of Mo Chujiu and others with great envy. Someone came forward and wanted to exchange the crystal core with Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu looked at these people and said slowly, "Ordinary masks have 10 first-level crystal cores. N95 masks have 10 second-level crystal cores. Protective clothing and gas masks have 50 third-level crystal cores or 10 fourth-level crystal cores. Give me 150 N95 masks." The bearded man spoke first. His base was relatively large and had abundant reserves of secondary crystal cores. Although 1,500 secondary crystal cores are not cheap, they are not out of his reach. "Buy some for the brothers in the base to wear, which will increase the safety index." He called over a thin girl, who took out 1,500 second-level crystal cores from the space and handed them to Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu took the crystal core and threw a large cardboard box to the bearded man. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? You don't want to get yourself a good set of equipment?" "No, it's not easy for my brothers to follow me. I eat meat, so I can't let them gnaw on bones." The bearded man handed the cardboard box to the man behind him and asked him to distribute masks to the brothers in the base. Mo Chujiu looked at the bearded man and nodded without saying anything more. Secondary crystal cores are not very precious items for most bases, and most people have exchanged them. But almost no one changed into protective clothing and gas masks, because the third-level and fourth-level crystal cores were too precious for each base. With so many crystal cores stacked up, 1 or 2 fourth-level psychics could be added to the base. Besides, they couldn't take out so many high-level crystal cores. Everyone put on their equipment and opened the door of the chemical plant directly. The moment the door opened, the zombies wandering in the chemical plant rushed directly towards the base alliance. Without saying anything, Mo Chujiu waved her hand, and dozens of ice cones flew out from her hand. Those ice cones seemed to have eyes and poked at the zombies' heads. Puff, puff, puff. After a muffled sound, a large group of people fell down in front of them in an instant. At the same time, other members of the Scarlet Base also moved. Mi Xiaoqi waved his hand, and water arrows flew out, and the sounds of puff, puff, rang out continuously. The vines in Su Su's hand turned into more than 10 whips and lashed down. Pa 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 pa. Sounds were heard continuously, and the zombies died one after another with their heads exploded. Yi Mufeng was as fast as a ghost, with a purple gold tang sword in his hand flying, killing all the zombies wherever he went. Long Qian walked directly into the group of zombies. The zombies ignored his intrusion and just rushed out frantically. Raging flames surrounded him. The flames seemed to have life, constantly jumping and burning. Any zombie that came within a 30-centimeter range of his body would be instantly burned to death. Only the crystal core fell to the ground. When the members of the base alliance saw the 5th-level psychic take action, they all sighed in their hearts. These people are really too strong. People from other bases also began to use their superpowers, and various superpowers were wreaking havoc in the air. The whole scene was in full swing. The chemical plant is a large factory with pipeline corridors everywhere and several office buildings. There were more than 3,000 employees, and except for the dozen or so survivors, everyone else had turned into zombies. However, there are many people coming to the Alliance base this time, with more than 500 people in total from large and small bases. Moreover, the lowest level of psychics is level 2, so even though the zombie horde looks huge in number, it is actually nothing to be afraid of. In the chemical plant, the real dangers are the level 4 and level 5 zombies. You have to know that 100 level 3 zombies cannot match the combat power of 1 level 4 zombie, so the real danger is still ahead. In a short while, all the zombies in the chemical plant yard had been killed by everyone. At this time, more than a dozen figures jumped from the corridor and rushed towards the crowd. Mo Chujiu looked closely and saw that they were about 2 meters tall, slender, and running quickly on all fours on the corridor. The hands and feet have mutated into sharp claws. They roared with their mouths open, revealing their sharp teeth. These were exactly the alien zombies they had seen in the military academy. These alien zombies were extremely fast and appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Everyone quickly used their superpowers to defend themselves, but more than a dozen low-level superpower users still had their chests scratched by the zombies' claws, and a fist-sized hole immediately appeared on their chests. After grabbing the heart, the alien zombies quickly returned to the tall corridor. Put the still warm heart directly into your mouth and chew it with a crunch sound, as if you were eating the most delicious food in the world, with a look of enjoyment on your face. Everyone couldn't help but shudder when they saw this scene. They clenched their weapons and stared at the alien zombies with vigilance. At this time, The mutant whose heart was dug out by a claw began to mutate. The blood vessels on their faces gradually emerged, with black blood flowing inside, and their skin gradually turned pale. The originally black pupils gradually lost their focus and slowly turned grayish-white. They struggled in pain, their bodies twisted. Ouch! Suddenly, their bodies straightened up and then pounced towards the crowd. Everyone quickly dodged. However, some low-level psychics failed to dodge in time and were bitten on the neck by the zombies who were their companions just now, which immediately tore a gash on their bodies. Bright red blood gushed out. What are you all standing there for? Kill them now. Don't wait for them to complete their transformation. Mo Chujiu used the ice magic to freeze two alien zombies that were rushing towards the crowd, while yelling at the crowd. After hearing this, everyone finally reacted, raised their weapons with red eyes, and killed their companions who were infected with the virus. Level 2 and 3 Psychics evacuate the chemical plant. Chapter 113. Class System Among Zombies. Mi Xiaoqi Su Su, Deputy Fort Commander Zhang. Please help trap these level 4 zombies. Others prepare to attack. While giving orders, Mo Chujiu used his special powers and clenched his hands. The two frozen level 4 speed-type zombies shattered into meat scraps. Mo Chujiu finished speaking. Su Su's vine swung out and trapped 4 zombies. At the same time, Yi Mufeng swung the Tang sword in his hand and slashed at the level 4 zombies. His figure was so fast that it turned into a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, the heads of those level 4 zombies had moved away. This Tang sword was given to Yi Mufeng by Mo Chujiu. It cost her 100,000 points. It is naturally incomparable to her own Tang sword, but it can easily cut zombies below level 5. Zhang Zhou waved his hand, and a dirt wall stood at the gate of the factory, blocking all the alien zombies that wanted to chase out of the factory inside the gate. Those zombies seemed to have gained some intelligence. When they saw the earth wall blocking the way ahead, they stopped charging and instead bypassed the wall and jumped towards the wall of the factory. Upon seeing this, Mi Xiaoqi quickly waved his hand, and a curtain of water covered the sky above the factories. Her water curtain is only 20 square meters in area and cannot cover the entire factory area. But fortunately, the zombies have no IQ and will not go around the detour. Those alien zombies were blocked by the water curtain and fell to the ground. When they were about to continue to charge upwards, Mo Chujiu directly froze the water curtain into an ice cover. He threw out the ice wall into space and placed it at the gate to reinforce Zhang Zhou's earth wall. Now all the level 4 speed-type zombies were trapped in the chemical plant. Those zombies were unable to chase the delicious meat outside, so they could only turn their attention to these humans who looked difficult to deal with. They got up from the ground one after another and attacked the crowd frantically. Those zombies are tall and strong, with sharp and hard claws. If a low-level psychic touches them, he will definitely be torn to pieces. Fortunately, everyone is a level 4 or above psychic, so even if someone cannot defeat these speed-type zombies, protecting their own lives is no problem. All kinds of superpowers surged out crazily and hit the zombies, killing some instantly and others beating the alien zombies to pieces. But these brainless zombies showed no sign of retreating. Still with his wounded body, he pounced on the big guy. Not only that, the huge noise of the fight also attracted other zombies out of the chemical plant. Some of these zombies were level 3, some were level 4, and Mo Chujiu even found 2 level 5 gold zombies among them. The skin of the level 5 gold zombie has turned into a more obvious light gold color. No matter what type of zombies they are, their bodies have become distorted. There are not many zombies, only about 100 of them, but their combat power is even more terrifying than the thousands of zombies just now. Everyone was afraid to delay and immediately used their special powers to start killing the zombies. But zombies of the same level were originally stronger than human psychics, and all the level 3 psychics on Mo Chujiu's side were blasted away by them. It's still a bit difficult to fight now. Have you noticed that all the zombies coming out of the building are alien zombies, while the zombies in the yard are all ordinary zombies? As Song Yubai spoke, he threw a ball of lightning at the group of alien zombies running out of the building. When the lightning ball touched the zombies, it immediately exploded. Countless lightning instantly covered the alien zombies. Lightning crackled on the zombies, and silver arcs kept moving. The alien zombies were soon split into pieces of meat by the arcs. The first time Mo Chujiu saw Song Yubai use his superpowers, it was only a 4th level advanced superpower, but the power was equivalent to the lethality of an ordinary 5th level early stage superpower. I have to say that the destructive power of lightning-related abilities is really strong. I discovered it too. Su frowned and said, "Could it be that the pollution source is inside the building? Are there any chemical products in the building that cause the zombies' bodies to change?" "It's possible, but there is another possibility. That is, these alien zombies have formed a strict class system. The zombies whose bodies have been alienated are considered a higher race and are allowed to live in the building. Ordinary zombies can only survive in the yard of a chemical plant, just like the guards hired by wealthy families to guard the house. And that level 5 peak zombie is the leader here," Mo Chujiu said with a frown. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. If this is the case, then these zombies should have developed a trace of intelligence, otherwise this situation would not have occurred. At this time, a level 5 gold-type zombie had already pounced towards Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu used a freezing spell to freeze the alien zombie. But they were both at level 5, even though Mo Chujiu was at the peak level and the zombies were at the elementary level, but the freezing technique still couldn't stop the alien zombies for long. The gold-type zombie with mutant powers had many hard metal bone spurs emerging from its body, and the bone spurs directly penetrated the ice layer. The ice shattered instantly, and the gold zombie inside reappeared and pounced towards Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu was unable to dodge and disappeared on the spot with a thought. When it came out again, the alien zombie missed its target and quickly pounced on the bearded man. The bearded man was no match for the level 5 zombie and created a 10-meter-high water wall with his hands. But the defense of a 4th-level psychic could not withstand the impact of a 5th-level zombie. The zombie didn't even stop for a moment. It passed through the water wall and opened its mouth to bite the bearded man. The bearded man thought he was going to die, so he quickly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But after waiting for a long time, the imagined pain did not come. When the bearded man opened his eyes, he saw a huge and thick vine wrapped around the zombie's waist, pulling the zombie backwards. Mo Chujiu was condensing a huge ice cone and smashing it towards the zombies. Bang! The ice cone hit the zombie with a crisp sound and shattered, but no scars were left on the zombie's body. Ouch! The zombie roared, broke free from Su's vines, and continued to pounce towards Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu couldn't help but sigh at the thick skin and flesh of the gold zombies, but this didn't pose a problem for her. She took out a dragon-patterned tang sword from the space, and without dodging or avoiding, she swept it across. The zombie's head rolled down. Mo Chujiu curled the corners of her lips slightly. To deal with the zombies with hardened skin, she would have to rely on her tang sword. The bearded man fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at Mo Chujiu chopping off the head of a gold zombie with a knife in front of him, little pink stars appeared in his eyes. His goddess is so damn handsome. What are you still standing there for? Are you looking for death? After Mo Chujiu chopped down a level 3 zombie, she looked at the bearded man who was still lying on the ground staring at her in a daze, and she felt extremely angry. Does this person have any sense of crisis? Do you want to die? Hey, okay. The bearded man finally reacted and stood up hurriedly. He wielded the big knife in his hand and chopped at those level 3 mutant zombies. With his ability, he can only deal with these level 3 zombies. Chapter 114. The spiritual realm prevents all zombies from entering. But even level 3 zombies are difficult to deal with. Each member of the Crimson Squad has to deal with 2 level 4 zombies, and Long Qian is dealing with the level 5 gold zombie alone. No one was free to help them kill the more than 100 level 3 zombies. These 7 level 4 early-stage psychics were beaten back step by step. If it weren't for the occasional help from Zhang Zhou and Song Yubai, they would have collapsed long ago. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu removed the ice wall blocking the door and smashed Zhang Zhou's earthen wall. Get out! Let the 3rd-level psychics in the base and the bunker help you deal with these more than 100 3rd-level opposite-sex zombies. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhou and others immediately retreated while fighting outside. After Zhang Zhou and his men retreated, Mo Chujiu threw out the ice wall in the space to block the gate. After Mo Chujiu used freezing magic to crush 2 level 4 zombies, he looked towards Long Qian. Long Qian's eyes were tightly closed, with large beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. The level 5 gold zombie in front of him was standing there with flames burning on his body. The flames made the zombies howl, but they were unable to respond. Sister Mo, what kind of supernatural power is this? Why did the zombie just stand there and let him burn it? After Mi Xiaoqi killed 2 level 4 zombies, he walked up to Mo Chujiu and asked in confusion. At this time, Su and Yi Mufeng had also finished their work and came to Long Qian to watch the fun. I don't know, I only know that he is a dual-level psychic. One is fire type and the other is spiritual type. His psychic ability is a kind of ability that can restrain zombies. I have never seen this ability before. Mo Chujiu shook his head. At this moment, the zombie suddenly roared and a strong golden light emanated from its body. Long Qian's face changed and he raised his hand to release more flames. The golden light gradually dimmed, and finally the zombie turned into ashes. How amazing! Su couldn't help but exclaimed. The skin of the zombie with gold-type ability is very hard. My level 5 wood-type ability can't penetrate the skin of the zombie at all. He can actually use his ability to burn the gold-type zombie into ashes. I admire you so much. Yeah, Yi Mufeng also nodded. Brother Long's flame is really powerful. If I were to deal with this zombie, it would probably be unable to do anything to me. I would also be unable to do anything to it. I'm so envious of your Tang sword, Mo Chujiu. If I had that kind of weapon, I guess this tough-skinned zombie wouldn't be my opponent. Hey, when will you equip me with one of your swords? Yi Mufeng approached Mo Chujiu with a grin and asked, You've only been here for a few days. You want to get a weapon of my level? Work hard, and when I think you've made enough contributions to the base, I'll give you one. Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows and walked towards Long Qian. Are you okay? Mo Chujiu looked at Long Qian's face and asked, Not bad. My psychic ability level is too low, and I still have a little trouble trapping a level 5 zombie. Long Qian's face was a little pale, obviously a sign of excessive consumption of his supernatural powers. Is your psychic ability a binding ability? Can it bind zombies? Then can it bind humans? Mo Chujiu asked with interest. My psychic ability is to attack the nervous system of zombies, making them unable to perform normal attacking behaviors or even stay where they are. This ability is naturally effective on humans as well. However, the human nervous system is much stronger than that of zombies. I can only control those with weaker abilities than me. I can't control people on my level. Long Qian said lightly. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujiu nodded at Long Qian. It's already pretty good that a level 4 mental power can control a level 5 zombie. Don't worry, next time I have the ability to buy upgrade fluid, I will give you a bottle of spiritual fluid first. Mo Chujiu patted Long Qian's shoulder and said with satisfaction, This general is really powerful. Moreover, his loyalty value has risen to 80, which means he can be kept by your side and reused. Upon hearing this, Long Qian just nodded at Mo Chujiu and thanked him, and stopped talking. His personality is similar to Song Jusi's. Both of them are the kind of domineering president type. However, the person in front of him is a real president. Song Jusi has the face and cold personality of a president in a novel, but he is actually just a poor loser. But their strength is 10 times stronger than the others. Yesterday, Lu Jingxi called her via satellite and told her that they had encountered many pirates who wanted to rob their ships at sea, but they were all robbed back. Now they have 12 large passenger ships, all of which were seized by pirates. They also rescued more than 200 survivors from the pirates. Lu Jingxi is now at the mid-level 4th level of supernatural power, and Song Jusi has already broken through to level 5. You have to know that those who can reach level 5 without superpower upgrading fluid are the strongest among the strong. Even if it was her, if there was no system cheating, she would probably be at most level 4 now. Song Jusi is so strong. Okay, let's go out and take a look, Mo Chujiu said as he removed the ice wall. When everyone went out, they saw that the level 3 zombies outside had been completely wiped out by the psychics from various bases. Everyone was picking up the crystal cores on the ground and piling all the zombie corpses in an open space. At this time of year, as long as conditions permit, everyone will default to burning the dead zombie bodies. After all, it is August now, and the weather is very hot. If the corpse is left for a long time, it will easily breed bacteria and viruses. Long Qian, go and rest in the car. Call Xiao Pingyue out. There is a level 5 peak zombie hiding inside the chemical plant and won't come out. Ask Xiao Pingyue to come and help search. It seems that the peak level 5 zombie does have some intelligence. He actually just sent his men out to fight while he hid in a corner of the chemical plant and never came out. Good. Long Qian didn't try to be brave, and after responding, he walked towards the armored SUV. After a while, little Pengyu came over holding an Ultraman toy. Sister, do you want me to check out what's going on inside? Little Pengyu said in a baby voice. Yes, there is a level 5 peak zombie in there. Can you help me find it? Mo Chujiu touched little Pengyu's head. Little Pengyu nodded obediently. and then entered the chemical factory, holding the Ultraman doll in his hand. Hey, little boy, you can't go in? The danger inside has not been resolved yet. Zhang Zhou sent several psychics to guard the gate of the chemical plant, for fear that there might be high-level zombies inside that would suddenly rush out and give them a fatal blow. The speaker was a level 3 psychic who was in charge of guarding the gate of the northern bunker. Let him in. He is safer than any of us here, Mo Chujiu said lightly. After Xiao Pengyue reached the peak state of level 5, although he still did not have the ability to kill zombies, he was able to protect himself from harm. His spiritual realm can keep all zombies out, so they can't hurt him. Chapter 115 Dual Line Zombie King. When the psychic in the northern bunker heard Mo Chujiu say this, he made way for Xiao Pengyue to walk into the chemical plant. Driven by curiosity, the nearby psychics also followed in to see what was going on. They really don't believe what a kid this young can do. They had always thought that this little guy was Mo Chujiu's younger brother or something, and that they had brought him out just to play. For this reason, they thought Mo Chujiu was being ridiculous by bringing such a little kid to such a dangerous place. Little Peng Yu came to the center of the chemical plant. He looked at the pipe corridors and office buildings around him, closed his eyes, and dispersed his mental power. Sister, there are more than a dozen survivors in the basement of the office building in front. Please send someone to rescue them. They're almost dead. There is no danger in that building, sister. Just let someone in. Little Peng Yu pointed with her little finger to an office building not far ahead and said, Deputy Fort Commander Zhang, thank you for your help. Mo Chujiu said to Zhang Zhou, who followed in. Zhang Zhou nodded. Song you by. Go and take a look. Zhang Zhou did not doubt what Xiao Pengyue said. Mo Chujiu did not seem like the kind of person who would make trouble. She brought a child here, so this child must be different. Now it seems that this child's superpower should be a variant of psychic power, which can cover a certain range with mental power and detect the situation inside. Song Yubai nodded and walked into the office building in front with a dozen psychics. Seeing this, little Peng Yu closed his eyes again and continued to explore. After a while, he opened his bright eyes and looked towards a large chimney in the distance. He pointed with his little hand. Sister, I found it. It's on the chimney over there. Everyone be careful, there are 2 level 5 zombies under the chimney. Those 2 zombies should be mid-level level 5. Little Peng Yu said with a serious expression. Mo Chujiu nodded. Okay, go play in the car. I'll be back soon. Little Peng Yu left obediently after hearing this. Mo Chujiu took Su Su, Mi Xiaoqi, and Yi Mufeng and ran quickly towards the chimney in the distance. Just as Xiao Pengyue said, there were 2 level 5 zombies under the chimney. These 2 level 5 zombies were also mutated alien zombies. One was speed type, and the other was strength type. It's like 2 guards standing guard under the chimney. The zombie leader who was just on the chimney was nowhere to be seen. When the 2 alien zombies saw the 4 people coming, they immediately stood up. He roared in the direction of the chimney, and the same roar came from inside the chimney. These 3 zombies are actually communicating. After the roar of the zombies in the chimney stopped, the zombies outside the chimney pounced towards Mo Chujiu and others. Mo Chujiu handed the dragon pattern tang, sword in his hand, to Yi Mufeng. You go deal with the speed zombies. Yi Mufeng took the tang sword and rushed towards the speed-type zombie without saying a word. The other zombie's body grew rapidly and finally became as tall as the chimney. It was as terrifying as a moving wall. But no matter how big it is only a mid-level level 5. It should be no problem if Mi Xiaoqi and Su Su join forces. I'll leave this big guy to you. I'm going to go meet the zombie king. Mo Chujiu looked up at the chimney as she spoke. The zombie had already climbed back up the chimney and was staring at them hungrily. The chimney of the chemical plant is very tall, and there is a steel ladder connected to the chimney on the side. There is also a fence surrounding the chimney at the top of the ladder. Mo Chujiu raised his hand towards the top of the chimney and pressed the flying rope on his wrist. The front section of the zip line flew out with a whoosh and pierced directly into the upper part of the chimney. As the flying rope quickly coiled and retracted, Mo Chujiu's figure quickly leaped towards the top of the chimney. Soon Mo Chujiu was lying on the wall of the chimney, and then he nimbly climbed over the fence on the top of the chimney. As soon as Mo Chujiu climbed over, the level 5 zombie disappeared. Mo Chujiu frowned and looked around, even climbing up the chimney to look down. The inside of the chimney was not as dark and gray as Mo Chujiu had imagined, but there was some green light flickering at the bottom of the chimney. These green lights were shaking constantly, as if there was some kind of liquid. Mo Chujiu was wondering what this thing was when he felt a cool breeze coming from behind. Mo Chujiu reacted quickly and hid in the space. Looking out in the space, she saw a green alien zombie rushing over from where she had just stood. Because it used too much force, the zombie was thrown out of the chimney due to inertia. Just when Mo Chujiu thought that the zombie would fall from the tower, the alien zombie suddenly opened its arms, and flesh membranes actually grew between its arms. The alien zombie flapped its wings covered with flesh, circled in the air, and then landed at the chimney mouth. This alien zombie was similar in size to the previous level 5 gold zombie, and was about 2 meters tall. Its huge claws grabbed the fence at the chimney mouth, and its entire body hung on the chimney like a giant humanoid bat. Mo Chujiu flashed out from the space and threw several ice cones at the head of the humanoid bat. But when the ice cone reached 1 centimeter away from the humanoid bat, the bat disappeared. Shit, this is a zombie with space-related abilities. The spatial system of zombies is different from that of humans. Human space ability users below level 7 only have the ability to store items, but zombies are different. Zombies do not need supplies. Their spatial abilities are mainly used in combat. At level 4, it can hide itself in space if it doesn't want to come out. No one can find it. In addition, after reaching level 5, they can teleport and suddenly appear behind a psychic to deal a fatal blow. Mo Chujiu looked around solemnly, condensed an ice knife in his hand, and prepared for defense. Although this zombie is at the peak of level 5, its skin is not hardened. Her level 5 ice blade should be able to kill this guy. At this moment, Mo Chujiu felt the danger coming, and she instantly hid in the space. As soon as he entered, the zombie's sharp claws reached out to grab him, but of course he missed. The zombie did not catch Mo Chujiu. It stood where Mo Chujiu had just stood and let out a low roar towards the sky. Mo Chujiu didn't delay any longer. She came out of the space and jumped directly onto the back of the zombie king, chopping towards the zombie king's head with the ice knife in her hand. With a puff, the ice knife chopped into the zombie king's head. Ouch, ouch! The zombie king let out a shrill howl, but the ice knife was blocked by the crystal core inside halfway through. Mo Chujiu could not continue to cut the ice knife down, so he simply pulled it out. After the ice blade was pulled out, the head of the level 5 zombie healed in an instant. Damn! Healing level 5 intermediate. Chapter 116. Damn, this is so unscientific. The zombie king felt pain and immediately spread out his flesh membrane, carrying Mo Chujiu into the sky. When Mo Chujiu reacted and wanted to jump down, it was too late. She had already been carried away from the tall chimney by the zombie king. Mo Chujiu thought of the zombie king's intention. This guy probably wanted to take her to a high altitude and then throw her down. The corners of her lips curled slightly. She had her own space. So what was she afraid of? Mo Chujiu sat up straight, and at the same time, the supernatural ice knife in his hand condensed again and chopped towards the zombie's neck. The neck broke, and the zombie king's head and body were instantly separated. Mo Chujiu originally thought that the zombie king was dead. Who knew that just as she took away the supernatural ice knife in her hand, she heard a hissing sound coming from the zombie king's neck. There were dense green blood threads appearing on the neck of the zombie king. Not only that, but the head that should have fallen off also began to grow dense bloodshot veins. The two blood threads were entangled with each other, and the zombie's head and body were unexpectedly stuck together again, and the wound was healing rapidly. Fuck, this is so unscientific. Mo Chujiu stared in amazement at the zombie king, who was slowly returning to his original appearance, his eyes wide open. After the head returned to its original state, the zombie king seemed to be irritated by Mo Chujiu. The body kept rolling in the air, trying to throw Mo Chujiu off. Mo Chujiu hurriedly leaned down and tightly wrapped his arms around the zombie's neck. Damn, you can survive even if your head is lost. What about the head that is shattered into pieces? Thinking of this, Mo Chujiu took out a miniature time bomb from the space without hesitation. Then he hooked the zombie's neck tightly with one arm, and with the other hand, a dagger condensed and stabbed towards the zombie's head. At the same time, Mo Chujiu threw a button-sized micro-bomb into the wound of the zombie king. Then he pulled out the dagger, and the zombie king's wound healed without any surprise. But the bomb was also planted in the zombie king's head. It doesn't make sense that he wouldn't die, right? If all of this could be gathered together, then Long Qian would have to deal with this guy. She didn't believe that he could still be alive after being burned to ashes. Ah! The zombie was stung again, and the intense pain made it flip even more frantically. Mo Chujiu failed to catch any of them and was thrown out by the zombie king. She fell down at a high speed like a free fall, and Mo Chujiu calmly slipped into the space. After a moment, Mo Chujiu raised his wrist and looked at his watch to start timing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, boom! With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky. The zombie king's head and body were blown into pieces, and this time only scraps were left. Mo Chujiu also saw two crystal cores, one blue and one white, falling from the sky. With a thought, she collected the two crystal cores into the space. Only then did she slowly pick out a parachute bag from the space and put it on. This thing was naturally bought from an outdoor goods store in Japan, but I don't know if it is useful or not. But even if it doesn't work, Mo Chujiu doesn't have to be afraid. She will be in the same space when she enters and leaves. For example, when she goes out later, she will be at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even without a parachute, she could just enter space before hitting the ground. When she comes out, it is equivalent to falling down from the place where she entered the space, so she will not die from the fall. But with a parachute, the descent would be slower and she would be safer. Mo Chujiu checked the parachute bag and jumped out of the space only after confirming it was safe. Su Su, Mi Xiaoqi, and Yi Mufeng, who had already dealt with the two level 5 zombies, were looking up at the sky. Sister Su, Sister Mo should be okay, right? The zombies' bones have been falling for so long. Why hasn't Sister Mo come back yet? Mi Xiaoqi's eyes were red. Although she knew that Mo Chujiu could hide in the space, if nothing unexpected happened, the space could also protect her from being hit by the bomb. But Mo Chujiu hasn't come down for such a long time. Does that mean she didn't have time to hide in the space? Could it be that some of the bone fragments that just fell off also belonged to Sister Mo? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and she was almost crying. Susu's face didn't look good either. She kept staring at the sky. Where did that dead girl go? The zombie king is dead. Why doesn't she come down yet? She knew the function of Mo Chujiu's space, so nothing should happen to her. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Even Yi Mufeng, who was always smiling, looked extremely worried at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were deep. Just when everyone was about to go crazy, Mo Chujiu suddenly floated down from the sky. When Su Su, Mi Xiaoqi, and Yi Mufeng saw clearly that there was a parachute in the sky, they finally felt relieved. The only one who can use the parachute at this time is Mo Chujiu, who has abundant supplies. Mo Chujiu landed in the open space outside the chemical plant. Zhang Zhou, Song Yubai, and others who were waiting for Mo Chujiu outside saw Mo Chujiu falling from the sky and walked towards Mo Chujiu in confusion. Captain Mo, how did you get up there? The bearded man asked with a smile. Ever since the bearded man knew that Mo Chujiu was the great god in black, his attitude towards Mo Chujiu was like a completely different person, and he was extremely respectful to Mo Chujiu. People from other teams also gathered around, all with curious looks on their faces. He was taken up there by the zombie king. Mo Chujiu answered while taking off his parachute. What? There are zombies that can fly? This is a bit unscientific. A level 4 psychic from another base said in amazement. The zombie virus is a very unscientific thing. It's the end of the world. Anything can happen. There's no need to make a fuss. Mo Chujiu said casually. That's right. Chief Moki, you weren't the one who caused the explosion in the sky just now, were you? The bearded man looked at Mo Chujiu with admiration and asked. Although it was a question, he was actually certain about it. At this moment, apart from Mo Chujiu, who has a powerful space, who else has the ability to kill a level 5 peak zombie at high altitude and escape unscathed? Oh, Mo Chujiu nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd's exclamations and compliments rang out again. Strong. This girl is so strong. Mo Chujiu ignored those people and turned to look at Zhang Zhou. Deputy Fort Commander Zhang, all the zombies inside have been cleared out. Your people can go in and investigate. Go and take a look at the chimney where the zombie king was just now. There was a lot of green liquid in there, and I think it was that liquid that caused the zombies to mutate. Well, good. This mission was successfully completed thanks to your Scarlet base. How about this? We in the Northern Bunker will give you all the zombie crystal cores we captured today. As Zhang Zhou spoke, he took a large urea bag of crystal cores from Song Yubai and handed it to Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu immediately smiled. Chapter 117, Joining the Scarlet Base. Deputy Fort Commander Zhang, how can you say this to us? This is the result of everyone's hard work and efforts. How can you give it to us? Without you, we would definitely not be able to complete this mission. Not only would we not be able to complete the mission, but we might even be wiped out. These crystal cores are given to you as a token of our appreciation from the Northern Bunker. As Zhang Zhou spoke, he glanced at the base commanders of other bases. Then he turned around and left, instructing the researchers in the northern bunker to go to the evolution factory for inspection and research. The bearded man had a huge admiration for Mo Chujiu. When he saw Zhang Zhou's eyes looking at him, he quickly took out a large pile of crystal cores from the space of a space ability user. Captain Moki, these are the crystal cores of our Dragon Tiger base. I hand them all over to you. I just have a request. Can you let our Dragon Tiger base join your Bloody base? We have 332 level 1 psychics, 120 level 2 psychics, 28 level 3 psychics, and 1 level 4 psychic, that's me. Of course, we also have some ordinary people, all of whom are our family members, about 700 people in total. Don't worry, although there are more ordinary people in our base, we can find supplies for them ourselves and will not drag down the Scarlet base. The bearded man looked at Mo Chujiu. His expression and tone were so flattering. After hearing what he said, the others were stunned. The total population of the Dragon and Tiger base is over 1,000, which is considered a large base in the entire northern region. Everyone else is trying their best to establish their own power and become a local tyrant. Is this bearded man stupid? The power that I have worked so hard to build up is now going to be handed over to others? What they don't know is that the bearded man is not stupid, but rather very smart. How big the Black God space is and how abundant the supplies inside are known to all Chinese people. Following Mo Chujiu is equivalent to following a mobile supply warehouse. Can they still worry about supplies? Just look at the people around her, and you will know. Since they have no worries about supplies, these people can focus on upgrading their superpowers, which is why there are so many high-level superpower users in the Crimson base. If I follow the Great God in Black, won't I be able to reach level 5 quickly? As for being a local tyrant in the base, the bearded man was not interested at all. Not only did he have to worry and work hard, but he also had to share the supplies. He had fought so hard with ordinary people, so his life was really not that comfortable. But he couldn't live a luxurious life like other bases, relying on exploiting ordinary people. The psychics in the base are brothers who have been through life and death with him. How could he possibly treat their families badly? It was precisely because of his sense of righteousness that many people with special abilities came with their families, and that his Dragon and Tiger base quickly grew to more than 1,000 people. But now he really feels the burden is so heavy. It would be better to join the Black Robe God. It would be easy and comfortable. Mo Chujiu looked at the hill-like crystal core on the ground and raised his eyebrows. May I have your name? My name is Wang Longhu. Wang Longhu, since you are willing to let your Dragon and Tiger base join my base, I don't want these crystal cores. You can keep the ones that can be used for upgrading and take the useless ones to the base to exchange for points. We in the Bloody base rely on points to obtain base supplies. If you really want to join the Bloody base, then rush to the Haicheng Pier within this month, and someone there will take you to the Bloody base headquarters. Mo Chujiu was naturally willing to take over the Dragon and Tiger base. As long as her Bloody base could accommodate them, she would accept any base that wanted to join. You have to know that each person is worth 10,000 points, so more than 1,000 people are worth more than 10 million points. So many points are enough to feed those people. Besides, with so many people working for her, the value she will create in the future is immeasurable. You don't want these? You still want to take us in? This? Wang Longhu was full of disbelief. You know, every base would scramble to get those with special abilities, but other bases would regard ordinary people as a burden and not want them. Even his Dragon and Tiger base no longer accepts ordinary people. There is no other way. He really can't afford it. Yes, if we don't accept you, you can keep them all, but we are not taking you in. We don't support freeloaders. You can't be lazy when you come to my base. All people with special abilities must join the special ability core of the Scarlet base and obey orders. If you disobey the manager, your whole family will be expelled from the base. Among those with special abilities who are over 16 years old and have good physical fitness, we will also select those to join the Legion. We specialize in learning the driving of various fighter jets, helicopters, reconnaissance aircraft, driving of tanks, armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and other heavy weapons courses, with the aim of forming a heavy weapons corps with explosive combat effectiveness. Healthy ordinary people also have to participate in the daily work of the base. Of course, we will give corresponding points as rewards. Mo Chujiu briefly introduced the situation of the base, so that these people would not think that they could come to her base to eat for free. Base commander, don't worry. We at the Dragon Tiger base will definitely obey your instructions. Wang Longhu quickly expressed his opinion. As for what kind of work ordinary people should do and how many points they would be given, Wang Longhu did not ask at all. He believed that the base of the Black God would definitely not be a base that relied on exploiting ordinary people to provide benefits to upper-level managers. It is definitely the last piece of pure land at the end of the world, a paradise. This is the idol effect. Wang Longhu has mysterious confidence in Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu nodded and said nothing more. Instead, he folded and retracted the parachute. This big thing was really too difficult to handle. Wang Longhu quickly brought a few brothers to help. At this time, two more base leaders of small bases came over and said they wanted to join Mo Chujiu's base, and Mo Chujiu accepted them all. However, most bases are still not planning to join the Scarlet base. On the one hand, their supplies are still sufficient. They feel free in their own bases and their location is far away from the city, so it is relatively safe. On the other hand, that so-called bloody base must be a large base. You can tell by the number of people they recruit. They must have recruited a lot of ordinary people. Such bases may look large, but supplies are often scarce. Just like the Northern Bunker, there are tens of thousands of people there, and they are still taking in survivors. But what's the use? The psychics there have to complete tasks and collect supplies every day, but they can't use much of the collected supplies. All were divided equally among ordinary people. Such a base is not as good as my own base. There are fewer people and fewer needs. A few supplies can support it for a few years. Mo Chujiu naturally wouldn't care what these people thought. She welcomed those who were willing to come, but she wouldn't force those who didn't want to come. After all, the bloody base can only accommodate tens of thousands of people and cannot accommodate all the survivors in China. She accepts everything now, but she might be more selective in the future. Chapter 118. What kind of hard times are these people in? The food they eat is so good. After Mo Chujiu put the parachute bag into the space, Su Su and others also walked out of the chemical plant. Su Su went forward to check on Mo Chujiu and was relieved to find that he was not injured. Mo Chujiu asked Su Su and others to take off their protective suits and gas masks and give them to her, and then waited for her in the car. He looked at Song Yubai, who had been standing aside without saying anything. What? Aren't you busy? The scientific researchers are in charge of the things inside. I don't have anything to do now, Song Yubai said with a faint smile. Oh, these two are level 4 lightning crystal cores. They should help you upgrade to the peak level 4 state. Here they are for you. As Mo Chujiu spoke, he took out 2 level 4 peak lightning crystal cores from the space and threw them to Song Yubai. This was originally intended for Song Jusi, but he was already level 5, and this level 4 crystal core was of little use to him, so he simply gave it to Song Yubai. This guy treats her as a friend and always thinks of her when something good happens, so she naturally can't treat her friend badly. Song Yubai took the crystal core and raised a gentle arc at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Chujiu. I won't be polite then. I'll give you these things as well. If you're working in the evolution factory, especially if you're going to the chimney to extract samples, you'd better wear some protective clothing. As Mo Chujiu spoke, he handed his own protective suit and the protective suits of the other 4 people to Song Yubai. Finally, after thinking about it, he took out more than a dozen sets of protective clothing and gas masks. I'll give you these too, Mo Chujiu said as he looked at the researchers standing at the entrance of the chemical plant, ready to go in and extract samples for research. After all, these people are risking their lives to study that thing, and they are actually making contributions to humanity. But she is also a member of the human race, so she should help if she can. Song Yubai followed Mo Chujiu's gaze and saw that she was looking at the researchers, so he smiled and said, Okay, I thank you on their behalf. You're welcome. We have to go to the Medical Research Center tomorrow to get the experimental materials and equipment that Dr. Feng needs. We won't stay any longer. We need to get some rest when we get back. You guys take your time to study it, and let me know when you come up with any results. As for the granary matter, please contact me whenever you go there, Mo Chujiu said as he was about to leave. Would you like to cooperate with us? In addition to the task at the chemical factory, we are also going to the pharmaceutical factory to get some medicinal materials and experimental equipment. How about we go together? Song Yubai said with a smile. The pharmaceutical factory is the Pharmaceutical Research Center that Mo Chujiu mentioned. Its full name is Haicheng Phoenix Pharmaceutical Company. It is a famous state-owned pharmaceutical factory. The Medical Research Center is a department inside, and there are many medical researchers working there. Are you trying to steal Dr. Feng's stuff from us? Mo Chujiu raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Yubai, as if to say, Don't repay kindness with enmity. Don't worry. Such a large pharmaceutical factory can have only one set of experimental equipment. There are a lot of things in it. Your bloody base can't use so many. We now have some well-known professors of medical research in our castle. Although they're not as famous as Dr. Feng, they can also do some research of this kind. What? You don't want to monopolize it, do you? Song Yubai looked at Mo Chujiu with a half-smile and said. Mo Chujiu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard him say this. Is that so? Well, monopoly. I wish someone in another base could quickly develop a zombie virus suppressant. Isn't this something that can be used to make money? The sooner we figure it out, the sooner humans can see hope. Now, we don't know how many humans turn into zombies every day. If an inhibitor is developed, it will be good news for mankind. At least, you won't die if caught by a zombie. The number of zombies will not continue to increase. In that case, let's go together tomorrow. That pharmaceutical factory is a big one, with thousands of zombies inside. Although our bunker is not as strong as your bloody base, we have more superpowers. This way it will be easier for you to take over the pharmaceutical factory. Song Yubai said with a smile. Mo Chujiu heard this and nodded. Okay then, see you at the pharmaceutical factory at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After Mo Chujiu finished speaking, he walked towards the Tunglong SUV, opened the door, and got in. Boom! With the roar of a car engine, the SUV sped away. Managers from other bases also found Song Yubai, said goodbye to him, and left. The people in the northern bunker may have to stay here for a few more days. On the one hand, they need to study the source of the rapid upgrade of zombies here. And on the other hand, they need to eliminate the source. They can leave only after everything is handled. It has to be said that at the end of the world, no matter how chaotic the military bunker becomes, the ones who are willing to take the lead regardless of gains and losses will still be the military who once defended the country. Mo Chujiu sat in the car, glanced at the bunker psychic sitting outside the chemical plant eating instant noodles, and fell into deep thought. In the previous life, the civil unrest in the bunker was caused by a severe shortage of supplies, and the bunker's mutants had a hard time surviving. So, in this life, can I help them change some of their situations? In the previous life, humans did not capture that large granary. During this period, the highest level of human superpowers was only the peak level 4, but the zombies in the granary were already at the peak level 5. Therefore, the combined efforts of various bases in the northern region have failed many times to capture the granary, and even ended up with complete annihilation several times. But this time it's different. Even that devouring zombie is very powerful. But they already have 7 level 5 psychics. Will it be as difficult to deal with a level 5 peak zombie as in the previous life? If we had captured that granary and provided more food to the northern bunker, perhaps tens of thousands of ordinary people in the previous life would not have been driven out of the bunker. Then the tragedy of the previous life will not happen again. Mo Chujiu and others came to the place where the helicopter was parked before and put away the off-road vehicle. She took out some food and water from the space, set up a small table next to the helicopter, and planned to go back after eating. At this time, Luli came over. He was left behind to watch over the helicopters and supplies in the bunker. Miss Mo, how is it? Is everything going well? It's going pretty well. The zombies in the chemical plant have been wiped out, but your Deputy Fort Commander Zhang and Captain Song will probably have to wait a while before they come back. Mo Chujiu said as he took a bite of fried chicken leg. Oh, I see. Luli looked at the food of the people in front of him and swallowed involuntarily. What kind of life is this? These people's food is still so good. Chapter 119, this meal actually brought me more than 200 crystal cores, which is considered a good deal. Everyone eats different things. For example, Mo Chujiu eats fried chicken, hamburgers, and cola. The short-haired innocent girl next to Mo Chujiu was holding a big crab and chewing it. That crab must be a Yangcheng Lake hairy crab. There's a lot of crab roe. It looks so delicious. Another girl with long curly hair and a very charming appearance was eating spicy crayfish. Her mouth and hands were all red, which made people salivate at the sight. There were 2 men sitting opposite Mo Chujiu, one of whom had a feminine appearance and looked like a male goblin. The other one had a stern look, and one of his eyes was the grayish color that only zombies had. They each held a large bowl of beef noodles in their hands and drank the soup. The aroma was really fragrant. A man was eating politely with a plate of assorted vegetables and a bowl of rice in front of him. Seeing these people eating with gusto, Luli suddenly felt hungry. He still ate a bag of instant noodles at noon and then didn't eat anything else. For a big guy like him, a bag of instant noodles is just enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. But their burger was poor, and the amount of food for 3 meals a day was barely enough to fill his stomach. Mo Chujiu raised his head and glanced at Luli. What? Haven't you eaten lunch yet? Eat it! Eat it! Luli waved his hands quickly. This kind of delicacy is hard to come by now. Although I really want to eat it, I feel that I am not related to the seller, and it is not appropriate to ask for it from him. Oh. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujiu lowered his head and continued to gnaw on his chicken leg. Lu Li also turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, gurgle, Golyalip. Lu Li's stomach suddenly rumbled, and instantly everyone in the blood base looked up at Lu Li. Mo Chujiu also raised his eyes to look at Lu Li, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Wait, what do you want to eat? No need. Really, your things are very precious. I can't take advantage of you. Lu Li immediately waved his hand to refuse. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujiu glanced at Lu Li indifferently, then took out a portion of boiled meat and a portion of rice from the space. Sit down and eat. This? Lu Li was still a little hesitant. You don't want to eat it? Really? If you don't want to eat it, I'll put it away. Mo Chujiu said as he reached out to take the food away. Lu Li's actions were faster than his brain. He quickly sat down at the small table, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of meat. Forget it. If you want to be shameless, then be shameless. Eating is more important. Ouch! It's so hot. Lu Li just put a piece of meat in his mouth and spat it out because it was so hot. The dish was actually hot, as if it had just come out of the pot. Can this girl's space actually maintain heat? Mo Chujiu smiled when he saw this and said, Eat slowly. After saying that, he lowered his head and ate his own food. This boiled meat must be hot. Uncle Mi helped her make it and she put it directly into the space. It's fresh out of the oven. If she didn't want to eat fried chicken today, Lu Li wouldn't have been able to eat it. Yeah, okay. Lu Li picked up the piece of meat on the table and put it back into his mouth. Meat is precious these days and cannot be wasted. Hey, Lu Li, what are you eating? At this time, more than a dozen soldiers in camouflage uniforms walked out of the factory. Mo Chujiu looked over and found that they were the group of people who had gone to the hospital with her to kill zombies last time. They should all be Song Yubai's team members. Hearing this, Lu Li looked at Mo Chujiu and said with a grin, Hey, Miss Mo, you know these people, right? Look. Before Mo Chujiu could finish Lu Li's words, a dining table appeared on the open space next to him. Then more than 20 servings of rice and various dishes appeared on the table. Braised pork, spicy and sour potato shreds, sweet and sour fish, braised lamb chops, cold mixed pig ears, iron pot firewood chicken. These things are Chinese food that Su bought from Country M, and they taste pretty good. But compared with the food cooked by Uncle Mi, it's still a bit worse. You all sit down and eat. We'll be leaving first. Seeing that Su and the others had finished eating and got on the helicopter one by one, Mo Chujiu quickly finished the last piece of fried chicken and stood up and said, Wait, you can't eat Miss Mo's food for free. These are for you. One of the team members threw over a cloth bag. Mo Chujiu took it and took a look. It was a bag of level 2 and level 3 crystal cores. Seeing this, the other team members also threw a bag of crystal cores over. Mo Chujiu looked at them one by one and found that they were all crystal cores. Upon seeing this, Mo Chujiu took the second-level crystal core and threw the third-level crystal cores back to them. These level 3 crystal cores are still very useful to you. Keep them for upgrading. No need to refuse. After all, we have been through life and death together. A meal is nothing. If you are polite, you'll be being polite to me. When everyone heard this, they didn't say anything more. After taking the crystal core back, they thanked Mo Chujiu again. Mo Chujiu waved her hand to indicate that she was welcome and left. When Mo Chujiu returned to the base, it was already dark. She went to see Uncle Mi and asked about the reclamation and construction of the wasteland. Everyone worked very enthusiastically, and in just one day, we had already created 600 acres of land. If we continue like this, the land will be reclaimed in more than a month. Uncle Mi was cooking in the kitchen and spoke to Mo Chujiu while cutting vegetables. It will take more than a month to see the reclamation completed. This won't work. Those warehouses won't be able to hold so many animals. Mo Chujiu frowned. This is already a very fast speed. We don't have any farm machinery here, so it's really hard to get much with manpower alone. If one person can get 1 acre of land, that's already amazingly fast. Uncle Mi explained. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Mo Chujiu thought that the new members rescued from Haicheng would arrive at the base tonight. By then, there should be 1,000 people. When the number of rescuers reaches 1,000, her constant temperature greenhouse will come down. When the time comes, we will see what the normal temperature greenhouse looks like and then decide how to build it better. All right, you two haven't eaten yet. Wait outside, and I'll make you some food, Uncle Mi said with a smile. No need, Uncle. We ate at around 3 o'clock, so we're not hungry. It's just that some of my abilities have been overused. I'll go back and rest first. Mo Chujiu said this and turned to walk towards the door. Okay, then go to bed early and get enough rest. Come over for breakfast tomorrow, and your uncle will make your favorite sauerkraut dumplings for you. Uncle Mi said with a smile. Okay. Mo Chujiu waved to Mi Xiaoqi and Uncle Mi and left. She went straight downstairs to the warehouse. The warehouse should be a place to store various ammunition, and there are about 10 rooms. It's very big and spacious inside. Livestock, poultry, and seafood are stored separately in each warehouse. Each warehouse only holds about half of the animals, with pigs being the largest. One warehouse is already quite full, and if more are put in, it might be too crowded. Fortunately, there are still 5 or 6 empty warehouses, so the animals that arrive tonight should still have room for them. But I guess I won't be able to circle tomorrow. Mo Chujiu looked at the ground covered with animal feces and urine, and felt a little sorry for his warehouse. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed to transport the animals here. It won't be too late to transport them back once the place where they're kept is ready. This is really because I have no experience. I just did whatever I thought of. However, now that I've got it back, there is nothing I could do about it. Let it be dirty. Just clean up afterwards. Mo Chujiu didn't think any more about it. He took out some of the various feeds and filled up the 2 warehouses. At this moment, the sound of propellers was heard in the sky. The rescuers are back. Chapter 1, 20 Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fire Attribute ability. Mo Chujiu walked towards the tarmac. Helicopters have been landing on the tarmac one after another, and more than 200 survivors have walked down from the helicopters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for adding 256 new members and gaining 2.56 million points. Instructor Su got off the helicopter and saw Mo Chujiu standing there, and hurried over. The 9th day. Well, Teacher Su, you have worked hard. How is the rescue plan going? Mo Chujiu asked with a faint smile. Well, it went pretty smoothly. We only wandered around the outskirts of Haicheng today. There were relatively few zombies there. We rescued quite a lot of survivors. A total of more than 1,800 people were rescued today, including 256 who came back by helicopter and the rest who came back on animal transport ships. They set out early, and although they are not as fast as us, they should be here soon. Instructor Su briefly reported the results of the mission. Yes, all right, I'll take these people to their accommodation. If you're tired, go and rest. As Mo Chujiu spoke, he led the group of survivors who were standing aside, looking around with excitement on their faces, and went to the resettlement site in a mighty manner. Instructor Su didn't have much to help with, so he just went back to his residence. Mo Chujiu brought these people to building number 2 and stopped at the entrance of the building. She waved her hand, and a pile of compressed biscuits appeared on the ground at the door. Hello everyone, I am the base commander of the Scarlet Base. Since you have joined the Scarlet Base, you are members here. There are no other requirements for you. Just obey the arrangements of the Scarlet Base. Of course, if you don't want to obey the base's arrangements, you can leave the base. We won't force you to stay. You are new members now, and food is provided by the base. But after 3 days, when I wanted to eat, I had to buy it with the points I earned. Please gather downstairs at 7 o'clock tomorrow, and someone will take you to apply for a points card. Then someone will assign work to you specifically, and you just need to follow the arrangements. As long as you work hard, you can live a good life in the Scarlet Base. Do you understand? Mo Chujiu put his hands behind his back and stood straight, like an instructor giving a lecture. Understood. I understand. Thank you for your rescue. Don't worry. We will be obedient and work hard. The crowd was in chaos for a moment, and most of them were extremely grateful to Mo Chujiu for rescuing them from the city. Especially after seeing their accommodation environment, I felt relieved. This base is located on the sea far away from the city, so its safety factor is top-notch if we don't mention anything else. As for the living conditions, looking at the clean environment here, and the fact that they were not required to hand in supplies to the base and were given free food, this was already much better than they had imagined. Therefore, the initial loyalty value of each of them is above 65%. Mo Chujiu was very satisfied with this. Fortunately, these people knew how to be grateful. She doesn't want to save a bunch of ungrateful people and cause trouble for her. Okay, just get your food for tonight and go in. Compressed biscuits are high in calories, so just take 10 pieces each. And then take 2 bottles of water. If you take more than that, it will be treated as theft. There are separate public bathrooms for men and women in the building. You can go and take a shower and rest. This building is a dormitory. You can live here this month. It's free for you this month. Starting next month, we will charge you a small amount of points every month. But don't worry, as long as you work hard, renting a house and eating will not be a problem. And next month you will have points in your hands, so you can rent some better houses by yourself. Mo Chujiu explained to everyone the things that needed to be paid attention to, and then let them find a house by themselves. Anyway, there are not many people here now, so they can pick anyone they like. These people were relatively obedient. As soon as Mo Chujiu finished speaking, they automatically lined up and walked into the building after receiving their food. After Mo Chujiu handed the matter over to the base members responsible for the rescue, he returned home. As soon as she walked into the house, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The mission of saving 1,000 survivors has been completed. The normal temperature greenhouse reward has been issued. Please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The base has increased by 1,600 people, and the reward points are 16 million points. Ding! The lottery conditions have been met. Host, do you want to participate? Mo Chujiu nodded happily. Lottery! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fire attribute ability. What? You can get superpowers through lotteries. When Mo Chujiu heard that he had gained a superpower, a bright smile immediately broke out on his face. Yes, host. The more humans the host saves, the more chances you will get to win prizes, and you will get many unexpected surprises. Upon hearing this, Mo Chujiu sighed again that this system is a doomsday humanity rescue system. Most of the rewards can only be obtained by her saving people. Okay, system, what's the next system task? Ding! Mission released. The total number of people in the base reaches 5,000, and a breeding area is awarded. If the total number of people in the base reaches 10,000, one normal temperature greenhouse in the breeding area will be awarded. What? What did you say? You want to give me a breeding area? The pigsty, the cowshed, the chicken coop, the duck house, etc.? Mo Chujiu asked with sparkling eyes. Ding! Only the breeding area fence and the breeding area constant temperature greenhouse are given as gifts. The host needs to build the rest by himself. Mo Chujiu was not disappointed when he heard this. This system was already very good. Knowing that they didn't have time to build pig pens, cow sheds, etc., we gave them the breeding area fence and normal temperature greenhouse. This way, when the animals are transported here, they can be directly fenced in, and there is no need to worry about them freezing to death. I really give her what she needs and focus on giving her one so that she doesn't have to worry. I just wonder if even the normal temperature greenhouse for the breeding area can be given away. Can they also build a normal temperature greenhouse for their bloody base in the future or something like that? But think about it, this is probably unlikely. The skyscrapers here are so tall. How high would this constant temperature greenhouse have to be built to cover the entire island? Mo Chujiu shut down the system and walked out of the management building. Seeing that people on the boats outside were already lining up in a long line and walking towards the residential area, I followed over to take a look. When Shun Xingyang saw Mo Chujiu coming over, he quickly came forward. Boss, what should we do with these people who don't have any points? Today I will make some compressed biscuits for them to eat first. Starting tomorrow, all healthy personnel at the base who are age 16 and above and below 65 will be asked to work in the breeding area. 3 days of meals. After 3 days, let them buy whatever they want to eat using the points they earned. As for those who didn't bring any daily necessities, just bear with it for 3 days. It's summer now anyway, so it doesn't matter if you don't have a blanket or anything like that. Mo Chujiu said briefly, and then walked to the front of the team. Shin Qinyang also followed. Chapter 121. It's the end of the world now. Don't be so hypocritical. The front of the team has reached the residential area. Sue's father and mother knew that there would be a lot of people coming today, so they came over to help arrange these people. Sue's mother asked those who had food to line up in one line, and those who didn't have food to line up in another line. Uncle Sue, Aunt Joe, thank you for your hard work. Mo Chujiu walked forward with a smile. Why are you so hardworking? We can't help you with anything else, but we can still handle this little thing. Sue's mother said with a smile. We have divided the group into 2 teams, those with supplies and those without. We are preparing to let those with supplies go in and rest directly, and I plan to buy some food for those without supplies later so that they can eat something before going to sleep. Some people were trapped in bad locations and have been hungry for days. Father Sue pointed at a group of people who looked dirty and listless and said, there were more than 400 of these people. It has been half a month since the end of the world began. If we had been trapped in a place with no food or water from the beginning, we would be starving to death by now. These people are still lucky. At least they can escape to a place where they can be rescued. But some people who are weaker may just have to wait and die. Mo Chujiu waved his hand, and a large pile of compressed biscuits appeared in front of the team. I'm the base commander of this base. Each person gets $10. If you take more than that, it's considered stealing. You'll be kicked out of the base. But don't worry, these are compressed biscuits. 10 pieces are enough to fill you up. And starting tomorrow, someone will assign you tasks. Anyone who is healthy can go to work. You will be given points every day. You can use the points to buy daily necessities at the supermarket there. And for the next 3 days, the base will take care of your meals. After 3 days, you will have to earn points on your own to live. Do you understand? Base Commander, how many points are there every day? Are they enough for us to live on? Base Commander, I am very weak now. I am afraid I can't do the work. Base Commander, I didn't bring any blankets, pillows, toiletries, etc. Will these be provided on base? Captain of the base, I am almost 60 years old and have no children. Will the base provide for our retirement? After Mo Chujiu finished speaking, the people below began to talk. As expected, when there are more people, there will be more gossip. The survivors they rescued before didn't have as many problems as these people. First of all, if you work hard here, even ordinary people can earn enough points. These points will allow you to live a good life here. Secondly, if any of you feel that you are not in good health and cannot work, you can go to the base hospital to get a certificate. Other bases won't supply it, but we can provide you with compressed biscuits until you recover. The base hospital is an 18-story building. Mo Chujiu felt that the structure inside was very similar to that of a hospital, so he threw all the equipment and medicines he got from Haicheng inside. The doctors on duty, there were also the ones they rescued from the hospital. Later, some of the survivors who were doctors were also assigned to the hospital by Sue's mother. Furthermore, people over 65 and disabled people who are truly unable to work can go to the hospital to get a certificate. The base will assign you work within your capabilities. Don't lie about your age, because your age will be identified when you apply for a scorecard. It's useless to lie. We recognize the information on the scorecard. The information provided by the supermarket manager was very accurate. Sue's mother even took the information she had recorded to the manager for comparison. I found that the name, age, type of superpowers, and job before the end of the world all matched. The few that don't match are probably lies told by members of the base. Later, when new survivors came in, Sue's mother simply waited for them to complete their card processing and then asked the housekeeper for the new member's information before entering it into her computer. If the patient is really seriously ill and has no family to take care of him, the base will also set up a nursing home in the future. But now is different from before the end of the world. Nursing homes only accept elderly people who have no family to support them and who are truly unable to work. As for the lack of daily necessities you asked about, will the base provide them? Let me ask you, before you were rescued, did anyone provide you with supplies? Apart from compressed biscuits that are barely enough to keep people fed and clothed, the base does not provide anything else. It's the end of the world now. Don't be so pretentious. Our bloody base is not a charity. If you want to live well, you have to pay accordingly. After Mo Chujiu finished speaking, some people who knew the situation stopped talking, but some people were still dissatisfied. What? I told you, little girl. Before the end of the world, people retired at the age of 60. From what you mean, I have to work until I am too old to move before I can relax. How can you have a clear conscience if you exploit an elderly person like this? That's right. Look how hungry we are. Instead of giving us something good to replenish our bodies, you asked us to issue a certificate before giving us that crappy biscuit. I thought your bloody base was a good place. The result is a bunch of vampires who exploit us weaklings. If I had known, I would have gone to the military bunker. That's right. That's definitely not the case in a military bunker. There were more than a dozen people who said these words. Mo Chujiu looked over and found that their loyalty was only about 15%. It was obvious that such people did not get any points. Only if her loyalty reaches the standard can she be counted as a member of the island, and the system will give her points. These survivors who were not recognized by the system not only failed to earn her points, but also caused her a lot of trouble. Mo Chujiu naturally doesn't want these people. She was too lazy to deal with these people. Shen Qingyang, arrest these people and send them out of the base tomorrow. Shen Qingyang received the order and waved his hand. A dozen people with special abilities appeared behind him and rushed towards the group of people causing trouble. After a while, all the troublemakers were arrested. Why are you arresting us? Are we too old and weak to create value for your scarlet base? Then you black-hearted bastards, let me go. Let me go. Can't I just stop causing trouble? Yes. Yes. Let's work hard and don't kick us out. There are zombies everywhere outside. If we go out, we will die. Mo Chujiu looked at those people. Some of them were cursing loudly. The loyalty value above their heads was almost negative. Although some people shouted that they regretted it, their loyalty was dropping madly. A cold curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 122, Normal Temperature Greenhouse. Lock them up on the boat. Aren't you going to return today? Take them back directly. Never allow these people to come to the island again. Good. Shin Qingyang turned around and left with those people. Those people still wanted to struggle, but after being poked by Shin Qingyang's small golden sword, they all became obedient instantly. Mo Chujiu set his sights on a few people whose loyalty levels hovered around 50%. When those people saw Mo Chujiu looking at them, they shuddered. The loyalty level on the head increased by 10 percentage points. Ding! The base has 8 more members, and the host is rewarded with 80,000 points. Mo Chujiu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It seems that killing a chicken can really scare the monkey. If they don't scare me, those with evil intentions will be quiet. Mo Chujiu briefly explained what needed to be explained, then turned and looked at Su's mother and father. Starting tomorrow, these people will go to the breeding area to open up wasteland or engage in construction. We will provide food for the next 3 days. Find a few people who can cook, kill some pigs, and give them some meat. I'll go to the base canteen later and put in some rice, flour, oil, salt, seasonings, and some vermicelli and cabbage. Just stew pork with vermicelli. The canteen at the base is a military canteen, fully equipped with pots, pans, stoves, and other utensils. It had been vacant before. Mo Chujiu planned to use it after the Crimson Legion was officially established. It would be nice to use it to cook big pot meals now. Okay, I remember that among the group of people who came in a few days ago, there were some who used to be restaurant chefs. I will ask them to cook when the time comes. Su's mother is now the chief administrator of the island, and she has information on all members of the base. Now they also have their own office building. There are more than 100 employees in the building, and it is becoming more and more formal. Well, Aunt Zhou, I will put a printer in your office building later. I will print out the precautions and rules for joining the base and give a copy to each member who joins the bloody base. This saves me from having to repeat it every time a new person comes. Mo Chujiu thought that there would be more and more people in the future, and he would not have the time to manage them. It would be better to delegate all the trivial matters of the base to Su's father and mother. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. Okay, Aunt Zhou, if there are any survivors landing on the island next time, give them 3 days' worth of compressed biscuits just like we did today. Healthy people who are unable to survive after 3 days will be kicked off the island. Troublemakers will be kicked off the island. From now on, those who cheat and act slyly at work will be educated first, and those who refuse to change after repeated education will be kicked out of the island directly. Print all of this on a list and send it to them tomorrow. Mo Chujiu said these words very loudly, and the people below who were thinking of just living on the island looked extremely unhappy. However, they just looked unhappy and didn't dare to say a word. The manager of this bloody island is too powerful. You will be kicked out if you disagree with him. Where else can you survive if you are kicked out? Forget it, let's just work hard. Seeing that the loyalty value on these people's heads had increased by another 5%, Mo Chujiu smiled with satisfaction. After explaining some things to Su's father and mother, he turned and left. Mo Chujiu couldn't wait to go to the fertile fields. Although it was night, street lights were everywhere on the island, making it as bright as day. Mo Chujiu saw that there was a green gate in the area of fertile farmland. The gate had 2 doors, about 15 meters wide and 20 meters high. It stood there alone. There were no buildings nearby, and no so-called constant temperature greenhouses were seen. Mo Chujiu was a little confused. Where was her normal temperature greenhouse? Transparent? Mo Chujiu quickly walked to the side of the gate and reached out to touch the air next to the gate. A thin membrane suddenly appeared in front of the empty space, and the membrane was flashing with colorful lights. Mo Chujiu pushed the film and found it was very hard and could not be pushed at all. Only then did Mo Chujiu realize that this constant temperature greenhouse was actually invisible. I don't know what it's made of, but it's very strong. It can't be pushed or broken. The gate is automatically recognized and will open automatically if a person stands in front of it for 3 seconds. After Mo Chujiu went in, the door automatically closed slowly. The inside of the greenhouse was the same as the outside. Apart from a large gate standing there alone, nothing else could be seen. However, the temperature inside is very comfortable, probably around 20 degrees, neither cold nor stuffy. Mo Chujiu felt that if the base's heating equipment was insufficient during the cold weather, the people in the base could live in the greenhouses and they would be able to survive the winter. Mo Chujiu is very satisfied with this constant temperature greenhouse. After walking around for a while, She turned around and went to the community service building, where she set up a printer and went home to sleep. The next morning, Mo Chujiu summoned all the psychics in the base early. There are a total of 1,876 psychics in the base, and only more than 100 of them are outside doing missions. Mo Chujiu selected more than 100 level 3 psychics and boarded the ship. The other first and second level psychics stayed in the base to carry out construction. Mo Chujiu gave each of them some crystal cores and asked them to absorb them as quickly as possible so that they could upgrade to level 2 and 3. After everything was arranged, Mo Chujiu led his men on a rescue helicopter to Haicheng and headed towards the pharmaceutical factory. When Mo Chujiu and others arrived, Song Yubai was already waiting there with his team and some psychics from the northern bunker. There are more than 100 people in total. Except for Song Yubai, all of them are level 3 psychics. Song Yubai didn't expect that Mo Chujiu could bring out more than 100 level 3 psychics today. He always thought that the blood base was not a very large base, because every time I met her, she was only with a few people. Although the level of those people always refreshed his cognition, Song Yubai only felt that the blood base was a team full of masters. But Mo Chujiu brought out so many level 3 masters at once, which overturned Song Yubai's guess about the bloody base. This made Song Yubai full of curiosity about the bloody base. Could it be a large base like the bunker in the north? How many people are there in your Scarlet base? Song Yubai thought of this and asked directly. More than 2,000. Mo Chujiu told the truth. More than 2,000? There are so many level 3 psychics with more than 2,000. Song Yubai was shocked. You know, they only picked out such a few level 3 superpowers from the tens of thousands of people in the northern bunker. There are only more than 2,000 people in the blood base. How can there be so many level 3 psychics? The psychics in our base are quite diligent. In addition to me finding them some crystal cores to absorb from time to time, they're also very diligent in going out to complete their missions. Because completing tasks in our base will earn points, and with the points they have, they will be able to live a better life in the Scarlet base. Chapter 123 Pharmaceutical Factory. Mo Chujiu would often ask Su's father to help issue some tasks to collect crystal cores based on the types and levels of the abilities of the base's psychics. These people wanted to get a good house in the base, to buy a computer for playing games and watching movies, and of course to make themselves stronger. They formed groups and took fishing boats to kill zombies all day long. Gradually, there were more and more high-level psychics in the base. In fact, in the final analysis, the motivation for these people to work so hard is the abundant supplies in the bloody base, which gives them a goal to strive for. Unlike the bunker in the north, there is a shortage of supplies inside, and now even the superpowers who fight outside all day long cannot get enough food and clothing. This leads to more and more people giving up. Anyway, after working hard, apart from having more food, there is nothing different from ordinary people. Under such a system, the roots are bound to rot. Points? Can I visit your base when I have time? I want to learn how your base is managed. Song Yubai looked at Mo Chujiu sincerely. Of course. Just let me know whenever you want to go. But it's best to bring someone from your bunker who can take your word. Mo Chujiu said with a smile that she also wanted to make the northern bunker better from the inside, because only in this way could more fire be preserved for mankind. Of course, she was not afraid that the people in the bunker would covet her base, because her base's current defense system could not be attacked by a base like the northern bunker that was short of supplies. Okay, then I'll take my dad with me. Song Yubai knew what Mo Chujiu meant and quickly agreed. Your father? He is the commander of the northern bunker, Song Shangfeng. Song Yubai's face was full of pride when he mentioned his father. His father was a very responsible officer. When other bases were refusing to accept ordinary people, only his father still insisted on giving shelter to these ordinary people. Song Shangfeng. Mo Chujiu had heard of this person, and he was a very upright person. He is a typical dedicated person. In the previous life, he was the leader who insisted on protecting ordinary people and was ultimately defeated. It is said that in order to protect ordinary people and retreat, he died in a zombie tide. You know my dad? Seeing that Mo Chujiu looked a little dazed when he heard his father's name, Song Yubai asked. Yeah, I've heard of him, but I don't think I know him, Mo Chujiu said lightly. Oh, let's go in then. Good. Everyone opened the door of the pharmaceutical factory directly. The pharmaceutical factory is very large. In addition to the Pharmaceutical Research Center building, there is also a pharmaceutical manufacturing center, employee dormitory area, office building, and warehouse. As soon as Mo Chujiu and others entered, some zombies wandering outside, wearing pharmaceutical factory employee uniforms, rushed towards them. Seeing that most of these zombies were level 2 zombies, Mo Chujiu stepped back and let the people in his base practice. Song Yubai did not step forward and let Lu Li lead a group of third-level psychics to kill them. Mo Chujiu also brought the two brothers Feng Yun and Feng Yu today. These two young boys who were ignored by her actually reached the peak level of level 3 through their own efforts. The carnivorous plant in Feng Yu has become twice as big as before. Facing the level 2 zombies, it kills them almost one by one in a bite, and its speed is extremely fast. Feng Yun stood among a group of psychics. There was an invisible air shield around him, and all the zombies that wanted to pounce on him and bite him would crash into the air shield. He was holding a big knife in his hand and was chopping at the zombies' heads one by one. Of course, this kind of knife can be used to chop the head of a level 2 zombie, but if it is one level higher, this kind of knife may not be able to chop it. Mo Chujiu greeted Feng Yun, and Feng Yun walked over after hearing that. Yi Mufeng, give him your knife, Mo Chujiu said lightly. What? You stingy guy finally gave me a knife, and now you want to give it back to this kid? I don't agree. Yi Mufeng protested with an unhappy look on his face. This is for you. Mo Chujiu exchanged a black giant sword from the space. This giant sword cost Mo Chujiu 2 million points. There is no problem dealing with zombies below level 7. Of course, no problem also means that the user's strength can reach level 7. Because this kind of weapon requires energy injection. If the user is not capable enough, the power injected will not be enough, and the sword will not be that powerful. Just like her Tang Dao, it can kill level 5 peak zombies, and it can also kill level 6 entry-level zombies, but it cannot kill level 6 mid-level zombies because the gap in strength is too big. So this weapon has a certain amplifying effect on them, but it is not invincible. Otherwise, relying on her spatial ability and her Tang sword, she would be invincible. Is this for me? Yi Mufeng grabbed the giant sword, touched it left and right, and looked at it, as if he couldn't let it go. The sword is all black, with intricate patterns carved on it, making it look very ancient. What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Mo Chujiu pretended to take back the giant sword, but Yi Mufeng immediately hugged it tightly and said, Yes, yes. Who said no? Mo Chujiu curled the corners of his lips, then pointed at Feng Yun next to him. Give him the Tang sword. Hey, okay. Yi Mufeng said this and threw the Tang sword to Feng Yun. Feng Yun looked at Yi Mufeng's giant sword with envy. He wanted that black sword so much. So domineering. Work hard and level up. When you reach level 5, I'll give you a good sword. You can practice with that one first. With your current ability, you can easily kill zombies below level 4, and you may even kill those in the early stage of level 4. Seeing that the young boy seemed to like the black sword very much, Mo Chujiu couldn't help but knock him on the head. Thank you, sis. I'll come find you when I break through level 5. Feng Yun chuckled foolishly. Okay, go and try out the power of this knife. To use it, you need to inject the energy in your body into the knife. Mo Chujiu said with a smile. Feng Yun ran to the pile of zombies with a Tang sword in his hand and started killing the zombies while waving the sword. Sure enough, it's much faster to chop down zombies now. Soon, the few zombies in the yard were chopped down by these psychics. Mo Chujiu and Song Yubai took their people directly to the building of the Medical Research Center. Because the zombie virus broke out before daybreak, the dormitory area was the hardest hit area. There are almost no zombies in the Medical Research Center. You guys go over there and kill the zombies. Su, Mi Xiaoqi, Yi Mufeng, take some with you. There are high-level zombies to help them kill them, and those below level 4 are not taken care of. After Mo Chujiu gave some instructions, everyone immediately dispersed to hunt zombies. Mo Chujiu brought these people out this time, just to train them. Killing more zombies will give them more combat experience, and their abilities can be upgraded faster. Song Yubai saw that there were no zombies in the building, so he asked Lu Li to lead people to kill the zombies and collect crystal cores. Chapter 1:24 gives Xinyang crystal core. There were no zombies on the first floor, so Mo Chujiu walked directly upstairs. Dr. Feng said that the experimental equipment and required medicines are basically on the 3rd and 4th floors. Mo Chujiu went directly to the 3rd floor along the safe passage. The 3rd floor is filled with rows of rooms, each with many large windows. Through the glass, you can see various experimental equipment, workbenches, and computers inside. You guys move first? Mo Chujiu said calmly. Good. Song Yubai was not polite. He knew that Mo Chujiu had a lot of space. If he was humble, he would probably have nothing left after moving. Song Yubai looked at the 5 people behind him. These 5 people were all level 3 space power users at the base. It took Song Yubai 2 superpowers to vacate the laboratory. Then 2 more space superpowers vacated another laboratory. The rest is yours. Xinyang has to help me collect the medicine. The medicine warehouse is on the 4th floor. Song Yubai glanced at Mo Chujiu, although he still wanted to move more. But there is no way, the strength does not allow it. Mo Chujiu looked over and saw that that person seemed to be from Song Yubai's team as well. The last time Song Yubai was injured, he tried his best not to abandon Song Yubai's soldiers even though he was injured. Mo Chujiu smiled at him. Has reached the 3rd level peak? Yeah, Miss Mo. Because Mo Chujiu saved Song Yubai, Xinyang respected Mo Chujiu very much. These are for you. Mo Chujiu threw a cloth bag to Xinyang. Xinyang took it and opened it to see that there were all space-based crystal cores, 3 level 1s, 4 level 1s, and even a 5th level pinnacle level crystal core. This is too expensive. I can't have it. Xinyang was shocked. Level 3 and 4 were enough, but this woman actually wanted to give him a level 5 crystal core, a peak level 5 crystal core. He and she are not related, so how can he bear it? Hurry up and take it. Your bunker is too poor. If there was a superpower with a larger space, you wouldn't be so poor. Mo Chujiu said in disgust. Nowadays, cities are full of zombies. If you want to get supplies in the city, you basically have to go in by helicopter. Since the current level of space superpowers is generally low, the supplies they can take out are limited. That's why the major bases are starved of supplies. If they had a high-level space power user, they wouldn't be so poor. This? Xinyang still looked hesitant. Take it. This is Miss Mo's kindness to all the people in the bunker. Song Yubai looked at Mo Chujiu, his eyes flashing with incomprehensible emotions, and finally, he nodded gratefully at Mo Chujiu. After hearing Song Yubai's words, Xinyang gritted his teeth, bowed solemnly to Mo Chujiu, and then accepted the crystal core given by Mo Chujiu. Mo Chujiu was extremely satisfied when he saw this. This is the best. Otherwise, she would be annoyed to death by always pushing back, and she was not good at dealing with this. When Mo Chujiu saw that Song Yubai and the others didn't want it, she took care of the remaining rooms. Everyone went to the 4th floor again, and Xinyang filled up his space. The space of a 3rd-level peak space superpower user is about 20 cubic meters, and it contains a lot of various medicines. It should be enough for the experimenters in the bunker to use it for several years. Naturally, the remaining Mo Chujiu was all round again. Next is the warehouse of the pharmaceutical factory. Since the space of Song Yubai's space superpower has been completely filled, all the medicines in the remaining large warehouses have been packed away by Mo Chujiu. Not only that, Mo Chujiu also took all the trucks and cars parked in the hospital to transport medicines into the space. Then everyone arrived at the dormitory area. The fighting in the dormitory area continued. Everyone was divided into several teams, and they were searching for zombies building by building. Because there were so many people, many buildings had been cleared out, so Mo Chujiu moved furniture, bed sheets, quilt covers, pots, pans, and other daily necessities from building to building. She planned to throw these things into the supermarket and create a low-price goods area for everyone. We strive to ensure that everyone who joins the base can live a good life. If you can't afford a new one, you can always afford an old one. As for why they don't give it away for free, this is to prevent the situation like the northern bunker from occurring in the base. If you get it for free too many times, people will take it for granted. A lot of trouble will arise then. Therefore, the bloody base will never allow members to gain something for nothing. It was not until dusk that the zombies in the entire pharmaceutical factory were cleared out. The highest level zombies in the pharmaceutical factory were a few level 4 peak zombies, which were easily dealt with by Su and others. So the trip to the pharmaceutical factory went very smoothly. They also rescued a dozen workers from the pharmaceutical factory, most of whom were from the laboratory. I can be Dr. Feng's assistant. Mo Chujiu was very satisfied and was about to leave with his men by helicopter. The helicopter rescue operation for today has been completed, and Mo Chujiu agreed to have them send all the survivors today to the pier at the seaside, and then come to pick them up and take them back to the base. Wait, I forgot to ask you. Last time you asked Luli to tell me that we will enter the Ice Age in a month. Is this information reliable? Song Yubai suddenly stopped Mo Chujiu and asked. This news was very important to him because he had to inform his father to prepare in advance. The bunker environment is cold, so heating equipment was designed when the bunker was built. But there was not enough coal. If it is a whole supply, then the storage of coal must start from now on. I can tell you with certainty that it's absolutely true. If you ask me for evidence or something, I'm sorry, I don't have any. Mo Chujiu looked into Song Yubai's eyes and said solemnly. Song Yubai looked into Mo Chujiu's eyes for a while, then nodded. I believe you. When things here are over, I will advise my father to stock up on coal in advance. Well, let me know when you're going to the granary. There's also coal. If you know where there's a lot of coal stored, you can take it with me. In return, I will transport coal to your fort for free. The military island also has a heating system. Mo Chujiu went to see it and found that the fuel needed is also coal. Even if Song Yubai didn't mention it, once the granary matter was finished, she would start looking for cooperation with the northern bunker to find coal. You're helping us deliver coal? Great. Then, go back and wait for my news. I will let you know when to go. Song Yubai looked at Mo Chujiu gratefully and said excitedly. Mo Chujiu nodded upon hearing this, waved to Song Yubai and the others, and boarded the helicopter. Mo Chujiu returned to the base and went straight back to his room, where he washed, ate, and slept. The affairs of the new member have been handed over to Sue's father and mother, and the affairs of the breeding farm have been handed over to Uncle Me. There was nothing left for her to worry about. She was very tired from the hard work in recent days, so she fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the pillow. Until late at night, the system beeped and announced that the head points had increased by 15.2 million points, but it did not wake her up. She turned over, covered her head with the quilt, and continued to sleep. She slept until noon, then she got up, ate some lunch, and then walked outside in a daze. Chapter 125, they should stay away from her, so as not to say the wrong thing and be disliked by her. The people who were reclaiming land and building in the breeding area have returned and are walking towards the canteen. Some old members of the base greeted Mo Chujiu with a smile. Mo Chujiu looked at the loyalty values above their heads and found that they had all risen to more than 80%. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu smiled and nodded at them. Those newcomers who had been frightened by Mo Chujiu looked like mice seeing a cat when they saw Mo Chujiu. Their eyes were vague, and they didn't dare to look Mo Chujiu in the eye. This woman is scary. They'd better stay away from her so as not to say the wrong thing and get disliked by her, and then kicked out of the island. Where can I find such a good base then? They entered the building yesterday and found that although it was a dormitory, each dormitory was tidy and clean because there were dormitory managers. Not only that, there are bathrooms with hot and cold water supply on every floor of the dormitory building. The bathrooms are divided into men's and women's rooms and are very large. Even if men and women from the entire floor go to take a shower, it will not seem crowded. The base has provided meals for the past 2 days, and the food is pretty good. In the morning, there is light porridge with pickles, as well as fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings. For lunch, have rice with pork stewed with vermicelli. For dinner, we had steamed buns, pheasant, and wild mushrooms stewed together. The wild mushrooms and pheasants were picked from the mountain behind the island. They tasted so good that they almost bit off their tongues after eating them. Not only that, they talked to those who had already joined the Scarlet Base yesterday when they went to work. In just a few days, some people have earned enough points to rent a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room house through hard work. There are 5 people in that man's family, 3 of whom are psychics. They have been following the mission outside these days, and now 2 of them are 3rd-level psychics. The psychics, can not only earn points by killing zombies and exchanging zombie crystal cores, but they will also receive wages for completing missions. So life in the base is very comfortable. There are also families where no one in the family has special abilities, but through hard work, they can still eat and dress well. If the whole family works together, it is not impossible to move to a smaller house. In short, no matter which old base members you ask, they all praise the Scarlet Base and the kindness of Base Captain Mo. Although these frightened people were still afraid of Mo Chujiu, they were also grateful to her from the bottom of their hearts for creating such a good environment for them. The wages of the Scarlet Base are paid daily, so looking at the points on the scorecard, they are more motivated. Mo Chujiu looked at the points above their heads, which were good and had increased again. Although these people were afraid of her, their loyalty was still increasing and had risen to over 70%. There are also some newcomers who just arrived last night. Although they're new, most of them have a loyalty level of over 60. Because they were not asked to work in the morning, but they were registered and issued points cards, and then allowed to wander around the island. It didn't matter that they just took a walk around, they immediately liked the place where they were going to live in the future. The island has beautiful scenery and is clean and tidy. There are supermarkets, schools, and hospitals. I heard that nursing homes and schools are also being prepared. It is like a paradise in the end times. They like it here very much. At the same time, the situation on the island also makes them full of fighting spirit. In short, the base is now filled with a peaceful and prosperous atmosphere. Mo Chujiu went to the supermarket with satisfaction and found that there were many people shopping on the 1st, second, and third floors of the supermarket. Many people also used their points to buy a large number of daily necessities, clothes, shoes, and hats. Mo Chujiu went straight to the fourth floor and piled all the daily necessities moved from Haicheng Central Community and the pharmaceutical factory on the fourth floor. Ding! The supermarket has been upgraded to level 4. 40 robots will be given as gifts, and the host will be rewarded with 5 million points. Perhaps because the supermarket is large enough, they did not give away supermarket space this time, but instead gave away 5 million points. Mo Chujiu left the supermarket and went to the breeding area for a walk. As expected, there is strength in numbers. It only took more than a day to open up a large open space in the endless wasteland. Rows of pig pens have also appeared on these open spaces. Mo Chujiu was very satisfied. When she was about to go back, she saw some elderly women carrying baskets on their backs and walking towards the other side of the fertile fields and pastures. Mo Chujiu quickly stopped them. "Grannies, what are you going to do?" These old ladies naturally recognized Mo Chujiu. "Base commander, we have nothing to do anyway, so we want to go up the mountain to pick some wild mushrooms to add some vegetables to our home." "Wild mushrooms? There are wild mushrooms on the mountain? But you are old. You should not go to such a dangerous place. It will be too dangerous if you encounter wild animals or something." Mo Chujiu persuaded them worriedly. "Base commander, don't worry. We won't climb too high, and Manager Su has already sent people with special abilities to search the mountain, and there are no large wild animals on the mountain. Instead, there are many wild mushrooms, wild walnuts, pheasants, wild rabbits, and so on. The wild pheasant stewed with mushrooms that we had last night was harvested from that mountain. It tastes delicious." Not only that, an old Chinese doctor also discovered many holy detoxifying medicines that have become extinct in modern times. The old Chinese doctor has gone a little crazy recently and has been wandering around the mountain all day long. "Pick a basket of medicinal herbs. You said no one comes to see him for medical treatment, and no one knows what he is doing." An old lady looked at Mo Chujiu lovingly and said, "Okay, then go ahead. Since Uncle Su has already sent people to investigate, there is nothing to block." After watching the old women leave, she turned and went to the laboratory building that she had previously chosen for Dr. Feng. The old Chinese doctor, who told the old woman, didn't take it seriously. After Mo Chujiu piled all the equipment in the building, he turned around and went to find Dr. Feng. Dr. Feng smiled happily when he saw Mo Chujiu. "I heard from Feng Yin and Feng Yu that you got back everything you need for the experiment." "Yes, Grandpa Feng, I just put them in the laboratory building, but I don't know how to install them. Go find Aunt Zhou and ask her to give you the few people we rescued from the pharmaceutical factory yesterday. Take those people to tidy up the laboratory building in the next few days. It's no good if people who don't understand those things mess around with them." Mo Chujiu said with a smile. "Rescued from the pharmaceutical factory? How many people were saved?" Dr. Feng has worked at Phoenix Pharmaceuticals all his life, and he really wants to know how many survivors there are. "There are only 18. I have asked 8 of them. They are from your medical research center, and they said they used to be your assistants." "Only 18? After Mo Chujiu finished speaking, Dr. Feng murmured in a depressed tone. Mo Chujiu was not very good at comforting people, so he could only stand aside and remain silent. Fortunately, Dr. Feng was mentally prepared. He was only sad for a short while, then he shouted that he wanted to take people to tidy up the laboratory building. Mo Chujiu asked Dr. Feng to go directly to Su's mother, because he didn't know where those people lived. Upon hearing this, Dr. Feng rushed out of the house. He didn't even care about her, and didn't even lock the door. Fenji and Fenjiu was gone, and Mo Chujiu took out some level 4 crystal cores from the space and placed them on the coffee table in the living room. These were enough for them to upgrade to level 4. Chapter 126. The skill of killing zombies must be cultivated from childhood. 3 days later, the scale of Mo Chujiu's base had reached 5,600 people, and the wall surrounding the breeding area appeared out of thin air. The new members of the base were stunned. "This what's going on?" "Yes, where did this wall come from?" "I don't know. I've seen the supernatural powers of psychics before, but this is the first time I've seen such a large wall appear out of thin air." "You don't know this, right? Our Captain MOG is a space user with the ability to store space so large that it can hold the entire world. This wall, our base commander must have moved it from somewhere, and now he has released it." One of the old base members thought he had guessed what had happened and explained it to the new members in a serious tone. Hearing this, those people nodded, as if they understood. "You're wrong. If they were moved from somewhere else, what's with the big door and invisible wall? It seems that we don't have this kind of high-tech materials in this era. Do you think our base commander is an alien?" seeing that we humans on Earth are suffering. Are you here to help us through this difficult time? Go away. Where did the alien come from? When our base commander was collecting supplies in Japan and Country M, we thought she was an alien. Later we found out that it was space. I guess this must be some kind of supernatural power similar to that of the Creator. This supernatural power is so rare that we find it strange because of the Tamarin off-road vehicle and the fact that there are many daily necessities, clothing, shoes, and hats in the supermarket, all of which are trademarks of Japan and Country M. Now all the members of the base know that Mo Chujiu is the black-clad god. Yeah, I think what you said makes sense. No matter if our base commander is an alien or has supernatural powers similar to the Creator, our base commander is a noble person who protects us and allows us to survive in the end times. Yes, that's right. Our base commander is simply a god sent down from heaven to save the common people. We must work hard, upgrade well, and obey the base commander's orders. I believe that as long as the base is there, maybe China can return to its former glory. Huh, that's right, Zhang Liang. After I got the level 1 crystal core from the base commander, I have already upgraded to level 2. What level are you at? Same as you, level 2. The base commander said that after reaching level 2, you can go out on missions on your own. I plan to go out on a mission with a fishing boat in a few days to get more crystal cores so that I can quickly upgrade to level 3. Really? Then take me with you, and I'll go with you. My child has taken a fancy to Ultraman in the supermarket, and I'll buy it for him when I earn enough points. Yes. Okay. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Mo Chujiu smiled. It was great that the blood base had such a positive environment. At this time, Sue's mother came to the breeding area and found Mo Chujiu, who was inspecting the breeding area. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, Shin Xingyang sent a message saying that their fort had sent someone over, and they were now at the Haicheng dock. They would board the ship to the island in the evening. He asked me to ask you, should we let them come? Annie Zhou, the people from the northern bunker contacted me yesterday, and I know they will come today. Please go and notify them to come over in the evening. Okay, I'll go right away. After saying that, Sue's mother turned and went to the base service office building. There are 2 radios on the island, one in the office building and the other in Mo Chujiu's own home. If someone goes out on a mission, Mo Chujiu will also bring one with him for easy communication. Mo Chujiu glanced at the islanders who were working hard, then quietly left and went to the newly built school and orphanage on the island. The school and the orphanage are in the same building. The lower floors are the school, and the upper floors are the orphanage. There are now 52 children in the orphanage. The youngest is over 1 year old, and the oldest is 14 years old. The older children all go to school downstairs. There are also special people to take care of the younger ones. When Grandma Peng saw Mo Chujiu coming, she hurried over to greet him. She asked with a smile, "How come you have time to come here today? I might have to leave for a mission tomorrow. I'll just hang around and see if you guys need anything." Mo Chujiu glanced at a few 1 or 2-year-old children playing in the hall. Children over 3 years old are already attending kindergarten downstairs. There were kindergarten teachers among the survivors, so Sue's mother arranged for them to work here. Little Peng Yu also goes to kindergarten. I don't lack anything. If I do, I will just go to the supermarket and buy it. I still have a lot of points in my card. Manager Zhou adds points to my card every month according to needs, which is enough for the children's daily expenses and employee salaries. If I need to buy new clothes or toys, I will ask Manager Zhou to reimburse me. It is very convenient. Grandma Peng smiled and invited Mo Chujiu to sit in her office. Well, that's good. If you need anything, just tell Aunt Zhou directly. Mo Chujiu applied for a secondary card for Sue's mother that was linked to his own points card, and all expenses on the island are now managed by Sue's mother. Mo Chujiu trusted the Sue family very much. After all, their property was with her, and they would never be able to eat or spend it all in this lifetime. Hey, I know. Mo Chujiu chatted with Grandma Peng for a while, then left some milk powder, diapers, children's clothing from 1 to 14 years old, some toys and stationery, and left. She went to the school downstairs and took a walk around. The school had courses from 1st grade to 3rd grade of junior high school. Older children did not have classes. Now is not the same as before the apocalypse. High school courses are useless, and the main task now is to stay alive. Mo Chujiu walked around every classroom and found that there were not many children in each classroom. The classroom with the most children had only more than 20 people, and the classroom with the least children had only a few children. Grandpa Peng once asked her whether she should combine children of different ages and teach them together. But Mo Chujiu felt that there would be a constant influx of new people into the base in the future, and maybe it wouldn't be long before the classrooms would be full. We will have to redivide the classes at that time, which is troublesome. Anyway, there is one teacher for each class, and she can still afford it if she considers that there are 12 teachers in 10 classes in the kindergarten. Mo Chujiu walked around the school and found that there were quite a few people with special abilities among these children. So, I decided to talk to Grandpa Peng and find a few teachers with special powers to tutor these children. You also have to practice fighting skills, and the skills to kill zombies must be learned from an early age. I don't know how long it will take to resolve the zombie situation. Maybe it will take 10 years, maybe 20 years, or maybe it will take her entire lifetime to resolve it. These children are the hope of mankind. Chapter 127, Finding Long Qian's Grandfather. After Mo Chujiu wandered around the school, he went to the nursing home next door. The nursing home is a 3-story building. At the end of the world, the elderly who are old enough to live in the Scarlet-based nursing home are rarer than children. They were not like children. Although they were weak, they were still very agile. Younger children would be carried by adults to escape. But the old people are different. They can't run, and they can't be hugged. Even if the children in the family are filial and never abandon their elderly parents, it is difficult to escape from the city with the elderly. Therefore, there are very few elderly people in the end times, and there are a total of 11 elderly people who are qualified to enter this nursing home. They're all old men who have lost their mobility and are lonely. As soon as Mo Chujiu walked to the bottom of the small building, he saw an old man standing on the roof. The old man was hunched over, and he was standing on the roof fiddling with something. Mo Chujiu walked straight into the building. In the hall on the first floor, there were several old people sitting on benches and chatting. While chatting, they were picking wild mushrooms and wild vegetables. This is the work that Sue's mother finds for these elderly people within their capabilities. The youngest of these elderly people is 65 years old, and the oldest is 83. But they all look refreshed. When they saw Mo Chujiu coming in, they all stood up. "Hey, Base Commander, why are you here?" The person who spoke was an old woman who looked to be in her 60s. Her hair had turned gray, and her legs looked a little broken when she walked. "But I'm still in good health." Because he had no family to take care of him, and he was already 65 years old, Sue's mother arranged for him to live here. "Grandpas and grandmas, don't call me Base Commander. You can call me Chujiu or Xiaomo." Mo Chujiu walked up with a smile. "Hey, Chung, Xiaomo, are you here to talk to us about something?" The old woman looked at Mo Chujiu lovingly. She was very grateful to Mo Chujiu and the Bloody Base. Her husband, son, and daughter-in-law are all gone. My grandchildren are working in other places, and I have lost contact with them. If Mo Chujiu hadn't saved her and taken her in, she didn't know whether she could have survived. Mo Chujiu is like her savior. "Nothing. I just came to see you grandparents, to see how you were doing. Is there anyone to take care of you?" Seeing these elderly people, Mo Chujiu thought of his own grandparents, and the tone of his voice softened. Although Grandpa didn't live long, he loved her very much when he was alive. Her grandmother stayed with her and took care of her until she grew up. It can be said that the presence of her grandparents ensured that her childhood was not lacking in family love. Hearing Mo Chujiu's concern, the elderly people showed grateful smiles on their faces. "Thank you, Xiaomo. You are such a good kid. However, although we are all old, we can still take care of ourselves. Who needs someone to take care of us? We were able to run out from the zombie pile. So why are we running here? That's really pretentious. Don't worry. We don't need anyone to take care of us. We can take care of ourselves." Another old man with white hair and a wealthy appearance also spoke. He was the president of a certain group before the end of the world, and after retirement, he lived alone in a villa area. He was one of the first people to follow Mo Chujiu here, and only after arriving here did he realize that he had followed the right person. He is living a good life now, but he thinks of his grandson from time to time. His son and daughter-in-law died in a car accident many years ago, and his wife also died of illness early. He and his grandson are the only ones left. When the end of the world began, he called his grandson, but no one answered his cell phone. He really wanted Mo Chujiu to help find his grandson, but he always felt that he had no relationship with her. So why should she help him find his relatives? So I never spoke. Now that he saw that the base commander was so concerned about these old guys, his mind became active again. He quickly stood up and chatted with Mo Chujiu with a smile. "Oh, that's good. If you need anything, please tell me or tell Steward Joe and Steward Sue. They will arrange it for you," Mo Chujiu said with a smile. "Little girl, I really need your help with something." The wealthy old man took out a cell phone from his pocket and fiddled with it for a while before handing it to Mo Chujiu. "This is my grandson. I know the base is currently conducting rescue operations in Haicheng. Can you ask them to help keep an eye on my grandson?" Mo Chujiu took the phone and looked at the photo. It showed a young man wearing a suit, with a tall figure and handsome looks. The man had an indifferent and cold expression on his face, and exuded a strong sense of alienation, a typical overbearing style. Isn't this person Long Qian? Grandpa, is this your grandson? Mo Chujiu asked in surprise. How do you know each other? Long Sonyan looked at Mo Chujiu's expression and knew that the child must have seen his grandson, so he hurriedly asked. I know him. Of course I know him. Come on, Grandpa Long. I'll take you to find Long Qian. Mo Chujiu said this, pulling Long Songyan's arm and walking out. When Long Songyan heard Long Qian's name, he was stunned and let Mo Chujiu pull his arm and walk out. Did he find it? He found it right away? And it seems like this guy is on the island now. Why does he feel like he is dreaming? After being stunned, he was filled with ecstasy. He went from being dragged by Mo Chujiu to jogging ahead of Mo Chujiu. Those vigorous steps don't look like those of an old man at all. Girl, where does my grandson live? Hurry! Long Songyan was eager to confirm that his grandson was still alive and was eager to know whether his grandson was doing well. Grandpa, slow down. Your grandson is in the building where the administrator lives. I'll take you there right away. Mo Chujiu caught up with Long Songyan and held his arm. This old man looks to be over 70 years old. He better not fall down soon. If something happened to him under her nose, she wouldn't be able to explain to Long Qian. Mo Chujiu brought Grandpa Long to the outside of Long Qian's room and knocked on Long Qian's door. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Long Qian's angular and handsome face. The moment Long Songyan saw that his grandson was safe and sound, he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes and his voice trembled. Long Qian. Seeing his grandfather, Long Qian was also a little shocked. After he became a half-corpse, Long Qian went to the villa area to look for his grandfather, but a group of strangers lived in his grandfather's villa. Grandpa himself had long since passed away. He originally thought that his grandfather was in grave danger, and he no longer held out any hope of ever finding him. Only then did he return to the place where he once was a powerful figure, intending to spend the rest of his life there. Because only there can he regain his confidence and sense of security. There, no one pointed fingers at him, no one was afraid of him, and no one hated him. Chapter 128, Song Shangfeng is here. Thanks, Long Qian said as he looked at Mo Chujiu, who was smiling at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chujiu saw the loyalty value above Long Qian's head start to rise rapidly, and it did not stop until it reached 95%. Seeing this, Mo Chujiu smiled even brighter. This meant that Long Qian was so loyal to her that he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. You're welcome. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As she spoke, she waved at Long Qian, then turned and walked upstairs. Grandpa Long dragged Long Qian into the room. He had noticed Long Qian's gray-white zombie eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He had heard of the half-corpses, a species that all surviving humans feared and hated. Rumor has it that the half-zombies are a group of lunatics with dark and twisted minds. They take advantage of the fact that they are carriers of the zombie virus and have robbed humans many times. If the person being robbed refuses to comply, the half-corpse will go crazy like a zombie, becoming bloodthirsty and brutal. People who have been bitten will soon become zombies. So humans hate half-corpses. Long Qian was his favorite grandson. He didn't want Long Qian to become a half-corpse, nor did he want him to get hurt. Thinking of this, he suddenly became serious and stared into Long Qian's eyes. Qianer, tell me honestly, what happened to your eyes? As you can see, I am now a half-corpse. Long Qian also looked at Grandpa Long seriously and said he wanted to know whether his grandfather would hate him, be afraid of him, and treat him as an alien just like other people did. When Grandpa Long heard the affirmative answer, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground, but fortunately he managed to steady himself in time. He stretched out his shaking hands and grasped Long Qian's arm. Qianer, how could your life be so miserable? Not only did you lose your parents when you were young, but now you are half-corpse. You must have been looked down upon by many people, right? It's all Grandpa's fault. Grandpa didn't take good care of you. As Grandpa Long was talking, he suddenly burst into tears out of heartache. Grandpa, I'm actually fine now. The rumors are not credible. I will not turn into a bloodthirsty monster, ever. And other half-zombies might be looked down upon by this world. But I am different because I met Mo Chujiu and joined the Bloody Base. Everyone in the base knows that I am a half-zombie, but no one treats me as an alien. Just look at where I live, and you'll know I'm doing pretty well. Long Qian helped Grandpa Long sit on the sofa and comforted him. He was extremely grateful to Mo Chujiu in his heart. Not only did she give him a place to stay, she also issued a notice to all members of the Bloody Base that he was a member of the Bloody Base, and no one was allowed to treat him as an alien. Violators will be kicked out of the base. So even though some people were afraid when they saw his eyes at first, they did not dare to do anything out of line towards him. As time went by, those people became familiar with him and gradually changed their views of him. I really no longer reject him. Now he was very comfortable in the Scarlet Base, just like he was still a normal human being. Mo Chujiu? You mean Chief Mo? That child is indeed a good person. If it weren't for her, I might not be alive today. As Long Songyin spoke, he wiped his tears with a tissue and then began to look around the house. It was a house with 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom, and all the furniture in the house was new. Refrigerators, TVs, washing machines, and more are all available. It looks like an ordinary apartment before the apocalypse. Although it is not as luxurious as my own house, it is also warm. After seeing these things, he wiped the tears from his face and believed that his grandson was living a really good life. Yes, Grandpa, I will repay Mo Chujiu's kindness for you. Have you eaten yet? I'll make you something to eat. Where do you live? I'll help you move your things here later, and you can live with me from now on. Long Qian originally thought that his grandfather had passed away, but now he is very happy to see his grandfather walking around in front of him in good health. I'm living in a nursing home now. Grandpa will move in with you later. Grandpa Long is of course willing to live with his grandson. Having lost his grandson once, he now wants to see his grandson every day and be with him. At dusk, the rescue helicopter returned. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 2.6 million points. When Mo Chujiu heard this voice, he knew that Song Yubai and the others had arrived. She quickly put on her shoes and walked downstairs. As soon as he arrived downstairs, Shun Qingyang, Song Yubai, Lu Li, Xinyang, and a middle-aged man appeared in Mo Chujiu's sight. The middle-aged man is very tall, about 1.9 meters tall, and his facial features are 70 to 80% similar to Song Yubai's. Walking side by side with Song Yubai, you can see that they are father and son. When he saw Mo Chujiu, he smiled and held her hand. This must be Mo's eldest son, right? I've been hearing this guy, Lu Li, talk about you, and you are indeed as beautiful and dashing as he said, and you are a woman as good as a man. Mo Chujiu shook hands with the middle-aged man politely. You must be Uncle Song, right? You're so flattering. Let's go. Come inside with me. I've already packed your room for you. Okay, let's go. Let's talk inside. Looking at Mo Chujiu's neither humble nor arrogant demeanor, Song Shangfeng admired this young leader even more. Mo Chujiu took everyone to a large house on the 3rd floor with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. There were 4 of them, so this house was just right for them. After Song Shangfeng arrived on the island, he praised the clean and tidy environment. When I entered the room and saw the layout inside, I couldn't stop praising it. Captain Mo, the conditions in the bases outside are all very simple, and it is already very difficult to maintain food and clothing. How do you make the residents of the island live so well and happily? Song Shangfeng did not doubt where this island came from. He just thought it was a military island built by Huaxia before the end of the world. Such islands are not rare, and many islands have been occupied by survivors and become bases. Uncle Song, your son, and I are friends. You can just call me Xiao Mo. Calling me base commander sounds too foreign. Mo Chujiu smiled and asked everyone to sit on the sofa and made a cup of tea for everyone. Hey, okay, Xiao Mo, I came here specifically to learn your management model. Song Shangfeng did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. I know, I am also willing to communicate and learn with Uncle Song. The reason why there is such an environment on the island is naturally because my spatial ability is greater than that of others. I guess Song Yubai has already told you my identity. I was already collecting supplies before the apocalypse began. Your bunker did not collect supplies in time before the end of the world, so the supply reserves are so scarce. In addition, you don't have any powerful space ability users right now, so it's difficult to take too many supplies out of the city. The lack of supplies is precisely the biggest problem facing your bunker. Chapter 129, if you want to be shameless, then be shameless. There are a lot of supplies left behind by humans, but most of them are concentrated in cities. Even with helicopters, ordinary people can't take out much. Although the bunker has a helicopter, the speed at which the space ability users can transport supplies cannot keep up with the speed at which the bunker consumes them. If this continues, sooner or later the psychics in the bunker will become dissatisfied due to the lack of supplies. The conflicts will become more and more serious, and in the end they will not be able to escape the fate of the previous life. Yes, you are right. I am now trying my best to collect space crystal cores, hoping to train a few high-level space mutants for the base. But space zombies are too rare, and space mutants are difficult to upgrade. Song Shangfeng said helplessly. Uncle Song, don't worry about the space-related mutants and supplies. As long as we capture the grain in the granary of Longcheng, the food problem for 4 to 5 years will be solved. The most urgent task is how we are going to survive the cold weather in a month. Mo Chujiu looked at Song Shangfeng seriously and asked, will the cold period really come? How did you know this news? Song Shangfeng stared into Mo Chujiu's eyes and asked, the news is very reliable. You can understand it as there is a prophetic psychic in our base. She said that in the next 3 years, extreme cold and extreme heat will alternate. The land will not be able to grow food, and a large number of survivors will starve to death, freeze to death, and die of heat. Mo Chujiu said solemnly. Song Shangfeng was silent for a while after hearing this. Then he looked up at his son. Song Yubai saw Song Shangfeng looking over and nodded heavily at him. Dad, I believe Miss Mo. Song Shangfeng nodded when he heard this. Although he had never heard of the power of prophecy, this world was no longer the same as before. Nothing is impossible. Okay, I believe you too. Longxi Town is a small town near Longcheng. It is a coal mining town, so there must be a lot of coal there now. After you have resolved the issue of the Longcheng granary, you can go directly to Longxi Town. I will send all the superpowers in the bunker to assist you in this operation. It's just that Dragon City is too far from our northern bunker. It's difficult to collect enough coal and food for the bunker within a month, relying solely on the existing truck transportation. Xiao Mo, Uncle knows that you have a lot of space. Can you help Uncle transport coal and food? Song Shangfeng looked at Mo Chujiu expectantly and asked, of course, didn't Song Yubai tell you? I told him that we would cooperate. I can help you transport coal to your base. Of course, if you need my help with food, that's no problem. Mo Chujiu said with a smile. Really? Thank you so much. To express my gratitude, I give these to you. Xinyang. After Song Shangfeng finished speaking, several piles of vegetables and fruits immediately appeared on the ground. Xiao Mo, we have made a huge breakthrough in soilless cultivation at our base. I'll bring some over for you to try. Song Shangfeng said proudly. Although Lu Li and Song Yubai had both eaten the food given by Mo Chujiu, the food was all prepared. And seeing that they were produced in a restaurant, they just thought that these dishes were custom-made dishes that Mo Chujiu had hoarded before the end of the world. They didn't know that there were mountains of vegetables and fruits in Mo Chujiu's space, and each one was very fresh. When Mo Chujiu looked at the vegetables and fruits on the ground that looked like malnourished, the corners of his mouth twitched. But I accepted it politely. Although she doesn't eat them, she can sell them at a low price in supermarkets. Although these things don't look very good, they are indeed rare things for people outside. Song Shangfeng was very happy to see Mo Chujiu accepted it and said proudly, Xiao Mo, our soilless cultivation technology is already very advanced. No matter how severe the natural disaster is in the future, Uncle Song will be able to provide you with vegetables and fruits. We in the northern bunker will take care of all your vegetables and fruits for the rest of your life. No need. Uncle Song, we can also grow vegetables here. You don't have to worry about me. Mo Chujiu waved his hands quickly. She just ate a strawberry given to her by Song Shangfeng. It was small and wilted and also sour. It's incomparable to the big strawberry in her space. Other people in the base might be able to eat it now, but when her first batch of fruits and vegetables comes out, I guess no one will eat it. Because the breeding area will also have a normal temperature greenhouse. Mo Chujiu assigned a group of people to the fertile field area to help grow fruits and vegetables in the first 2 days. You can grow vegetables and fruits here? Don't be ridiculous. Xiao Mo, you also said that in the future, cold and hot weather will alternate. How can we grow these on the ground? Song Shangfeng looked incredulous, and so did the others. You can visit the breeding and planting areas of our base tomorrow. It's already late, so you should eat something and rest first. As Mo Chujiu spoke, he placed 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The soup was winter melon meatball soup. He brought out a large bowl of rice for them and took out 5 pairs of chopsticks and 5 bowls. Then stand by the table and help them add food. Lu Li was used to Mo Chujiu's behavior, so he sat at the table and started eating. Song Yubai, Song Shangfeng, and Xinyang looked at each other with envy, jealousy, and hatred on their faces. These are obviously all kinds of delicious dishes ordered at the restaurant before the end of the world. If only they had awakened their spatial abilities before the end of the world. If only their space could also keep things warm and fresh. If only their space could be that big. They couldn't help but think of a question. Since she had stockpiled a lot of these customized dishes, would she still be short of vegetables and fruits? But none of them asked this question. They planted their own apples, strawberries, and potatoes. He gave it to Mo Chujiu, like offering a treasure in exchange for her helping to transport the supplies. But if the other person's space is really filled with mountains of fresh vegetables and fruits, the things you send will seem like garbage. Where will you put your face then? If I were to give another gift, what would I give? Crystal core? The crystal core from the last mission had already been given to Mo Chujiu. Anything else? Their base was extremely poor, and apart from these wilted fruits and vegetables, they really couldn't think of anything that Miss Mo would like. When they thought of this, they sat on the stools and started eating in silence. As soon as they ate the meal, they forgot about the embarrassment just now. It was so delicious. They hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Just be shameless. Who made them so poor in the northern bunker? After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Li went to wash the dishes, and Mo Chujiu put the clean tableware into the space. Chapter 130. A man does not despise his mother's ugliness, and a dog does not despise his family's poverty. If you want to take a shower, there is hot water in the bathroom, and toiletries and towels are all in the bathroom. There is a washing machine over there, which has a built-in drying function. You can wear it after washing. Here are some pajamas for you. You can change into them after you take a bath. As Mo Chujiu spoke, 4 sets of men's pajamas appeared on the sofa. Mo Chujiu didn't know their sizes, but fortunately pajamas didn't need to be too fitting, as long as they were big enough to wear. Several people thanked Mo Chujiu gratefully, and then Mo Chujiu left the room. After she left, the people on the sofa immediately went crazy. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. And there are still places like this in the world, not to mention how clean and tidy it is. There is actually sufficient electricity supply here. The whole island is brightly lit, and there is air conditioning. I feel so happy when I turn on the air conditioner in the hot summer. Uncle Song, why don't we talk to Chujiu and move the bunker to this island? As soon as Mo Chujiu closed the door, Lu Li fell on the sofa with his legs crossed. You're dreaming. We have so many burdens in our base. Are we going to send them all to Xiao Mo? No matter how many supplies we have, they can't withstand so many people. If you don't want to leave here, just stay here. Anyway, I can't always drag you young people to suffer with me. After hearing what Lu Li said, Song Shangfeng laughed and scolded him and slapped him on the head. This kid Lu Li is not only Song Yubai's comrade in arms, but also the orphan of his comrade in arms. Before the end of the world, both families lived in the military district's family compound. He has watched them grow up, so he can speak so casually. Uncle Song, I was just joking. No matter how good this place is, it won't be better than home. Wherever you are is my home. As the saying goes, a man does not dislike his mother's ugliness, and a dog does not dislike his family's poverty. Is that right? As soon as Lu Li said this, Song Shangfeng, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. This kid is such a living treasure. After chatting for a while, they went to the bathroom to take a shower one by one. There is also a bathroom in the bunker, but due to limited space, each bedroom is very small and there is no bathroom connected to the bedroom. The bathrooms in the bunker are all public toilets and public showers, which are incomparable to the environment here at Mo Chujiu. After they finished taking a shower and entered the bedroom, they found the computers in their respective bedrooms and were even more amazed at the superior life in the Scarlet Base. A few young people played standalone games, while Song Shangfeng watched a movie. They had a comfortable and pleasant night. Not only Lu Li was reluctant to leave, but everyone else didn't want to go back either. If they didn't have a mission, they really wanted to stay with Mo Chujiu. The next morning, the 4 of them got up early and wandered around the base. They did not forget their mission. They first went to the supermarket and saw the robots and high-tech computer butlers inside. This looks like something from a science fiction movie. Lu Li and the others were dumbfounded, and their eyes widened. Is our country's AI intelligence technology already so advanced? Xinyang looked at these robots and smart housekeepers in disbelief. I really don't know much about this, but it must be so advanced. Look at those little robots, they look like real people. They can not only guide shopping, but also load goods and collect cash. There's also this smart butler, it will know everything you ask. I just stood in front of it, and he actually knew who I was, how old I was, and that I was a guest on the Bloody Island. He actually said that he would give us a free bill today. Song Yubai was also surprised. Song Shangfeng looked at these robots, nodded and said, I remember when I was watching the news, it seemed that China already had something like this. This should be a vending supermarket, but where did Miss Chujiu get this high-tech thing? Lu Li also spoke up. No need to ask, it must be a company that researches high-tech products and was stolen by Chief Mo Base M. Moved? Yes, it's empty. Shenyang was about to say steal, but suddenly thought of the crystal core that Mo Chujiu gave him, and quickly shut up and changed his tone. It's the end of the world. Where can we steal? It's even more impossible for his ninth-grade girl to steal. Everyone nodded after hearing this. They also felt that this set of high-tech smart products was the product of a high-tech company in China. This is good. It saves Mo Chujiu from making up lies to deceive them. Mo Chujiu woke up very late on purpose because she didn't want them to ask her about these high technologies. What would she say if they asked her where this military island full of high-rise buildings came from? Where did the supermarket manager and the robot come from? What does she say? How did she come about the normal temperature greenhouse? Tell the truth? Say she has a system? It's not that she doesn't trust Song Shangfeng and others, but what if the news gets out and someone with bad intentions catches them and uses them as guinea pigs for research? She was not exaggerating. In the previous life, there were organizations that captured rare people with special abilities for research. She doesn't want to be remembered, but she couldn't completely hide in such a large base. After all, her base was constantly accepting new members. She also couldn't keep those newcomers on the island all day, as the high-tech of her base would be hard to prevent from being leaked. But even if it gets out, it doesn't matter. Technology is so advanced nowadays that no one can know whether these things exist or not. As long as you don't admit that this is a product of the system, others will think that this is some technology company's unreleased black technology. Then she doesn't have to explain anything. After visiting the supermarket, Song Shangfeng was not only shocked by the high technology and abundant supplies inside, but also shocked that everyone in the base used points to purchase supplies. He had inquired about it and found out that these points could be obtained by selling crystal cores, completing tasks, and earning daily wages from various tasks in the base, etc. In short, except for young children and the frail, elderly, and disabled, there are almost no idle people in the blood base, and everyone has their own channel to earn points. What shocked Song Shangfeng was, there are so many ordinary people in the bloody base. How could there be so much work for them to do? It was not until Song Shangfeng wandered around the breeding and planting areas that he understood. It turned out that the island had been developed into fertile fields and breeding areas that stretched as far as the eye could see. Because the breeding areas were under construction, naturally, a lot of workers were needed. But this is not a long-term solution. Once all this work is done, what else can these ordinary people do? Just when I was wondering, Mo Chujiu walked over slowly. Uncle Song, how is it? What do you think? Chapter 131. Don't you hope that one day all the zombies can be cleared out? Mo Chujiu looked at these people, except for Song Shangfeng, who was standing by the field in a daze. Song Yubai and others were standing by the fertile fields, curiously touching the gate and the transparent walls of the constant temperature greenhouse. Oh, Xiao Mo, I was just feeling strange. Although ordinary people here can earn their living materials through their own labor, it seems that the work here will be finished in a month. Now that there is less work to do in the base, how will they earn points? Wouldn't your place be like a bunker by then, with a bunch of idle people? Song Shangfeng frowned and asked. If this is the case, the bloody base will face the same dilemma as the northern bunker in the near future. Then there is no point for him to come here this time. Uncle Song, aren't all the soldiers in your northern bunker superpowers? What are they doing? Mo Chujiu looked at Song Shangfeng with a smile and asked. They're also going out on a mission. We can't kill high-level zombies, but we can still kill ordinary zombies at level 1 and 2, as long as they don't have hardened skin with cold weapons. Although Song Shangfeng didn't know the purpose of Mo Chujiu's question, he still told the truth. Your soldiers can go out and kill zombies, and the ordinary people in our bloody base can also become my soldiers. Go out and hunt zombies and look for supplies. Mo Chujiu said as a matter of course. What? Ordinary people are going out to kill zombies? How can this be possible? Not to mention that there are more and more level 3 zombies now. Even the weakest level 1 zombie cannot be killed by ordinary people because of their fear and cowardice. Letting them go out is simply sending them to their deaths. This won't do. In this way, I know that ordinary people are a burden, and most of the civilian organized bases are unwilling to take care of them. If you find it difficult to raise them, you can give them to me. I will take them back to the northern bunker. Song Shangfeng said with a serious expression. He didn't blame Mo Chujiu for having such an idea. The blood base was now continuously rescuing survivors from Haicheng which was a very time-consuming and labor-intensive task. For this reason alone, Mo Chujiu can be regarded as a kind and responsible base commander. Even their northern bunker is inferior to this. But as the number of people increases, there will inevitably be a problem of shortage of supplies. Even if Mo Chujiu has a large space, if he wants to feed tens of thousands of people, he still needs to keep going out to look for supplies. If all the psychics go out to look for supplies to feed ordinary people, after a long time, it will become like their bunker, and huge conflicts will arise between the psychics and ordinary people. He could understand Mo Chujiu's decision, but he did not agree with it. As a soldier defending his country, although he cannot save everyone, he cannot just watch the Chinese people go out to die. Although he doesn't have the ability to protect these people for their entire lives, as long as he has something to eat, he won't let these ordinary people starve to death. Haha, Uncle Song, how long do you think your northern bunker can keep these ordinary people alive? Mo Chujiu stared into Song Shangfeng's eyes and asked, as long as I am alive, I cannot watch ordinary people die. We are soldiers, and it is our mission to defend our country. Song Shangfeng said stubbornly. Mission? Uncle Song, it would be fine if you had the ability to protect these people. The key is that you don't have the ability. Do you think there are more zombies or more survivors? Are there more ordinary people? Or are there more people with special abilities? Mo Chujiu was not in a hurry and asked with a faint smile. Is there even a need to ask? Of course there are a lot of zombies, although we haven't done any statistics. But looking at the situation in the cities near the bunker, the survival rate of humans is only 1%. As for the ratio of people with special abilities to ordinary people, it should be 1 to 10. It would be great if 1 out of 10 survivors could be a superpower. Based on the situation in his own bunker, Song Shangfeng roughly guessed this result. Of course, Haicheng is different. I don't know if it's because of the chemical plant, but there are more people with special abilities here than in other places, and the ratio is basically 1 to 1. Since you know all this, do you think that even if all the superpowers in your bunker volunteer to support those ordinary people, could they afford it? Mo Chujiu asked again. I know it's impossible, but they are too weak. If they are really forced to kill zombies, a large number of people will definitely die. Song Shangfeng frowned. Mo Chujiu was not annoyed and continued to ask, Uncle Song, do you think we can eliminate all the zombies with just these existing superpowers? Destroy all the zombies? How is that possible? Although the superpowers are evolving, the zombies are also evolving, and the speed of their evolution is always higher than that of humans. How is it possible to eliminate all the zombies in this situation? It's good enough for humans to barely maintain food and clothing now. Song Shangfeng said bitterly. He felt that Mo Chujiu's idea was too ridiculous. Uncle Song, since all the existing superpowers cannot destroy the zombies even if they unite, why can't we train ordinary people to become superpowers as well? If you want to eliminate all the zombies in the country or even the world, it would be a difficult task even if you gather all the survivors. Why do we still treat ordinary people as weaklings, letting them take it for granted to hide in the rear and enjoy the brief peace that the psychics have exchanged their lives for? Aren't they responsible for their own lives? Mo Chujiu said in a serious tone. Uncle Song is a soldier. He was taught since childhood to devote himself to defending his country. But now is the end of the world, not a peaceful and prosperous time. His thinking will only make the weak weaker. But they can't be held responsible. Their legs go weak when they see zombies. Not to mention killing zombies. They are simply feeding them food. Uncle Song still disagreed with Mo Chujiu's opinion. You have to take responsibility even if you can't. Their lives are lives. Are the lives of people with special abilities not lives? You always say they are too weak. Aren't people with special abilities weak when facing zombies of higher levels than them? Why do you think their sacrifice is justified? Is it because they are soldiers? So before they became soldiers, weren't they ordinary people? Why can they sacrifice themselves, but the ordinary people you mentioned cannot? It doesn't matter who is weak. You can train. Weren't the soldiers under your command weak before they became your soldiers? Isn't it more than enough to deal with low-level zombies now? So why can't other ordinary people become fearless warriors like your soldiers? Mo Chujiu's voice was so sonorous and powerful that it left Song Shangfeng speechless and unable to speak for a long time. He bowed his head and thought. Seeing Song Shangfeng like this, Mo Chujiu thought that this stubborn old man might have been persuaded. So he continued, Uncle Song, do you really just want the Chinese to hide in the dark like rats and survive? Don't you hope that one day all the zombies can be wiped out? Don't you want to see our future generations living in the sunshine and leading a happy and comfortable life just like before the end of the world?